morning and welcome. It is day number 3 of this first Betway test between South Africa and Bangladesh from Kingsmead. My name is David Midgley. Along with me for the first stint is Werner Rasmussen. Then we've got Chris TB on stats. Good morning to all of you, even you listening to us at home. This is a day 3 that is evenly poised, but so easily can be interrupted by the elements. Yesterday, we were fortunate enough that rain didn't really play any role in how the game has gone so far. But today, Werner, it looks like it's going to be late afternoon showers that may interrupt the day's play.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit gloomy and murky out there. Good morning, Dave. It was a great day for South Africa yesterday. Simon Harmer starting it off with the bat, 38 not out, heading into the bowling innings, and then taking all 4 wickets of Bangladesh to fall. He's taken 4 for 42, and to start off the day will be the debutant, Lizard Williams.
Yeah, he's going to go to Tuscan Ahmed, and Mamadullah Hassan Joy is at the other end with him. And Murray Rasmus will be standing for the first over this morning. 2 slips and a gully in place, as well as a catching mid-wicket, square leg, mid-on, mid-off. And Williams goes round the wicket now, and this one's down the leg side, and an easy take for Carl Verena. No run there. Lizard Williams in his debut game here, Werner, and he's somebody who's done well for the Titans, but he'll need to make sure that he's on top of things in terms of how he goes about the planning and the implementation of those plans.
Definitely. I thought he was a little bit short yesterday, but it was only a short spell. He has only bowled 5 overs so far. It was mostly the spinners, so he'll get into his work now.
Right, and he goes in once again, round the wicket to the left-hander, and this is just defended on the up, no run. Bavuma does the fielding at a catching cover. There's 2 slips, a gully, as well as a close-in backward point, perhaps suspecting that the ball's not necessarily going to carry. It's not something that is the norm for balls to fly at the coast, so probably a bit of a safety first with giving themselves an opportunity of somebody taking a catch close in, but it's a good start here for South Africa. Lizard Williams passing that point now, and it's just punched away off the back foot by Tuscan Ahmed, and he'll get his first run, so great stuff for him. Took him 9 balls to get there, and Lizard Williams with his first runs of the morning conceded, and Werner, 98 for 4 Bangladesh overnight. Well, 97 for 4 overnight. 98 for 4. I think they haven't updated the scorecard yet, but
yeah, it's
South
gone
Africa
up
in the pound
soon.
seats.
Yeah, I'd say so at this stage. Definitely in a pound seat, 4 wickets down, still trailing by 268 runs, I believe. So South Africa definitely still in front here. It's been mostly due to the spin twins. Harmer taking all the wickets, but Keshav did put on a lot of pressure on the other side. So a good duo to have in your side to get through overs. We got through quite a lot of overs yesterday, more than I remember getting through a day in Durban.
Yeah, it's a strange concept. Over the wicket now, and it's a short ball, and just ducked away there. No run on offer there. But so Tuscan Ahmed is on 1 from 9. But Joy on 44 from 141. He's really had to grind for his runs, and Bangladesh are 1 away from 100 now. As you said, they trailed 268, and it was a massive surprise by the South Africans when they selected 2 spinners. There's a no ball there as well, a bit of a delayed one, but that means Lizard Williams is going to have to bowl that one again. So that'll bring up their 100 with that no ball.
Looks like a fairly big no ball there from Williams.
And again, and just defended off the front foot, and Joy just keeping on top of things there, and there's good energy from the South Africans up front. We were having a look, Werner, at the broadcast venue, the Kingsmead Stadium in Durban, what the weather was looking like there, and it was a howler. It was an absolute howler. I mean, it what looks 80-90% for anywhere after 3 o'clock. Hopefully we can get a full day's play, and I think that's why they maybe pushed for another one in order to see if they can get the most out of it. Lizard Williams in again, and a defended on the back foot once again. Lovely line this from Lizard Williams. I've really enjoyed his start this morning, bar the first ball that went down the leg side, and then the other one that was a no ball. But a good start from him, and I think he'll be looking to settle into a good rhythm, a line and length that he'll be comfortable with in terms of not allowing these batters to rotate strikes. South Africa in the pound seat at 100 for 4 are Bangladesh, with 267 still remaining to find that lead, but defended manfully that time. In again, these Lazard Williams. This pops out to where maybe a backward short leg, maybe in a close or a leg slip, but it'll be leg buys in the end, and so they'll get through for 101 now for 4. And just hit him on the hip there, but Detroit not enjoying that one. Werner just hit him probably on the bone.
Yeah, a bit of an uncomfortable length there at the end of the 50th over as well. It'll be interesting to see if they start with Simon Harmer from the other end immediately, or whether they will go to Duan Wellifier from the other side. I'd suspect it might be just Simon Harmer plugging away from the one side the whole day, something we're used to Keshav Maharaj doing. And Simon Harmer really stepping up in this match, showing why he was announced the County Player of the Decade.
Yeah, he really made an impact in the game. My correction, it's Mamadullah Hassan Joy, who's at the wicket with Taskun Ahmed. My apologies for that one. But this game now evenly poised in terms of South Africa's opportunity to take it. And there's a first ball from Duan Olivier, pops up, and it looked, Werner, like it might go to the men looking to take the catch there in the slip cordon, but it just kind of popped off the bat and hung agonizingly in the air, but not long enough for Temba Bavuma to run in from a catching cover.
Yeah, it hit him quite high up. Might have even gotten a bit of the handle and glove off a good length. We've seen this pitch play up and down a little bit in these first 2 days. Some have really bounced, some have kept a bit low, but uneven.
Olivier in again. This one traps him on the front foot, but there's a bit of a stifled chant, all suspecting that it was likely to go over the stumps. We've seen a couple of inconsistent deliveries from these bowlers because, in the South African bowling effort, it's been an interesting one, Werner, because you've seen when it hits the inbound area of the divots or cracks that it bounces quite prodigiously, but on the outbound avenue, it really just dies on its way through to the wicketkeeper. So this wicket proving that it's going to be slightly more challenging to bat on. And if there's a little bit of moisture, as that last one is just defended off the back foot for no run, if they find themselves having to have a game delayed because of rain, we'll definitely get the final 2 days. And I wonder how much that'll impact this surface.
Yeah, and again, getting back to the toss, Bangladesh deciding to bowl first. At this stage, it doesn't look like it was the right call, with the pitch likely to become more and more uneven as it goes on.
Particularly with the South Africans picking 2 spinners for the first time in a very long time. Olivier in again, outside that off stump, and defended without much fuss. And Chris TB, our resident statistician, was telling us about the last time South Africa picked some spinners, Chris.
Yeah, I guess that's talking about specialist spinners rather than players like Dean Elgar who spin, because the last time we bowled 3 spinners in a home test match was Elgar, Pete, and Duminy in 2016. But yeah, 1970, I think you have to go back to find 2 specialist spinners chosen in a home series.
This length delivery from Olivier under wickets just to fin it out to point for no run.
We think of South Africa as a country dominated by seam bowlers, but if you go back 100 years, it was almost the opposite, where Reggie Schwartz was a South African bowler who went to the UK, played some county cricket, picked up the googly, came back to South Africa, basically taught every South African spin bowler how to bowl the googly. And in 1905, South Africa had 4 leg spin / googly bowlers when they played England at home.
Yeah, that's very interesting. As we see Duan Olivier running in again over the wicket to Joy. This one is short and wide, and he goes for a cut shot. It's a stifled appeal. Dean Elgar, the only one really optimistic there. That will be the end of the 51st over. South Africa are 100 and Bangladesh are 101 for 4.
Yeah, it's been an interesting start here by Duan Olivier. He's somewhat heavily criticized, and maybe rightly so, that he's not been good enough outside of the Imperial Wanderers and a surface that is his home surface. He's got to be able to adapt and adjust accordingly. But he's gone for just 9 in his first 5 overs, so not a bad beginning for him, Werner. But he'll want to be a lot more consistent over a longer period of time. He'll want to put spells together that will allow him to be selected for that England series. I know that they'll certainly be considering him due to his success in England, but he's really got to prove himself. A guy like Luto Sipamla, unable to play in this test match, and with selection being the case that it was, I was somewhat surprised that they didn't pick Luto Sipamla.
Yeah, I was surprised myself. I think in the end it came down to just a little bit of pace that Williams has. Maybe that's the reason they decided to go with him ahead of Sipamla.
Williams round the wicket now, and this is caught at Gully. It's a great catch. He just drives hard at it off the back foot, and it looks not unlike the dismissal from Vian Mulder's own dismissal, that first ball duck that he got, but he flashed hard at it off the back foot, and a great catch by Mulder at Gully. He may not be doing much with the bat, but that was a splendid catch, and South Africa have their 5th. Bangladesh 101 for 5.
Yeah, and Lazard Williams with his maiden test wicket. A bit of a bubble first from Vian Mulder. He got his hands to it. It bubbled up into the air, but he managed to get it on the second grab behind him, securing it. So always important to get the night watchman out early on the second day if he made it through the first day, because it does get a bit irritating, frustrating for the fielding team if he hangs around for too long. So still an important wicket to get. Bangladesh 101 for 5. And yeah, we'll likely see Listen Zas coming in.
Yeah, so Taskin Ahmed gone for just 1 run off 10 deliveries, the night watchman. First non-harmer wicket, but it's all still Titans men taking the wickets for South Africa in the second innings.
Yeah, that one came quickly, and like you said, Vian, just a bit of a regulation catch that he bobbled up, and I think if he dropped that, it would have been par for the course with his test match so far. He having a first ball duck, really coming in because a guy like not Vian Mulder, Marco Jansen is away at the IPL, and so he wants to still prove to selectors and to everybody involved that he's a vital cog in this machine. But what a feeling it is to get your first test wicket. Litton Das has now made his way to the crease. Somebody who has opened in the past for Bangladesh, and just interesting, his ability to maneuver his way around the team batting lineup. You're coming in at 27 years of age. You've played 30 games, 1,600 runs, averaging 34.35. He's got 11 50s and 200s, his best coming last year against Pakistan at Chittagong. But a vital passage of play here, Werner, for the Bangladeshis. They'll want to give a good go of this. They're under pressure now, 101 for 5, and they still trail by 266.
Yeah, they definitely are under pressure, but a good guy to have to come in. Leighton Das has been in good form in the last year across formats, so definitely the guy you want coming in. And Joy has looked good the whole inning so far. He's been very solid. He's looking at 50, facing over 150 deliveries, not particularly quick, but occupy and increase, which is important. He's still only 21 years old, so he has a long way to go in his test career. Still early days, but he does seem to have the goods as an opener.
Are you trying to commentator curse Mamadullah Hassan Joy? Are you trying to put the markers on him just because you want a South African wicket just before that 50?
Never. I'm as unbiased as they come.
Are you superstitious at all? Because I know Mpumutlane and Tsepo Tyler are not. This one's right arm over the wicket, 3 slips in place, and this is just on the pads, and he's able to just push this to the onside.
Not really superstitious, but I've heard the odd call from a commentator that has felt like a commentator's curse.
You were talking about how many balls he's faced. Maybe that will be more important than 50. He's faced 151 deliveries so far, just 5 short of the most deliveries faced by a Bangladesh batsman in South Africa in a test, held by Khalid Mashood from 2002.
Just a throwback to Khalid Mashood and the other Khalid Mahmood, who were vital to Bangladesh's side. This one nips back into that off stump. Oh, that so nearly could have been another wicket for Lazard Williams. Good leave. You would say it's a good leave because it's not hit the stumps, but Werner, we all know how that can go sideways very quickly.
Yeah, we've seen a few nip back in off this wicket. We've seen, I think it was Kyle Verreynne in particular got one that moved back in prodigiously and trapped him RBW. So a similar sort of movement there would have dismissed Letton Does early in his innings. But Lazard Williams getting his areas right now, getting at fuller length as well.
Certainly helps when you've picked up an early wicket. He goes over the wicket now, and this is left alone again and again. There's a bit of a wince from Carl Verena as he takes that one, because it keeps moving into the right-handed Litton Das. He's yet to get off the mark, and how traumatic that would be for him if he shoulders arms and that off stump just goes for a bit of a walk.
Yeah, it's good to see both pace bowlers here hitting the straps early this morning. Yesterday was mainly down to the spinners, but these two combining well so far. They've been keeping it tight. Also picked up the wicket exactly the start that South Africa would have wanted.
Right, Williams in once again, and this one's trapped. Litton Das, but it's probably high, and there's a hands-on-head situation for everybody. I don't even think they'll consider for a moment that DRS to go upstairs, and yeah, there was some criticisms yesterday of Murray Rasmus. Talk us through that, Werner. Not his best day as an umpire.
Yeah, he had quite a few decisions overturned yesterday. He adopted one late in the day of Simon Harmer going down the leg side that he didn't give. He gave some decisions that ended up not being out, but it just shows that can happen even to the best of umpires. You can't be 100% on it all the time. That we are all human in the end.
Absolutely, and it shows the value of being mindful of that fact that we're all human. Just a small break here. It's Litton Das maybe feeling a little bit winded as that one came back in and hit him in an area that is hilarious if it doesn't happen to you, Werner. It's uncomfortable, and there's nothing that the physio can do. The physio will wave at you from the side of the ground, but there's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. What's the physio going to do? It doesn't help. He comes on. It's just take a few deep breaths, get yourself composed again. Just take some time and get going again. But it definitely is uncomfortable.
I've seen physios come on and shake legs, guys on their back and their feet up in the air, and the good old leg shake, maybe to just get the blood flowing again. But I can tell you from experience that is not enjoyable at all. I'd rather spend 3 hours in a home affairs queue than have that happen to me, or even 6 hours. I don't care. It's never enjoyable. Williams in again, and this time Litton Das gets a fuller delivery that he just punches out into the offside. No run. So the end of Williams' 7th over, Bangladesh 101 for 5.
101 for 5 after 52 overs, still trailing by 266. Bangladesh. Mamadou Hassan Joy on 44 of 151 deliveries. Litton Das is on note of 5 deliveries. Good start for Lazard Williams. He'll feel a lot better after this early spell on the third morning. He's looked very good. He's gotten that fuller length, drawing the batsman forward, really getting himself into the game. Is checking if it might have been a no ball.
It looks like Lazard Williams is guilty. Guilty. So he's going to have to bowl that one again. It's another no ball from him. Maybe trying to give himself a little bit of extra pace, but maybe it's an opportunity to take a wicket. He comes right arm over the wicket now, and this one is just defended, and it's almost a carbon copy of the previous one. So it is then the end of the over. And Bangladesh 102 now for 5. There was a spare run. We didn't miss it. It was just the no ball that was declared. But yeah, he's well over there, and good work there by the third umpire, Alahuddin Palekar. And this umpiring team has been one that's been with the South African team throughout the season. So getting to know the players, and I think that helps with a rapport, Werner, because when you feel like you want a 50-50 decision to go your way, then that one that says umpire's call, you might just get it because you've got the officiating team, on a good rapport with you.
I don't know.
I'm not saying you influence umpires. No, by no stretch of the imagination. This one straight down the leg side and whipped away down to the fine leg region from the first ball of Ulafir's over, and Williams does the fielding, and they'll just get the one for it. So it's not like you are influencing umpires, but certainly it helps to get a favorable decision if you're complimenting the umpires or maybe something like that.
Yeah, maybe they do feel more lenient if you have a good understanding.
Yeah, I
as we
mean, if
see
you're lambasting an umpire, he's certainly going to think twice before he gives you that shot.
Yeah, we see some running repairs now for Listendas. Still not entirely comfortable.
Maybe a new abdo box.
It does seem like they're giving him a bit of a replacement. He was hit flush. As we're looking at that wicket again of Jan Mulder taking the catch in the gully region. We have some nice. It's always a compliment to the cameraman. The shots they're able to give us the slow motion replays, seeing every movement on the ground, every little thing going on, and Jan Mulder just about able to grab it on the second chance.
Yeah, you speak about running repairs. It reminds me of Faf du Plessis, who used to have what I think he called the Beast, that it was multiple abdo guards all taped together, and there was an image of a bull that they'd drawn rather on on that piece of protective equipment, and it's hilarious to look at, but it's I can assure you it's not enjoyable in the slightest to be able to face guys bowling at 130, 140 to try and put you under pressure. This one's short and pulled away. What a shot! Only 2 bounces and it's into the mid-wicket boundary. It was short. It just sat up, and what a way to get some runs there. And that means it's 107 for 5.
Yeah, not a great ball. No fielder out on square leg or deep square leg. So a lot of space there for Listen Dust to just sit back and pull this one to the boundary for it's some easy runs. This pitch isn't particularly quick, so any short delivery is just sitting up nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's poor delivery and suitably punished. Olafir, he'll try and make some recompense here as he goes past umpire Holstock, and that's one's just outside the off stump, and no run there.
Yeah, got a little bit of shape on that last one. Did pitch it up a little bit further, but left comfortably enough by Listen Does. Just getting into his innings, that boundary would have definitely settled him down a bit after being hit uncomfortably in the previous over. But we see Zuan Olifir, he'll run in again here from the old fort end.
Olafir, 3 slips and a gully waiting. Backward point and a catching cover. This is short and wide and slapped away. It's going to beat the man at point, and that's going to race away to the boundary. There's 2 boundaries in this over. Expensive from Olafir. We were just praising him, Werner, and then he says, well, maybe I'm allergic to compliments.
Yeah, two poor deliveries in this over. He'll be disappointed. I do expect it won't be too long before we see Simon Harmer being introduced again.
Why are you looking for spin so early?
Well, to be fair, he was brought into the 9th over, I believe, yesterday. So clearly Dean Algar knew what he was going to get from Simon Harmer.
His Titans man, you see. And nevertheless, Olafir in again. This is on the off stump and squares up Litton Das. Much better from Olafir, but when you're inconsistent, Werner, your captain's going to look at you and say, you've got maybe 1 over if you're lucky. If you're not, you'll be taken off very quickly.
Yeah, we might even see Jan Mulder. He hasn't had a ball yet in this innings.
Yeah, surprisingly, because he's brought in, you would presume, as an all-rounder, not offering anything with the ball just yet. And yesterday, South Africa opting to go with Dean Algar.
Yeah, seems like he's the designated bucket hands guy.
Back himself. Right, this one's slightly overpitched and driven out hard onto the onside, and Rickleton does the fielding at mid-wicket. So the end of Olafir's sixth, and it's Nelson for 5. Everybody lift your feet if you're a Tigers fan.
Yeah, for all the superstitious people out there, maybe Neil McKenzie in the at Supersport might be having his feet in the air.
Certainly a possibility for lifting your feet. But what I've been surprised with, Werner, is the lack of Bangladesh fans at the test matches. Because when we were commentating at the one-day series, there was just so many fans, and it was wonderful to see, with stadiums now being a lot more open. It's a shame we haven't yet seen all that tremendous Bangladesh support that we saw at the one-day games.
Maybe they're bigger fans of the limited overs format, or maybe it's just a region in the land. Maybe there are more Bangladeshi supporters in the Gauteng area.
Up in the Highveld, yeah, maybe. Certainly they knew their team was doing well, and not coming out here to support. I would love to see a lot more fans going and supporting. So if you're in the Durban area, as Lazard Williams begins a new one, this one's catching the inside edge and onto the pads of Mamadullah Hassan Joy. And that so nearly could have been chopped on. If you're in the KZN area, or if you're near the Kingsmead Stadium, by all means, join them. Go down there and support both national sides wherever you may fall on the supporters spectrum.
Yeah, it's always good to see when fans can come into the grounds, and it is a weekend, so most people do have off work, so there should not be too many excuses going around.
Well, quickly before the weather changes.
Yeah, true.
Williams in again to Mamadullah Hassan Joy. It's just tucked away off his hips neatly down to that fine leg region where Olafir does the fielding there. He's got Rickleton for support. And what have you made so far of this test match, Verna? Is it that different? The South African and Bangladesh sides. I mean, Shakib Al Hassan is somebody who's crucial for the Bangladesh outfit. Not in this test match, but is it such a massive chasm? I mean, if you look at the ICC Super League and the standings thereof and who's where, Bangladesh well ahead of the South Africans as Williams in again and short and hooked away and on the bounce twice to Olafir, who does the collection work. They'll get through for 113 for 5.
Yeah.
Is it such a chasm? Because South Africa are higher up on the Test Championship, but lower down on the one-day Super League, and it's almost mirrored between the two formats.
Yeah, it's interesting difference between the two formats. South Africa have been so much better of late in Test match cricket. I do think Shakib Al Hassan obviously is a big loss, and then also Tom Ikma, who just out with a bit of a stomach bug. So those are two very experienced players losing before a Test match.
Yeah, they certainly have experience in the side with a guy like Litton Das as Williams is in again and a bit of a swinging delivery, but well navigated by the ever intelligent Mamadullah Hassan Joy. He's been intelligent in his batting. Not, I'm not saying that he's not intelligent elsewhere, but certainly the way that he's opened up his stall here has been patient and fervent in the way that he's applied his mind. 155 deliveries that he's faced, and just for 46. So, like Chris was saying, really just plugging away with the bat here. He knows he needs to slowly build an innings, be patient, because the 4 deliveries will come. And we've seen that in the Olafir overs. Williams in again and another swinging delivery and pushed out hard to mid-wicket. And Arvia does the clean-up work. A bit of a wayward throw there, but no run on offer.
Yeah, Chris said earlier that he was second in line for that record, so he's almost there now, right? It should be within.
Yeah, I think he's 1 run behind him at this point.
One ball.
Not far. Yeah, 1 ball rather, and not far off the overall record, home or away, which is 184 runs by Junaid Sadiq against South African Mirpur in 2008.
That's the name I haven't heard in a while. Junaid Sadiq. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, who's come off the fence. He's about 3/4 of the way to the fence. Mid-wicket very wide. Mid-on is rather very wide, but there's also a straightish close in mid-on, and that one's just defended off the back foot into the surface, and no run on offer there. It's still 113 for 5. Bangladesh trail by 254. It's the end of Williams' 8th. And Joy on 46 and Litton Das on 9. Before this game, Chris, Litton Das has averaged 53.2, 53.5 in the last 10 games. He's done exceptionally well in the red ball stuff, and he'll want to partner with Mamadullah Hassan Joy in putting a mammoth partnership together. Even 100 partnership would go a long way to keeping things in line in terms of the South African effort here.
Yeah, you can keep that average above 50 if you go all the way back 13 games, including this one, before it slips below that. And then you compare that to his overall average of 34.5. Definitely in a bit of a purple patch at the moment.
Yeah, he has all the experience. He debuted in Test cricket back in 2015, so he's been around for quite a while, and that experience is showing.
Oh, this is a new one from Olafir. Just left alone outside the off stump, dying on its way through to Calvarena. but a good leave by Littendas. Chris, I'm going to ask you if you can look up the number of test matches played by these two sides in the last 5 years, because I think, you pointed out, Werner, that he's made his debut in 2015, but the number of test matches he would have played compared to somebody else who made their debut around a similar time frame, I think, a guy like Rassie van der Dussen, who has made his debut in the last 5-6 years, played a far more test cricket. Olivier in again, and this is tighter to that off stump, and that's why Littendas just defends off the back foot. He's patient in his Nokia, and as he should be.
Yeah. Listen does have the 29 test matches, but they do in general only play. I hardly ever see them play more than 2 matches in a series, and never more than 3 matches. So, but even South Africa, when's the last time that we played more than 3 test matches?
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at it before. The last time, at least, we had a 5-match series with us, I think 2004.
This delivery is just back of a length from Duan Olivier and defended out into the covers for no run.
We tend to get 4-match series against Australia pretty regularly, and that's about it. But I used the start point of when Littendas made his test debut in June 2015, and how many tests each test nation's played since then. So South Africa's played 61 since then. Bangladesh has played 39. Then you compare that to England, who's played 91, India 75, Australia 68. Different countries do get very different numbers of tests. Ireland and Afghanistan 3 and 6 respectively.
Yeah, and this one is just on a length outside of something left alone, and that factors in like 2 years of Australia not playing Test cricket during COVID time. So
but it shows how the English were still willing to play and make do. Test cricket will always remain at the home of cricket, England. But it's an important point to note. That's almost double the amount of test matches played by South Africa to that of Bangladesh, as Olivier comes again from the old Fort Road end, and it's length delivery, defended on the front foot, and applause from the man at second slip. That is Simon Harmer, who's replaced the traditional second slip, Aiden Markram. And that's what, 30 more games, let's say, give or take, 20 more games. That's a lot of Test cricket. That's over 100 days worth of Test cricket. And you can see the experience of the South Africans, even without their power players, they're still able to, dominate a long format game. Olivier in once again, and this one's so near that off stump. It was a good length and shaved that off stump. But that is the end of Olivier's 7th. He's conceded just 18, and Bangladesh now 1-1-3 for 5.
Yeah, and half of those runs came off his previous over. So in general, he's been very tight with his bowling. So we see some overcast conditions out there in Kingsmead, and looking very gloomy. The lights are in full effect.
Just a little bit more digging, and the last we'll touch on the subject, but as much as South Africa doesn't play 4 or 5 test series, Bangladesh in their test career have only played 3 match series, and none of those since 2014. So they get 2 matches against most opposition, and that's it.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I can hardly remember a test match series going to 3 for Bangladesh, and almost the same for New Zealand these days as well, because of financial situations. They do say that they do make a loss if they play any more than 2, or even if they play 2 matches. So it's a shame.
The bare minimum required from the ICC for the Test Championship. Length ball outside that off stump, and he just drives that away. Does Mamadullah Hassan Joy, and he just finds a man close in at the cover region. No run. So just 3 extras so far in this 55.1 overs that South Africa have bowled, and far better than we saw against the Indians in that Test series. It was very expensive, and I wonder whether the position of the game means that South Africa feel a lot more confident and they're a lot less likely to overstep the mark. This next one is going to be an interesting one, and it's just swinging in. It has swung in, and it just beats the man Kesha Maharaj, who's close in there at a shortish mid-on. Goodness me, that so nearly could have been something for the South Africans.
Now, Lazard Williams is into an impressive spell here. He's really looked apart this morning, really asking some questions from the batters all the time, getting that fuller length finally. He has a tendency to bowl on the short side, but today he's really getting that fuller length, getting the batters to come forward, making it more difficult for them. So yeah.
Yeah, with the delivery, the delivery like that, that it's still swinging. You clearly see that there's something on offer. This is a short one, in which Mamadullah Hassan Joy just ducks away from it and goes through to Verena. I mean, 50 at the end of this over, 56 overs. That's certainly a lot of wear and tear on the ball, and the fact that he's able to maintain that in terms of movement certainly means that he knows the conditions and knows how to get the most out of it. This is a wonderful passage of play in which I would hope that. He would be able to extract something more, maybe another wicket, possibly. He goes now once again passing Murray Rasmus, and just defended on the front foot. No run goes to Maharaj at a mid-on. What are you thinking of this field? Is it something that's a little bit too casual from the South Africans? Would you like to see a little bit more of an attacking field, or are you happy with where this is?
Now the field looks pretty decent. They do have the gully and the two slips to have a catcher at Selimur on the leg side. It's not too bad. I think that it's pretty attacking. Maybe they could get an extra slip in there. But it does seem to be working for them so far. We haven't seen any edges go too wide apart from the gully region.
Yeah, I suppose you have to extract it as Williams comes in again, and it's a bouncer again. And once again, Verena is happy to take that at his left shoulder. I'm just wondering, I mean, with Olafir having bowled 7, Williams into his 9th, obviously not all in one go. Harmer's bowled 20, Maharaj bowled 19. I mean, if Mulder's able to get a go here, and if he's feeling confident enough, would you like to see him here? He's somebody who swings the ball, and maybe to replace Lazard Williams. Clearly, there's something on offer here for a swing bowler. That last one was a no ball, so again, South Africans allergic to that compliment because I mentioned the extras, and another no ball. They stepped over by a lot there. This one is just defended on the bounce off the back foot there to gully, and has a massive shy, does Vian Mulder at that gully region. I think he maybe saw that Mamadullah Hassan Joy was outside of his crease, batting outside of his crease, and that's why he wanted to catch him, perhaps unawares there.
Yeah, good thinking there from Vian Mulder. I think the batter probably would have been safe. He did look to be. He did just about step out of his crease.
He was back into his crease, and then looked like he was setting off for a run, but able to almost like a small child say 1, 2, 3, block myself. 2 slips, gully in place. Williams in again, and it's a bouncer down the leg side this time. I'm wondering what they're hoping to achieve from this, Verena, because there's been 3 bounces in this over, or 3 shortish pitched deliveries, and what's wrong with pitching it up there? I don't mind it as a as a delivery that you use once, maybe twice in the over. Somebody who struggled with the short pitch bowling, but this pitch, I don't think dictates that you should be looking for that shorter delivery.
Yeah, the pitch has been pretty slow, so the short deliveries haven't really rushed the batters. So I do agree. I tend to err on the fuller side rather than going short. A lot has been said about South Africa being slow starters in Test series, or series in general. But this has been a lot better from them.
Much agreed with you. I was going to say much obliged, but first ball of Olafir's new over, and just back into the body of Mamadullah Hassan Joy, or rather Litton Das, and no run there. Bangladesh 114 for 5. They trail 253 runs. Mamadullah Hassan Joy 46 from 154. Litton Das 9 from 19 deliveries, and I just feel like South Africans need to be bowling a little bit fuller. I don't mind the length that they've been bowling here. Maybe that back of a length type delivery, have the man in close, and this one's full and driven out to mid off for no run. I just want South Africa to maybe force the issue a little bit. I think with 114 for 5, the opposition still trailing 253. I just want to see a little bit more probing, a little bit more prodding at the Bangladeshis and see how they can go about it. I think it's a little bit too. I'm not saying that it's easy, but I think it's a little bit too sedentary in the way that they've gone around this morning so far. Olafir once again thundering in, and this is overpitched. And if it were a man in a better form, or the wicket was more sufficient, he would be able to punch that away, but only gets it on the bounce to Olafir. for no run there. But am I being a little bit too harsh here, Werner? Are the South Africans sitting back and letting this game just be dictated to them?
Maybe
Or are we in cruise mode as South African fans?
it does look a little bit casual.
Mhm.
I'd also prefer to see a short leg in there, especially with Duan Olivier going short every now and then. And we saw that one inside edge onto the front pad. I could easily lob up to a man at short leg.
Absolutely short, and it's gone over the top of the wicketkeeper. It may have taken an edge, a top edge, as it went down to the boundary. We'll just await the umpire's signal. But going for that shorter delivery, but in the end, it means a boundary for Bangladesh, and we can see the tiger himself there, waving his flag prodigiously, and that's exactly what we want to see. Just have a look at this one, Werner. The short ball hasn't really worked, has it? That's 4 wide, surely.
Yeah, it hasn't quite worked for him just yet. It is something that we do know that Duan Olivier likes to implement. It did look like it went over the head, so we'll see if it was called. But I think it was called runs in the end. So it didn't seem like he had touched it, but it was given as runs. So Littendars will take it, even though it didn't seem to come off the gloves.
Yeah, just the angle that we saw didn't allow for us to dictate that. That one is a length delivery and just punched away. A lovely shot there. Temba Bavuma is going to have to chase this one down. He does get there in the end. It's a long chase out to that cover boundary, and in the end, no boundary there. But coming back to that short ball, what use is it?
Yeah, I guess maybe looking to get a top edge, possibly down to fine leg, or get one to scoop up, stop right into the air and taken by the keeper. But it does feel like on this pitch that has still have some movement. Pitching it up is the right way to go. So we'll see how long Duan Olivier will still get his power here. He's been a little bit more expensive this morning.
Olivier steaming in once again, and this is over pitch and whipped away. It's a leg stump half volley, and Rickleton doing the fielding there at the deep mid wicket region, and they'll just get through for 1.
Yeah, so he does have a man out at deep square leg and a fine leg, so it can be a possible tactic, but still, then I'd rather still see a short leg in as well. But yeah, it doesn't feel like the right tactic on this sort of pitch. Maybe a Wanderers pitch or a Super Short Park pitch out in the high field where you get that steep bounce and it is a bit quicker as well.
The ball hits the bat a lot harder at the high felt. I certainly believe that it should be something that they should consider. But it has been a while since South Africa played at Kingsmead. I mean, I seem to remember 2019 where Sri Lanka put South Africa to the sword. I was commentating on that game, and I remember it quite vividly. It was a game in which South Africa thought, the game is dead and buried here. 9 wickets down, and then it was an act of defiance. It was Kusal Pereira, if I'm not mistaken, who fought there right at the bottom with 9 wickets down, scoring an incredible 100. But South Africa not having a happy hunting ground here at Kingsmead in the last little while. It used to be a favoured ground of people like Sean Pollock and Brett Proctor as Williams begins a new over. And that's exactly what you want. It's an edge. It's dropped by first slip. At least we're asking the questions. It was a ball that was forced to hang outside. Well, the batter was forced to hang one outside there. It was a regulation catch at first slip. And oh my, the South African skipper will be unhappy with himself. A loud call of fire truck from him, and he should be certainly upset with himself there. Regulation take there, Werner, at hip height, and that's a howler from the South African skipper.
Yeah, that's straightforward. That's about as easy as they come in the slips, right at waist height. He even had a lot of time and didn't come quickly, and you can see the look of disappointment on his face as that one goes down. Big wicket that could have been as well for Littendars. Just we were talking about not a lot happening.
Williams in again, and this one is on the stumps and just defended. That's something. That's catching practice. Surely that's all day long. It's hit his palms, and I wonder how much that will change the game. I don't imagine too much, but certainly catchers do win matches, and it's difficult when the national captain is also a teammate from the Titans. So you want to say something to him, and you traditionally would say something to him, but when he's test captain, you just say, It's all right, Skip. No worry, you'll get the next one. This one is on the hips and tucked onto the onside, where Maharaj is waiting at a catching mid wicket. So no run on there. But test match catching is such a crucial thing, Werner. It's one of the most common forms of dismissal in Test cricket is caught behind, particularly in regions like England and South Africa, as well as Australia and a bit of New Zealand as well.
Yeah, and that first slip region is so important. We saw Graham Smith be in there for years and years and almost never dropping a catch. So important to take your catches, especially if someone like Letton Das, who we have talked about being in great form, averaging over 50 in the last 13 matches.
Williams in again. This is over pitch and driven straight back to him, so he gets away with a bit of fortune there. But 79 catches in his 75 Test matches has Dean Elgar. Another person who was prodigious for South Africa in the slips was a man by the name of Jacques Henry Cullis. 200 catches for him. Not all of them at that slip position, but certainly he would have taken a lot of them in that cordon.
Yeah, and then he had decent catches at the third slip or fourth slip in AB de Villiers, who could take one or two.
Herschel Gibbs, Neil McKenzie. I mean, the list goes on and on. Williams in once again. And this is a good length delivery and just driven hard at there by Litton Das, looking to maybe try and force things along. He's on 16 from 28, and Mamadullah Hassan Joy is on 46. And he's been on 46 for a while, Werner, because he's not been able to get that much strike. But on top of it, when you're not able to get the ball away, it certainly plays on your mind as a batter when you're close to a milestone. We saw that with Temba Bavuma. He got into the 90s and then tried something a little bit too fancy and was dismissed in the end. And frustratingly for him, not able to get that second 100. But nevertheless, a good performance from South Africa's one-day captain. This one is similar to the previous one, as it's on the pads and just pushed away to the onside. And Maharaj collects it close in. And so that's the end of Williams' 10 so far. 121 for 5.
Yeah, that type of drop catch just takes the wind out of the bowler a bit and the energy in the field. The moment you take that wicket, everybody's buoyed again and everybody's energy levels are up and you hear them chirping and encouraging the bowlers. Unfortunately for Lazard Williams, who I feel has really bowled exceptionally well in this spell this morning, taking the one wicket and should have had his second as well.
Yeah, really deserved a little bit more. Arvia, without a hat on his head, just having a look at the wicket and seeing how it's playing out. A local man here, a local yokel, if you might say, and just seeing him having a look at that strip, and also just seeing Lazard Williams make his way off the park. Has he ripped his sleeve there? Goodness me! Or maybe there's a zip at the sleeve, but he really just doesn't look comfortable there. Getting some treatment from the physio. And another local yokel, Kesha Maharaj, will begin his first spell of the morning, and just the one wicket to fall so far this morning.
Yeah, he'll desperately want to get into the wicket tally himself. You've seen his partner at the other side, Simon Harper, running through the Bangladeshi lineup, and he'll definitely want to add to his own wicket tally.
Right, Maharaj, first ball up, and this is driven to mid-on for no run. There are 3 men around the bat, slip, leg, slip, and forward short leg. So Sarel Arvia's under the helmet at forward short leg, and you will imagine that Vian Mulder, the world-class professional leg slip fielder, is in again. He is there. Keegan Peterson at first slip, which is an interesting one, as this one's just driven to the onside, no run. Because Keegan Peterson's not somebody who is your traditional first or second slip. I'm wondering, normally you'd have second slip as your spinner's first slip. This one's in again and defended big stride there by Mamadullah Hassan Joy, no run.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in that first slip for the spinners before. Maybe Dean Elgar is not feeling too confident in himself right now.
King Peterson took an absolute screamer at forward short leg yesterday. My goodness me, that's probably one of the best that I've seen there. Catching cover in place as well, and no real turn on offer here for Maharaj with the straight one. So he just defends that one, does Mamadullah Hassan Joy. And there's a lovely little smile there from Joy as he has a conversation with Arvia, who was a thorn in the side of the New Zealand batters when South Africa were there. Left arm round the wicket as Maharaj continues. This one's on the pads and whipped away as now Kai Zondo, who's on the field to do a bit of fielding in the absence of Lazard Williams, cleans that up at a deep backward square region. Good to see him on the field. And perhaps he might yet get a test debut in this series, perhaps in Gqeberha at St. George's, if injuries force someone out. I don't imagine there will be any changes between now and then, other than ones that are injury enforced. Still having a look at this field here, and Maharaj seems far happier. He comes left arm around the wicket once again, and just a massive stride there from Lytton Das to squash that one into the wicket, and there's no run on offer there. Maharaj, you said, is desperate to get into the wickets, but he hasn't bowled poorly. I mean, not for 25 in his 20 overs. That ends that over as well. 122 for 5. Bangladesh trailing by 245. He's doing the job, because as much as Harmer has been taking all the glory with the wickets, he certainly has kept things tight at the other end.
Yeah, he has. He's been very economical, only getting at 1.25 to the over, keeping things tight. He hasn't quite gotten the same amount of purchase that Simon Harmer does. Simon Harmer does really give it a nice rip. He's also a bit of a taller guy. He does get that little bit of extra bounce, gets that one with that extra revolutions. He does get it to dip late on the batters. That does make it a little bit harder for them, as we see he will be coming on at the other side, but hard on Lazard Williams. Just
I think it may be just that treatment that he was receiving that means that he comes off.
But yeah, so the spin twins back into the attack as they were yesterday. Simon Harmer looking to just pick up where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, exact same field for Harmer, barring the man close in on the onside, catching mid-wicket. And no doubt it's Keshav Maharaj who's going to do the fielding there. Leg slip, forward short leg in place. He's going to come around the wicket now as he passes the umpire and floats this one in and bashed down the ground. And a lovely shot there. He's just over-pitched it, has Harmer. And that means Bangladesh will now go to 126 for 5 and 50 finally for Mamadullah Hassan Joy. He's richly deserved that. He's plugged away. And like I said, wait for the full ball. And that's exactly what he got at the start of this Harmer over.
Yeah, he's looked a lot more comfortable against the spinners. You can see his whole body language. He gets into a good position, gets his feet moving. And that one is beautifully played down the ground.
Harmer in again, round the wicket, and this is driven again this time. Oh no, Elgar is having an absolute howler in the field. This one gave the South African skipper a shibobo, and they're back for 2 in the end. It was hit directly to him at mid-on, and the captain not able to spare his blushes.
He'll not be happy with himself. He does pride himself in leading from the front, so he'll be a bit disappointed in his last couple of overs. His fielding standards have dropped a little bit. He'll look to rectify whenever he gets a chance.
Yeah, it's one thing when you're still thinking about that previous one is Harmer's in again and overpitched this time, and this time he's able to do the fielding off his own bowling, stares down Mamadullah Hassan Joy. I'm not quite sure why, but Captain Dean Elgar, when you drop a catch, it plays on your mind. It plagues you in terms of how you would want to be able to plan your mindset and how you're able to control yourself. And this one has just got Mamadullah Hassan Joy on the back foot defending for no run.
Interesting. He's decided to come around the wicket immediately. I'd like to see him come over the wicket for a bit, try and get that one to turn in between bat and bat.
He's in again, and this one's outside leg stump and pulled away to a short 45 where Kai Zondo is lurking. It's unmistakable to see Kai Zondo on the field. He has that stature about him. Not too much of a height difference between him and Temba Bavuma. I know Temba Bavuma does get a little bit of stick for his height, but Kai Zondo's not that far from it. There's a big stride there to squash that one out. So the end of the over there, and South Africa still on top with 128 for 5 on the board.
Yeah, they're on top. Could have been more on top with that potential wicket of Litton Das. Big drop by Dinago, as we said. They'll be disappointed with that. They could have gotten into one of the newer guys in the side, Yasir Ali, who looked very good in the one-day series, but it's still fresh to Test cricket.
Litton does 16 from 31. Mohammadullah Hassan Joy is on 53. 128 for 5. Bangladesh on 230, trailing 239 runs. But Simon Harmer is nigh on a 5 for here. First ball from Maharaj is over. It's just defended into the ground, no run. There is a catching cover in place, as well as a close-in mid-wicket. He's not quite catching. He's on the edge of the square itself. Maharaj left arm round the wicket again, and this one turns a little bit. And there's certainly a conversation from the men around the bat with Litton Das. But he's no fool when it comes to playing spin. He would have spent many hours facing spin bowlers as he came through the ranks to get to the test side. It's not an easy thing to play test cricket for your country. Maharaj in again, and this one's full, very full, in fact. And I would have thought maybe a braver man would be willing to drive, but not trusting himself there, Litton Das, as he defends that one.
Yeah, Arvia under the helmet does have quite the mouth on him. We heard him all the time in New Zealand, and I know Algar said that he doesn't ever stop talking.
Wonderful. That's what you want from anybody under the helmet. This is a silly point now, as Arvia collects that one and shies at the stumps, but doesn't let go of it, and so he's maybe just dummying with Litton Das. Right. Catching cover in place, slip and a silly point. This one has Litton Das on the back foot defending that one. Oh, it's almost a cardinal sin to go back to a spinner and try and defend that one. But in the end, he felt that the line that Maharaj was bowling and the lack of turn on offer certainly made him feel comfortable defending that in front of middle stump. Maharaj in once again, floated a little bit more this time, pops up and beats everybody that's catching close in on the offside. Zondo does the fielding at mid-off, and it's the end of Maharaj's 21st. Bangladesh 128 for 5. We're nearing that point of the first hour being completed. And how would you assess it, Varna? Would you say it was South Africa's, or have Bangladesh now put themselves into a position where they feel a lot more confident?
I'd say that it's pretty even because they only lost the night watchman, which is it's not. You expect the night watchman not to last too long in general. Not everybody is Jason Gillespie, but so
funny enough, he did score that double 100 against Bangladesh.
Yeah, indeed. So it's not it's the one wicket, but it should have been a lot better for South Africa. So Bangladesh will feel pretty comfortable. He goes for a big shot here. He pulls he hits this between mid wicket and mid on to the boundary. Joy looking to attack Harmer here, not letting him settle into another power here. He's been looking to be positive throughout. Yeah, this one was just he hit the gap perfectly. It's almost like it's hard to describe. It's almost like a slug on the ground. He just a bit of an agricultural wake through the leg side, but he got that one right off the middle of the bat, and it just spit away to the boundary.
Yeah, interesting to think about what he may have been thinking behind the scenes, whether they want to hit Harmer out of the attack or that was just a slightly loose one, as this one's defended back up the pitch towards the man who has a forfeit.
Yeah, Harmer, it makes sense if they don't want him to settle here, but because he has looked the most threatening.
He comes in again, right arm around. This one driven straight. He dives to his left and manages to stop it, does Simon Harmer. So no run there. Bowling with the sunnies on.
Yeah.
On quite an overcast day in Durban.
Clearly something he feels comfortable doing and coming around the wicket as well. Both things that he just is he's settled into. He feels this is his lane. And as I say that, he's coming over the wicket now. Changing things up a bit. I do feel this is a good change up.
This one starts on off stump, turns a little bit straight, and Joy just plays it off his pads towards the man at fine leg. And there's no run there. And he's sneaking up on that overall record that we were talking about. 184 deliveries is the record most deliveries faced by Bangladesh batsmen against South Africa. He's sitting on 178 at the moment.
Yeah, those are the sort of records that goes by. Sometimes he comes down the wicket, and he hits that one over long on all the way, 4-6. Perfect execution there from Joy.
Yeah, not if you'd asked me before that delivery was bowled what was going to happen. I probably wouldn't have guessed that it would be deposited over long on. But yeah, really taking a liking to Harmer so far this over has Joy.
Yeah, good use of the feet there, making sure he's right to the pitch of the ball. This time, almost similar to shot to the one he played before, but that one was along the ground. This one's just lifted nicely.
This one flights it a little bit more, starts just outside of stump, turns in on the batsman who defends it back up the crease. He has a bit of a smile. It did look like Simon Harmer said something to him after that last delivery, but I don't think you can take anything a bowler says to heart if you've just hit him for a 6 over his own head.
Yeah, but Simon Harmer does definitely back himself. We've heard him talk in the past of he sees himself as the number one bowler in the world, number one spinner in the world, I should say. So he's definitely somebody that backs himself. He's not going to back down, even though he is a spinner.
This one, yeah. So Simon Harmer, definitely at least the best spinner that we've seen in county cricket in recent times, where he was top 5 wicket takers in I think every one of the last county seasons that they've actually played. And got close to the overall record for most wickets taken between test appearances. This is Andrew Sampson's stats, so I have to give him credit. I was able to find players with similar numbers, but no one that blew Simon Harmer out of the water. And so between his last test and this one, Simon Harmer managed to take 491 wickets as Keshav Maharaj is back into the attack from the other end, or continues from the other end. And this is driven back to the bowler for no run. The overall record for most wickets taken between test appearances is Derek Shackleton, who took 1,711 between his one test in 1950 and the next in 1963. This defender to Cyril Irve is still under the lid on the offside for no run.
Yeah, no, Harmer's looked very impressive since his return as well from county season. Top wicket taker for the Titans and top wicket taker in the competition, for the domestic competition. Really showing why he has been selected again in the test squad. He was selected for the New Zealand squad as well, or the series against New Zealand. Didn't get a shot there. Even Maharaj didn't play the first test match.
Not that surprising. Even Ajaz Patel didn't play in that series after taking a 10 for. It's New Zealand conditions, I think. It's understood there's not a lot in it for the spinners there, no matter how good they are.
Yeah, it is. But he ended up having a very good test match in the second match that Maharaj played a key role in South Africa securing that draw in the series, or that tied series. Yeah, Keshav coming around the wicket here. They have quite a few fielders in there. They have a short leg. They have a silly point. They have a slip. They have another fielder just creeping in on the outside. It might be Dean Alga just making sure that his field is set right. He goes back to a short extra cover.
But a lot of fielders around Litton does here. As this one turns away from him, he gets on the back foot, cuts it past that man at a short point, and it runs down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. So despite all the fielders around him, Litton Dust was able to find a gap there and move himself onto 20.
Yeah, it seems that a few fans have come to the stadium now. We do see a few kids running around on the grass embankments. Always good to see some young fans coming to the grounds. Maybe some aspiring cricketers we can see in the future telling us about how they used to watch games at Kingsmead.
It has been a criticism of Kingsmead in the recent past that they don't have the best turnouts in terms of crowds. Maybe the beach is just too enticing down there in Durban as Keshav Maharaj continues around the wicket into the right-handed Litton Dasu. Dabs us towards the point region. This one doesn't go as far as the boundary and they go through for a single.
Yeah, you generally see good crowds up in the Highveld and at Cape Town, but Durban has had a lack of good attendances in the recent past.
And a lack of good cricket from the Proteas as well. There's 4 test sides with better win-loss records at Kingsmead than South Africa. Yeah. And I think England's record at Kingsmead is their win-loss ratio is something like 7-1. South Africa just don't seem to do well at Kingsmead, as this one's a little bit straighter, just defended up the pitch to Keshav Maharaj, and no run there.
Yeah, they're looking to change it now. Bangladesh are 143 for 5 at the end of the 63rd over, and we see a drinks break coming up.
It's not something that the South Africans probably would have thought of more recently, but closing in on that follow-on mark now, you'd think Bangladesh almost definitely going to avoid it, 224 behind now. It seems far less fashionable nowadays to enforce the follow-on. You don't see it happen very often at all. We saw in that Pakistan-Australia series, Pat Cummins deciding against it, and putting Australia in a bit of a difficult situation there near the end, but they managed to walk away without losing it.
Yeah, and then ending up winning that series. Very, very well done by Australia winning that last one. It looked like such a dull series for the most part. It almost seemed like there will be 3 draws and that will be that, but they did manage to step up in that last match. Mitchell Stark doing well, and the batters as well. All the batters really. Usman Khawaja just showing age is just a number, coming back at the age of 35.
And averaging about 120 since his return. I don't know if you saw, but commentators were banned from describing that pitch as flat during the series, which led to a couple of funny moments where you hear them say it and then suddenly have to backtrack and describe it as a batting wicket or something similar.
Good batting wicket rectifying themselves. Yeah, it was a bit of a funny one. Some comments from Ramesh Raja. What has been said about the pitches, but it's interesting because it's not the same type of pitches that we saw when South Africa played against Pakistan. Those pitches weren't. They were a lot more lively. We saw the likes of Henrik Nortje taking a fifer. We saw George Linde taking a fifer. So interesting that they decided to go with such, if you want to call it, batting wickets.
Yeah. That reminds me, we still haven't seen Veon Mulder in this match, and that would have been the equal latest that we've seen him come into the attack. Only once before has he come on as the 6th bowler, and the last time was in one of those Rawalpindi tests where it was Maharaj, Linde, Nortje, Rabad, and Algar all bowled before he got a chance.
Yeah, even Algar bowled an over in this test match just to change ends for Simon Howard and Keshav Maharaj. But yeah, it's interesting that we haven't seen Veon Mulder just yet. Got out for a golden duck. Did manage to take that one catch, but he hasn't done a lot else yet.
And looking at where his bowling position as his test career has gone on, it probably doesn't make for the best reading, where in his first few tests he was coming on number 3 or 4, so first or second change, and then slowly that slipped to the 5th bowler. Now for the second time, if he does get bowled soon, he'll be the 6th bowler.
Yeah, he started off pretty well with the ball. He hasn't taken a lot of wickets of late. He had that very good series against Sri Lanka, where he got the ball to nip off the pitch both ways, and he got quite a few wickets. People saying he's a bowling all-rounder. He still sees himself as a batting all-rounder, but at the international level, we're yet to really see him hit those straps with the bat. He doesn't have a Test match 50 yet. I think his highest is still in the 30s.
I'll have a look at that. But you're right, to say at the international level, because still domestically he seems to be scoring lots of runs and taking quite a few wickets. He broke Vernon Philander's record. I mean, it's a very specific record for the youngest South African domestic player to have both 100 and a 7-fer, and he managed to do that at 20 or 21, just pipping Vernon Philander. As play looks like it's back underway after the drinks break here at Kingsmead, and we see Simon Harmer bowling around the wicket. This one played into the onside, doesn't make it further than Temba Bavuma, who's at just on the square, shortish mid-wicket.
Yeah, we also see some sunshine in Durban, so good to see. We've had quite a lot of sunshine. I don't remember a test match with as much sunshine at Kingsmead as this one.
Harmer continues this one a little bit full, a little bit straight, and just played off the pads as they jog through for quite an easy single there.
Yeah, maybe the people are out to the beach making use of the sunshine while they still have it. There was quite some rain leading up to the test match, not the last couple of days, but I remember the previous week watching a bit of a rugby match Sharks were playing, and there was some torrential downpour.
Making the European teams feel a little bit more at home with that amount of rain. As now we get to see how Joy is going to approach Simon Harmer after taking him apart a little bit in that last over. Harmer's bowling right arm over the wicket, and Joy does come down the crease, but this one he doesn't swing all the way through. It just sort of stops on it, lets it dribble towards long on, and they'll go through for a single there.
Just a bit of a punch. But Joy in particular has looked to be very positive against Harmer. He's been using the crease well, coming down the wicket, going deep in his crease. really looking to take the attack to Harmer, hit him off his length.
A little bit of time between deliveries. We've got a short catching square leg, a leg slip, and a regular slip all around the batsman at the moment as Harmer does continue. This one a little bit shorter, and the batsman just gets on the back foot, plays it towards that mid-wicket boundary, and it's going to hit that rope, and that's 4 now.
Yeah, he whipped that one comfortably to the boundary that Liston does. Just rocked back just slightly too short from Harmer, and he wasted no time in getting back, using his wrists, and just hitting it out to the vacant mid-wicket region. There is a fielder out at a deep backward square leg, but he didn't have the time to run around to cut that one off.
I think Bangladesh found themselves another player who might be playing for them for a very long time. They're a team that backs their players, and Joy's really putting a stamp on this test career so far. This one full and a bit of a thick inside edge, which dribbles out to square leg. Dwan Olafia does the fielding, and they go through for another single.
Yeah, Joy has been very impressive. As you say, he's getting up. He's just sneaking up on that record. He's faced 183 balls now for his 64. Litton does on 26 of 45. The score is up to 149 for 5 after, or 150 for 5 after 63.5 overs.
Harmer in again. This one beats the inside edge of the batsman, turns a little bit more than he was anticipating, hits that pad, but no appeal or anything as he practices the sweep afterwards, saying probably should have been the shot that I played there.
Yeah, it's a shot that we haven't seen a lot of in this test match. I know it's something that Mushfiqur Rahim does enjoy, and he did get that one boundary after sweep shot, but he didn't stay long enough for us to really see his full range. But they haven't implemented the sweep a lot. A shot that's really tends to be very effective against the spin bowlers if you do use it well.
Something that one of our co-commentators, Anis, hates to see the South Africans doing. He believes that the sweep does more harm than good. But I think that's based on you just remember every time a South African's gone out to a sweep and try to forget the boundaries and other runs that have come off it. As Keshav Maharaj is driven through the covers, this one is picked up by Dwan Olafia, who's sweeping there, coming round from long off, and he may have done himself a bit of a mischief. He had a slide there and now looks to be in a bit of pain, but one that, bit of pain that he might be jogging off. We'll see if he goes off anytime soon.
Yeah, his right knee just dug into the turf a little bit. This one was well played by Litton. It was on middle stump. He gave himself a bit of room to hit that one out wide off, mid off.
As we see the slow motion, and his right knee did really dig into the dirt there, and he got stuck there. This is defended into the covers for no run. We've seen players lose careers to that. I think Simon Jones was a man who did that during the Ashes and didn't play much after that. We saw Lungi Ngidi do it against Sri Lanka in a T20 and be out for a good long time. As Keshav Maharaj continues around the wicket into the right-hander, gets on the back foot, plays this into the covers for no run.
Yeah, Keshav's still keeping things tight here. He hasn't quite picked up that wicket just yet, but he's doing everything he can to ensure that he will get the wickets. We see a man at short leg, at silly point, and at slip as he runs in again around the wicket.
This just defended back up the pitch to Keshav Maharaj. We got an update earlier on Lazard Williams, who has a skin irritation that's been aggravated by his playing shirt. And so David was right when he thought that they'd cut his shirt open. They actually did cut his shirt open from the seam to his left armpit to avoid chafing, as this is defended back up the pitch. But if he carries on playing with a cut, that may be a bit bizarre. I'm sure lots of cricket purists, as they'll call themselves, will have something to say about that.
Yeah, he himself probably won't mind it too much. It does look like that type of guy. We wouldn't mind a ripped shirt showing his passion for the game. This one is just angled into middle stump, defended out into the offside for no run, and that's also the end of the 65th over. Bangladesh are 151 for 5, and I will be replaced by Coach Dave.
So Joy 64 runs at the end of that over. He's closing in on other records. The highest ever score by a Bangladesh batsman against South Africa in a test is just 77 by Mominul Haq in Potchefstroom in 2017. So he could be the first Bangladesh player to score 100 against South Africa. Don't want to put the mockers on him too early, but he's looked very positive.
Jeez, talk about a commentator's curse there, Chris. I mean, give the guy a break. Let him just get over 50. But nevertheless, he stands in a position where he could certainly put that 151 for 5. And Chris, you'll call the balls if that's okay with you.
Yeah, happy to do that.
I brought my crayons. I'm happy to color in.
It does look like the crowd at Kingsmead's filling up quite a bit more, and it also looks like they have something that Centurion and Wanderers didn't. Alcohol in the stands there, as this one's played off the pads of Littendas past Vion Mulder, who's fielding at square leg, picked up by the sweeper on the onside, and they'll probably go through for just a single there.
Yeah, it's good to see the fans out there supporting the national side. They've been starved of cricket, have cricketing fans. Good to see they're coming out in their numbers. And it may be sparsely populated, but nevertheless, good to see somebody in.
Harmer into Joy, who comes down the crease but doesn't get it further than the bowler, who has a bit of a shot. Well, he holds onto it, but he balks Joy, gets him running back to his crease. A little bit of a contest between these two that I'm really enjoying. As Harmer continues in again to Joy, this one gets him on the back foot, and he just plays it to the man under the helmet at a catching square leg.
I'd love to see Simon Harmer bowl quicker between his deliveries. Maybe look to rush Mamadullah Hassan Joy.
Yeah, a man who uses all the weapons available to a spinner does Simon Harmer. He'll change the speed of his overs. He really likes to bowl the odd floaty one that gets above the eye line, as this one's fuller, but Joy is still on the back foot, defends it back up the crease, and again, no run there.
Not a happy bounce there from Mamadullah Hassan Joy. It was a standard delivery from Harmer, but it just flattened out off the surface there.
We've seen a little bit of that very first wicket that Harmer got, where it didn't get much above ankle height, and bowled Bangladesh opener as Harmer continues right arm over into Joy. This one gets thick inside edge, just beats the man at short, catching square leg. That's Sal Ervia. And yeah, a little bit of a half chance as he covers his eyes with his helmet briefly. We'll have to see the replay and see exactly how close he was there. But
tough chance. It was a massive push there from Mamadullah Hassan Joy. And the problem was that Arvia went to his left-hand side because presuming that the ball would go there. In the end, it went the opposite direction.
Harmer in again. This one turns a lot, but Joy gets on the back foot, cuts it to the man at point. And I think they'll go through for a single there. Lazard Williams wearing, it's difficult to figure out exactly what's going on with his sleeve because it looks like it's a functional sleeve now, but we heard about
maybe he got a new shirt.
Skin irritation that he is experiencing. Yeah, maybe something made from a more forgiving material. But yeah, what a terrible time to find out you're allergic to something. Test whites.
Yeah. worst time on your
debut.
Only
one way to find out is to go play, and that is the case. Yeah, so both Lazard Williams and Ryan Rickleton on debut for South Africa. Ryan Rickleton, the 8th Test player called Ryan. Unsurprisingly, Lazard Williams, the first Test player to be called Lazard.
Are you saying for South Africa?
No, for any Test nation. There's only been one South African Ryan before this.
Yes.
Can you name him?
Oh, you're going to have to come back to me on that one.
Bowling all-rounder is...
Oh, Ryan McLaren.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, this one looks like Keshav Maharaj got the outside... What? Okay, I'm going to wait for the replay.
Call the ball.
Let Dave describe that one for me.
Right, so he's bowled it. It's turned away from the right-handed Littendas, and there was a shot from Verena, I think in duplicity, one for the possibility of a stumping, and before that, the outside edge. And so South Africa have gone upstairs for that one. They seemed very convinced, did the South Africans. It turned a lot, and finally, a bit of spin on offer from Maharaj.
Yeah, going to be watching this. So it's the left arm finger spin of Keshav Maharaj. It pitched on middle, turned pretty prodigiously.
Yeah,
it looks like it might have got that outside edge. We're going to need to go to Snicko, but yeah, appeal for call behind and the stumping. I think his back foot was safe as we see the balls past the bat, and it doesn't look like there's
daylight there, mate.
On it. Yeah,
daylight. Good call by Adrian Holtstock.
And I imagine they'll have a look at the stumping as well, but I think that is even less likely than the caught behind.
But a good shot from the South Africans. They're just maybe surprised by the amount of turn that Keshav Maharaj got in that delivery. Certainly something on offer for him there. And a good call. In the end, not out. South Africa lose a review. And now Bangladesh will feel a little bit more comfortable. with the fact that the South Africans have one less opportunity to overturn an umpiring decision.
But those still feel like half chances. They do put a little bit more pressure on the batsman at the crease. Keshav Maharaj will continue.
Calvarena seemed certain when he went up, and that's why everybody else was.
It's unlike South African wicketkeepers to be so sure of a wicket and force a review.
Well, Werner's suggesting that he may have hit his own boot.
As this one strays a little bit down leg, hits the pad of the batsman, sprays into the onside, and they go through for a pretty quick single. No run there. Oh, one run there, rather.
Leg buys. 153 for 5. And an interesting Maharaj over. Just the first review that has gone against those who have sought it. So 2 for South Africa remaining, and the full quota for the Bangladeshis. But if you're thinking a little bit more full quota, go check out our podcast on our YouTube channel, One World Sports Radio. Tweet us at One World SR. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to know from you what your thoughts are around this game at One World SR. If you're at the game, give us a wave. We might see you.
This one by Keshav Maharaj, a little bit straight, so sort of pitching on between middle and leg, defended back up the pitch by Mahmudul Hassan Joy.
South Africa employing a silly point and a forward short leg. Keegan Peterson and Sarel Advia with Mulder in the slip calling.
This one, Joy does get down on one leg, goes for the sweep, but goes just over the man, fielding at square leg. Lazard Williams was chasing it over his own head, and so Joy survives at least one more delivery.
He is wearing his torn shirt, just for anybody who was following along with us at home. He is wearing his torn shirt. It's just because he's got a second skin, those form-fitting items of clothing, just to avoid that contact with his skin. You just see there as he collects that one, it flaps it away. You can see it flapping in the wind. Maharaj in again.
This one, again, pitches, it's full delivery, pitching between leg and middle, just played towards mid-wicket, and just no run there.
Well managed there. He just managed to push it, blunt it into the wicket to try and negate any spin. It was an attempted sweep that forced Lazard Williams to turn and go. Maybe a little bit extra energy, and he would have gotten there in the end.
His final delivery, just pitching on middle, defended back up the crease for no run by Liton Das.
Yeah, good over there by Keshav Maharaj. 29 from 50 is Liton Das. Mahmudullah Hassan Joy, 65 from 196, and he's gone past that record, Chris.
Yeah, will be most likely the first Bangladesh player to now face 200 deliveries in a test against South Africa.
Watch, he's going to get out on 199 deliveries. I'm saying it, and it's your fault, by the way.
The Dean Elgar. Although, Dean Elgar's highest test score, 199. I'm sure he's faced far more deliveries than that.
Temba and hundreds. This partnership now is worth 53 from 97 deliveries. Liton Das has offered 29, and Mahmudullah Hassan Joy the remainder. Maharaj will be partnered once again with Harmer, who goes now.
This one strays down leg quite a bit more than Harmer probably was aiming for. It also didn't get up very high, just into the pads of Mahmudul Hassan Joy, and there's no run there.
It was one that if you were a crowd fan or fan in the crowd, you may have appealed for it, but not really under pressure was Joy.
Joy again happy to come down the crease. This one just driven to the man at mid-off, and there's no run there. You're talking about Temba Bavuma in 90s. I think 4 years and 1 day between his 2 test 90s, at 95 against Australia and now the 93 against Bangladesh.
It's over 2,000 days with his test match.
This one turns a little bit too much, falls down leg, beats the leg slip, and it's running towards that fine leg boundary. It will be stopped by Dwan Olafia before it gets there, but I think they've gone through for 2 in the end.
Yeah, leg buys signaled there by umpire Maria Rasmus. That one wrong-footed Vian Mulder, who was not unlike his colleague Sarel Ervia, wrong-footed, went to his left, the ball went to the right, but that did just turn ever so much, and ever so much more than was expected.
Harmer in again to Joy. This one turns quite a lot, but it's played just out of his shadow there for no run. There's a shot at the stumps. Well, it hits the stumps.
Nearly through the gap, though, as well, Chris. He came down the wicket. There was a gap between bat and pad, just catching the inside edge onto that front pad. Oh, boy, that so nearly could have been Harmer's Pfeiffer. The ball is turning here. Maybe some assistance from the cracks, but pressure on him now.
And this one's a little bit fuller, but Joy is still happy to get on the back foot, plays that towards a short mid wicket, and there's no run there. Yeah, Joy definitely trying to negate some of the bounce for the most part, really, some of the turn, really coming down the crease to a lot of those shorter deliveries, and then happy to go back to the fuller ones. The ball not bouncing very high from the end that Harmer's bowling, as this one's quite a wideish one, turning into Joy, and he just defends that back up the crease for no run.
Yeah, it's an interesting modus operandi from Simon Harmer, because he's bowling a lot slower. I mean, 83 Ks now is a lot slower than perhaps you might expect from him, but certainly using the surface to his benefit, because he's bowling that pace that he'll just want to control the bounce, not offering anything in terms of pace onto the ball, as well as the bounce dying out the wicket and the ball turning prodigiously. Joy has really come into the side, Chris, and not involved in the one-day series in terms of opening the batting at the very least, but 65 from 202 deliveries, and he struggled to find a partner at the other end as Maharaj begins a new over.
This one just played into the onside by Litton Das for no run.
And how important is that when somebody who's not a part of one sort of planning comes into a side and is able to contribute? We think of guys that in the past that were one format type players.
This one beats the outside edge of Litton Das into the gloves of Kyle Verreynne. He nods to Keshav Maharaj, saying, good delivery. And yeah, dot delivery that puts a little bit of pressure on the batsman, because he did not read that one at all.
Well, we think of a guy like David Warner, who started his career playing T20s for Australia.
Before playing any domestic professional cricket, made his way into the Australian side, and now, yeah, one of the greats across all three formats. Litton Das defends his back up the crease to Keshav Maharaj.
He's really just come along in his career, surprising everyone, but excellent stuff from him to get to where he is. And we'd love to see a little bit more of Joy in all the formats for Bangladesh.
This one, a little bit floaty from Keshav Maharaj, and at the pads of Litton Das, he plays it to Saril Ervij, catching square leg, or catching short leg, and there's no run there. I'm not going to question Bangladesh's ODI selection policies. They managed to have a pretty successful series with most of their batsmen firing at the top of the order. But yeah, Joy playing a very good test innings, but also seems to have those aggressive strokes that'll translate to the shorter game.
Yeah, one wonders whether or not this partnership, this 50 partnership from these two batters will play a role in this game, because it could have been snuffed out a lot earlier, Chris.
Yeah, there have been a couple of half chances that Dean Elgar shelled a catch that, I mean, he'll be more disappointed than anyone. That's just another dot delivery defended back up to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with himself, and it always is an interesting one to hear how drop catches play the role. Goodness me, that landed, turned, and died, but a good take by Kyle Verreynne right above his bootlaces, and that is the end of Maharaj's 25th over. Bangladesh 156 for 5, and they trail 211. Goodness me, Chris, that turned square.
And also didn't get very high at all. Not more than about half a foot off the ground when Kyle Verreynne took it. So we're seeing that inconsistent bounce at both ends. You don't want to be the team batting last on this pitch.
No, not at all. And such an important thing for wicket keepers that are young and maybe listening. They are always reminded by their coaches to stay low as long as possible, because that's sometimes what happens. If the ball doesn't come up, you might find yourself having to drop down immediately. And in this instance, good work by Kyle Verreynne. He's of the mold of batters first, then keeper second, but certainly proving his value here. With a guy like Ryan Rickleton in the side, they'll know that they have alternate keeping options if he is not up to standard, but he's really been good.
Someone who's not quite in the same conversation, but Keegan Peterson has been known to take the gloves over now and again.
Domestic cricket.
Simon Harmer defended back up the crease by Joy. No run there.
I think with so much turn on offer, I wouldn't mind seeing another man under the helmet in front of Joy. I know he's got 65, but I just want a little bit more from the South Africans. Maybe somebody a little bit closer on the offside.
Harmer right arm over into Joy. This one a foolish delivery that's just defended back up the crease again for no run.
I think, if you're going to ask somebody to be able to change the game and maybe force things, they're going to have to hit against the spin. And this is exactly what happens as it is hit out into the covers. Maharaj is going to be the one to do the collection work just inside the boundary. And in the end, confident running from those two.
Yeah, a wider, floatier one there that really enticed the shot.
That's why I want the man there.
Joy.
That's why I want the man there. If I'm Dean Agar, maybe I'm looking for, excuse me, a little bit more of an attacking field, particularly on that offside. Let him float that one outside the off stump and let him hit me against the spin into my hands.
This one's straighter from Simon Harmer. The batsman gets down on one leg, pulls out the sweep, doesn't quite get all of it, so it dribbles towards Don Olivier, who's fielding at square leg.
I thought he hit it into the man at forward short leg, Sarel Advia. I think that's maybe what had happened.
Slowed it down along the way.
Or maybe just a mistimed shot. But 54% of his deliveries from Simon Harmer to Mamadou Hassan Joy in this innings have been in that fullish length, so not afraid to float it up there are the South African spinners.
As he's in again, this one just defended to Sarel Advia for no run by Lytton Das.
That was well negotiated by Lytton Das. That ball drifted away from the right-hander and then turning in. Goodness me, that so nearly could have been embarrassing if it had gone through his legs onto the stumps, but wonderfully negotiated by the experienced Lytton Das. Oh, he just pulls out there, says there's somebody walking behind the
side
score.
Screen issues for not the first time in this test match. That was a real fiasco at the beginning of the first day where we lost half an hour's play to a malfunctioning side screen, but Simon Harmer does continue coming in quite wide, right on over there's the inside edge. It's strangled down leg. Kyle Verreynne takes a catch, and it's been reviewed immediately. But Lytton Das doesn't look too sure. I don't know. The South Africans were pretty convinced that was out. We're going to go have a look upstairs.
To be fair, I'm worried about Kyle Verreynne because he thought that there was something else that was worth reviewing, and South Africa found to be wanting. But this time, Murray Rasmus does side with his countrymen and gives that delivery out. So we're going to have to go upstairs and see what it is that they're offering. Will the third umpire. But Chris, talk us through this one as it just pitches on middle and leg and keeps going.
Yeah, so it was running down leg, and I think it's just hit the left thigh of Lytton Das on the way through to Kyle Verreynne, who picked it up on the leg side. And
so I told you,
it almost wasn't an appeal from Kyle Verreynne. It was just a celebration from him and Sarel Advia.
Selling
and did a very good job of selling it to Murray Erasmus, but it is 2022 and we have reviews, and I think Lytton Das is probably going to survive and South Africa probably going to lose another review.
Yeah, it's shameful. Oh, rather, it wasn't. It was a Bangladesh review because he was given out, remember?
Yeah, correct.
So in the end, a bit of fortune there, and Harmer doesn't get his 5. The South Africans maybe doing well to employ their business school sales techniques there to Murray Erasmus, and Murray Erasmus was caught hook, line, and sinker. Nevertheless, there is clear flat line as it passes the bat, and so not out. And another life for the Bangladeshis. It's strange to think that Chris, in an era gone by, that would have been given out and that would have been the end of him because of not a menacing decision, but certainly one that wasn't favorable to the batter.
Yeah, that's the most frustrating thing about watching cricket highlights from 20 years ago is all the howlers that just have to remain decisions on the field.
Yeah, how's that not out, or how is that out is often the statement that fans used to make back in the day when we were watching the Australians rip South Africa apart, or Australians rip everyone apart, really, or India really just dominating home conditions.
Lytton Das has survived. He drives the next delivery from Maharaj back to the bowler for no run, or Joy, rather.
Right, all joy, no sorrow for Bangladesh at the moment, but 3 men catching around the bat.
And this one again, driven by Joy, but doesn't make it past the fielder at mid-off. And
sharp bit of fielding from South Africa's captain.
Joy on 68
himself.
Off 206 deliveries, Bangladesh 159 for 5.
Yeah, like Temba, I think he deserves a 3-figure score here.
As this one strays a little bit down leg, it's played towards mid-wicket by Mamadou Joy, and they go through for a single. So Das will be on strike for the next. He's sitting there on 29 after surviving that final delivery of Harmer's over.
Yeah, all the Kingsmead locals selling it there, barring Carl Verena, that of Keegan Peterson, and the man under the helmet, Sorrel Ervia.
Oh, this one just goes the other way. Not read at all by the batsman there, Keshav Maharaj, just because he's bowling his left arm finger spin. Normally will turn away from the right-handed batsman. That one did the opposite, and Litton does. Yeah, not quite reading that, but no chance of that being out either.
Yeah, it was the arm delivery and just going on with the direction there. Loud shout from the South Africans.
But thick inside edge onto the pads.
Yeah, it's the only thing that saved him there. Otherwise, I think South Africa would have certainly looked at it again.
Maharaj, and again, similar delivery, but this time Litton Das gets on the back foot, plays it out to mid-wicket, and they go through for a single.
161 for 5 now. Das is now on 30 and looking comfortable at the wicket. But Chris, it's going to get more and more challenging to bat on as this game goes on, specifically with the fact that there is a threat of rain later today.
This one just defended back up the pitch by Mohamed Joy. No run there.
How good would it be to see a Keshav Maharaj 9 for? He picked up 9 for in that
Sri Lankan series.
The Sri Lankan series,
Yeah.
but he also picked up some runs in the domestic stuff. 9 for at Kingsmead. Was it the final? We'll just have to let you know at some point. I'm not sure. The 4-day domestic final that we saw, that was kind of a strange one, but he's in again now.
This one, again, just defended by Mohamed Joy, and no run there. So after that over, Bangladesh remain 161 for 5. Joy is there sitting on 69. Litton Das will face for the first delivery of the next over. He's on 30, and the deficit now 201, or 206 rather, with 367 the South Africans total in the first innings.
Some fans enjoying some nourishments, and good to see that as well, enjoying themselves.
Simon Harmer right arm over into Litton Das, who takes a page out of Mohamed Joy's book, marches down the crease, but doesn't hit it further than the man at mid-wicket. And so there's no run there.
Yeah, 50 miles an hour there. So
80 Ks.
80 Ks, yes.
That's one of the easy ones to convert in my head for the most part. Those conversions don't come as naturally. Again, this one quite straight from Simon Harmer. Litton Das plays it off his pads, but it's picked up by Sorrel Ervia at that catching short leg.
1 hand run bounce. Come on, Chris, employ it.
One of my friends who'd only ever played garden cricket watched cricket for the first time with us at the ground and was surprised that someone wasn't out when it was 1 hand, 1 bounce. As once again, very similar delivery, very similar result. Played to Sorrel Ervia, that short catching square. Yeah, catching short leg. No run there. 55 miles an hour.
Yeah, much quicker.
There.
Much quicker from the right arm off spinner.
4th delivery from Simon Harmer. Just played off the pads of Litton Das. He thinks about a single, but it's very quickly turned away by his batting partner, Mohamed Joy, and there's no run there as it hits the fielder at a short square leg, between fine leg and square leg there.
Yeah, 83 Ks that time, so variation of pace used here by Simon Harmer, not allowing Das to settle.
Penultimate delivery floats up a little bit more, just played off the pads of Litton Das, picked up by Sorrel Ervia, and no run there. 76 Ks an hour, just that one. We'll give you live speed updates for all these deliveries, as it is a weapon that Simon Harmer seems to be using. Final delivery of his 27th over turns a little bit too much. It would have been a wide in a white ball game, but we're playing the white clothing stuff. And so that's the final delivery of the over, picked up by Calvarena down leg. No run.
Bangladesh. Yeah,
161
trailing 206. Joy on 69 from 210. Litton Das on 30 from 68 deliveries. Simon Harmer 4 for 69 in his 27 overs. Just the 1 wicket to fall this morning, Chris. And it was one that could have been 2 because of that drop catch by the South African captain, Dean Elgo. It was a regulation take at first slip and bobbled out and dropped. But a second new ball is available soon. The new ball will be available soon, as the great Richie Benner, the late great doyen of Australian cricket, we used to say. And South Africa, would they take it, Chris, as they start a new over with Maharaj?
I guess it might depend a lot on how the next 8 overs go, as this one just played out towards third man and they go through for a quick single. Score moves on to 162 for 5. And Joy moves on to 70. Litton Das will take strike. He's sitting on 30.
I'm going to ask Vanna here if he thinks they need a new ball. Would they take the new ball, Vanna? What do you think? Thumbs up, thumbs down? He's thinking thumbs up. So Olivier and Lazard Williams likely to take the new ball, according to Vanna, skipper.
This one, quite full, driven half-heartedly, beats the first field in the covers, picked up by the second, so no run for Lytton Das.
And the fielding was half-hearted as well. He kind of just stumbled towards it and let Bavuma do the cleanup work, did South Africa's captain. Maharaj. That ball turned a lot earlier in the over. Everyone just going on straight with the arm and just defended without a run on offer. 162 for 5. And a little bit more consistent in pace here from Maharaj.
Partnership up to 60 runs now. That's will hearten the the Bangladeshi supporters rather, as Maharaj comes in again. Little more aggressive batting there from Lytton Das, who gets on the back foot, cuts it, and Temba Bavuma chases it towards the point boundary, manages to pick it up just before it hits the padding, and I think they've gone through for 3 in the end there.
Applauding the work there of South Africa's one-day captain, Temba Bavuma, are the crowd there at Kingsmead, bathed in sunshine, morning sunshine, not quite afternoon just yet, but it's been a good effort from the South Africans so far. But it's been equally as good from the Bangladeshis. They've been keeping things quiet, have the South Africans, but Bangladeshis not allowing themselves to be squashed or bogged down in any way by this spin twin pairing.
Yeah, maybe that's another reason to take the new ballers, give these spinners a break. They've been bowling a huge amount of overs, as this one's wide from Keshav Maharaj. No reason for Mamadou Joy to play at that. Goes through to Kyle Verreynne for another dot.
My problem, Chris, is that it's been one where they've not used Viermold. It baffles my mind.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a match where Viermold hasn't bowled at all. So if he were to come on now, he'd be the 6th bowler in this lineup, which is probably not what he thought his role was at the beginning of the game, as it's another dot off the last delivery. So Bangladesh 165 for 5, trailing by 202 now.
Particularly when he would have wanted to have made recompense after the first ball duck. So
he's taken a good catch. That's been his contribution so far. Yeah, it happened twice in that South African innings where there were 2 wickets from consecutive deliveries.
Yeah, this game, I mean, Chris, it is a glorious day at Kingsmead, Hollywood Bet Kingsmead. But we know that the weather can change very quickly at the coast. You spend some time down in Cape Town, and you'll know, I'm sure, that you go out in the morning and you think this is going to be a splendid day, and then 10 minutes before lunch, things have gone awry.
I think the best way to offend both Durbanites and Cape Townians is to compare the two, but you are right with part of that. Definitely take a raincoat no matter how sunny it is when you leave the house, as Simon Harmer's into Lytton Das. This one played off his pads out towards square leg, and they pick up a single. Score moves on to 166 for 5. The deficit now just 201.
Yeah, just 201, but it's still a long way away. 5 wickets down, but they've been resilient, have the Bangladesh batters.
Harmer into Joy, comes down the crease. This one bounces just off the ground before it's picked up by the bowler, Simon Harmer, for a dot delivery. But fantastic contest between these two. Joy really has taken the attack to Harmer and vice versa. 3rd delivery of the 28th over. Harmer right arm over to the right-handed Mamadou Joy. It turns quite a lot, but he plays it towards Sarel Ovies there at that short catching square leg.
Joy is on 70 from 215 deliveries. It's been an innings that he will certainly be proud of, no matter whether or not he gets the 3 figures here.
This one defended into the onside. No run there. Joy remains on 70.
I want to say mammoth innings, but it's not that. I'm thinking of an adjective for time rather than magnitude.
A tortoise-like. It's gone not quite as slowly as a tortoise, but they are long-living animals. As Joy gets down on one leg, sweeps this to the man at square leg, and that's another dot delivery. Bangladesh remain 166 for 5.
Determined innings. Maybe that's a better word for it. He's been determined in how he's applied himself. Not the greatest strike rate, but it doesn't matter when you got runs on the board.
Final delivery of Harmer's 28th. This one a little bit quicker, played into the onside again. Maybe a thick inside edge. Dave was excited by that delivery out 94 k's an hour, quite a bit quicker than his stock ball in this inning, Simon Harmer.
Absolutely. And you're listening to live ball-by-ball commentary of day 3 of the first test between South Africa and Bangladesh. And this is all brought to you by 947.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
Yeah, it is a glorious day here at Hollywood Bets Kingsmead. The lights are on, Chris. Surely not. With the blue sky,
Right.
The lights should not be on.
Just warming them up for later, I guess.
I'm dumbstruck. I'm absolutely dumbstruck as to why the lights are on. Maybe somebody forgot to turn them off. But nevertheless, there is a small delay in play here as the Bangladesh batters are able to readjust their protective gear. Maybe change out a pair of gloves and get a towel to wipe away the sweat. I mean, we're not that far from lunch, Chris, and you would think the umpires would be keen to get a move on with things and not delay. As we see Mohamedul Hassan Joy just adjusting his leg guard straps.
Now the seventh
straps.
Bangladesh batsman to get to 70 against South Africa, but none of them have ever managed to get to 80. Bit of a sticking point. There have been 7 different players out in the 6 players out in the 70s, and Mohamedul Joy will be looking to avoid becoming the 7th player to be out in the 70s against South Africa.
Who's the highest scorer?
Mominul Haq, 77 is the highest score by a Bangladesh player against South Africa.
Is that home for South Africa? Or
That's
away?
anyway, but that's Potchefstroom that happened. But
Yes,
that's
2018?
home and away. 2017.
2017,
Yeah.
Sinvest Park. Right. Maharaj will continue to start his 28th.
It's bowling left arm around the wicket into the right-handed batsman. This one just played off his pads as they go through for a quick single. Cyril Evia gives chase. And
Just a reminder that Lytton Das was dropped on 16. 16,
so
he's
19
nearly
runs,
doubled it.
That's cost, more than doubled it now. He's on to 35. It's cost the South Africans 19 additional runs.
Yeah, frustrating for them. And nobody would be more aware of that. Well, South Africa's captain. But a slip in place, forward short leg, silly point, catching cover, catching mid-wicket, covers, and a mid-on and mid-off.
Keshav Maharaj into Joy, defended to Cyril Evia again, who's under the helmet there on the onside. There's no run there. So we've got a slip. We've got a catchy man on the offside, catchy man on the leg side. A very short mid-wicket. We've got quite a close cover. And then quite a few other men on the ring. There's a second cover on the ring. There's a mid-off. There's a mid-on. As Keshav Maharaj continues. A little bit wider here. Mohamedul Joy gets on the back foot, cuts that towards the point boundary, and as fast a run as Temba Bavuma has proven to be throughout this match, he had no chance of catching that, and so just jogs to pick it up after it hits the ropes. That's 4.
And Bangladesh now trail fewer than 200 runs. It was one that was almost inevitable, Chris. There was a suggestion that perhaps the man at mid-wicket could go to that backward point region, and that's exactly where the ball has gone, so proven right in the end. Justified, fully justified.
Mohamedul Joy moving on to 74 now, just 3 runs short of the Bangladesh record against South Africa. As Maharaj continues, this one just pitches on leg stump, full delivery, defended back up the pitch for no run.
Yeah, he's so near to that record, and if you're a Bangladesh fan, you'll want to close
this one,
your ears.
again, it's wide. Again, Joy gets on the back foot. This one hits the rope very quickly. He moves on to 78 and does now have the record for the highest score by a Bangladesh player against South Africa in a test, home or away. And I guess the next target's the 3 figures for him. He's 22 short of that.
Yeah, coming off double Nelson, their 2-2 deliveries, short and wide, good bit of transfer of weight onto that back foot and hammered it away. And all that Keegan Peterson, that silly point, could do was just remove his feet from the situation to avoid an ankle bashing.
Yeah, sometimes that can be dangerous where those close-up fielders turn around and the helmet's more designed to protect your face than the back of your head. Obviously, they do have those little clips at the back now, but you're far safer just facing the ball coming straight at your head than
I think
turning
it's to
around.
prevent, other parts of your body getting hammered, particularly bones and soft bits. But end of Maharaj's 28th, he's still not picked up a wicket, but he's only conceded 47 runs. And at the end of that over, Bangladesh 175 for 5. They trail by 192, and we're just 5 overs away from a new ball.
Should South Africa want to take it. But you'd imagine they they would. If they can, especially if they can get it a couple of overs with it before lunch, then you get a few bites at that cherry. New ball just before lunch, just after lunch. Simon Harmer in this one, real floaty delivery. There's an LBW appeal, but that's very ambitious from Kyle Verreynne. I think that was going well down leg. No run there. So Litzendas survives.
The DRS time is going to run out there. No stress.
Deficit 192 at the moment. Litzendas is there on 35. Harmer in again to Das, who comes down the wicket, has a bit of a swing, beats the man in mid-wicket, and that looks like it's going to run away for another boundary. Bangladesh move on to 179. They've been batting pretty quickly now of these last 2 overs. That's now the 18th four of the innings to go along with those 3 sixes.
Tremendous use of the feet there by Litzendas, just coming down the wicket and making use of that vacant land there at mid-wicket. And it beat Temba Bavuma, who was there, but wide to his right-hand side. So no real stress for Litzendas in terms of putting himself in pressure. Lovely shot from him.
Harmer in again. Litzendas quite aggressive here, but not quite as aggressive as the previous delivery. Just gets a big front foot step in, turns it off those pads towards the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run there. He's on 39, Bangladesh 179.
Harmer's 4 for 74 from his 28.3 overs. He'll be looking once again to continue with the fifth option there. That one that just turned into the pads of Litzendas, and it's gone to Vian Mulder at about knee-high to a grasshopper, and that could have been a chance. Is it a chance, Chris? Is it a chance that's been
My first
dropped?
instinct was, yes, that is a drop, but I'm happy to watch the replay. It did come in very low and very fast. It dropped just short of him. If his starting position was a lot lower,
Senior player Mulder,
might have been able to take it. But yeah, maybe a half chance. I won't call it a drop, as this played into the onside by Litzendas for no run.
Can you kind of describe a half chance as one that should have been caught but wasn't, and then a drop chance is obviously one that's gone in and gone out?
Yeah, if he had a different position, he might have had a chance there, but the way he was standing, I don't think anyone could have got in there quickly enough. As this one is, we're going to wait to see if Marais Erasmus raises that finger. I don't think he has.
Yeah, I think he's
South
giving him
Africans
out
are
there.
Celebrating to the point that it doesn't even look in doubt, and that will be Harmer's 5 for if this isn't overturned, as Litzendas is
He just
chatting
popped
to his
up
teammate. I
off the
think they have
pad
gone
there,
upstairs.
and Sarul Erve, they're going upstairs. Are Bangladesh, and they are celebrating the South Africans. They feel like they've got this one in the bag. I suspect, Chris, that it may have just popped up off the glove onto the pad, and a great catch in the air by Erve. Sometimes you can get stuck in the mud as the man under the helmet, but a great one there for South Africa if they do manage to pick it up. Just having a look at this one, front on, well-flighted delivery, just turning and bouncing, coming off the pads.
Got anything. I think
Marais
just
Erasmus.
pads.
Marais Erasmus. This is 2 from 2 from Marais. He's
But
costing South Africa here.
He didn't even stick his finger up at any point.
He nodded though. He nodded. That's for me. That's why the Bangladeshis have reviewed.
No inside edge on that. That's
Clear
pad
daylight
and
once
nothing
again.
else. It's gonna miss everything on the way up as well. And well taken, but it's a catch. But it's not a catch that leads to a wicket because no bat involved, no pad, no gloves involved.
Yeah,
and
just popped up off the pad.
And going down leg as well. Obviously, they'll look at everything, but I can't imagine that's an LBW either. Turned quite a bit too much.
Not likely. So it would be missing the leg stump, and by quite a lot. And so it is a review lost by the South Africans, and not out there. So he didn't actually give him out. My apologies. South Africa lose another review. They were certain of it. And Kyle Verreynne, mate, as wicketkeeper, that responsibility is on you.
But all the South Africans seem so sure there. Again, it's less of an appeal and more just a celebration.
Sales technique,
which is
Chris.
quite
They've
embarrassing.
got the sales technique.
When it ends up not being a wicket. Keshav Maharaj bowling into Mahmudul Hassan Joy. This one just to Sarul Erve is fielding under the helmet on the onside. Throws it back at the wickets. No run.
179 for 5. Joy is on 78 from 224 with Litzendas on 39 from 79. And Bangladesh now trailed by 188. Marais Erasmus not giving South Africa what they want.
Mamadul Hassan Joy just drives us back to Keshav Maharaj for no run as Bangladesh close in on the halfway mark. They've got 179 runs, the deficit 188.
Right. An opportunity, an opportunity, an opportunity. And that's where Bangladesh will need to fix things.
This defended again back up the pitch by Mamadul Hassan Joy to Keshav Maharaj, no run again.
Why I say that is because you don't want to give the South Africans any opportunities, or maybe you do and let them throw out all their reviews early on so that you can make the most of it. But now an opportunity for them to keep pushing on here.
This one right in at the leg stump of Mamadul Hassan Joy. He gets a big front step in and defends it again, no run. Yeah, the one place where Bangladesh are undoubtedly leading is in reviews so
3-1.
far this innings. Yeah.
Good score for football if that was the case.
This one, a little bit wider than the previous one, finishes up just outside of stump, and Mamadul Joy plays that towards the fielder at point, and they go through for a single. He moves on to 79. Bangladesh 180 for 5.
One ball remaining in Maharaj's 29th. He's just having a wry smile to himself because that one died out the wicket from his bowling. But he's got to make sure he closes out here his 29th with another dot, or perhaps he'll get involved in the wickets. But it's been good bowling from him.
This one in at the off stump of Litton Justice, defended to Keegan Peterson, who's under the helmet on the offside, and there's no run there. Bangladesh 180 for 5, 77 overs, so just 3 overs from the potential new ball. Whether the South Africans take it or not is yet to be seen. 77, also the number on Litton Justice's back.
Yeah, it's 28 overs gone in this session so far, 82 runs scored at 2.93, and for Bangladesh, crucially, there's just been that one wicket that we've been present for. South Africa shelling an opportunity, drop catches win matches, 2 opportunities, one of them a golden opportunity, dropped at first slip by Dean Elgar off the bowling of Lizard Williams, and then that second opportunity in which Vian Mulder missing out on maybe a slightly difficult one that hit him on the foot and fell safely to the ground, and so that was fortune for Bangladesh, and then fortune for them once again. As
Simon Harmer has switched to around the wickets, and this one's played towards long on for, I'd imagine, a single. Ryan Rickleton doing the field, and I haven't seen too much of him in the field so far in this innings.
Seemingly banished out into the ether. It's what happens when you're a batsman who is on debut. You get sent out to the
But
Bundes.
surprising, you'd think a man who takes the gloves pretty frequently would be a good close-up fielding option, but they're happy
The
to have him
captain's
there
not
at
going to
long on.
remove himself. Surely not.
Or he did very briefly, took himself out of the slips after he shelled one, as this is defended by Litton Das, back up the wicket to Simon Harmer, no run. Harmer seemingly in this over going over the wicket to Litton Das and around the wicket to Mamadul Hassan Joy.
Good use of variation here by Simon Harmer. He's been mixing up his pace quite a lot, and now changing his angle of attack. He goes over the wicket now.
Litton Das on strike right arm over into right-handed batsman. This one full, quite straight, just played off his pads, picked up by Temba Bavuma at mid-wicket on the ring. And that's another dot delivery. Das is on 39 off 82. Joy at the other end, 80 off 229. This partnership also creeping up into the 70s now, I think.
Yeah, Das is good for Litton Das, making the most of every opportunity.
This one wider and just played to the man at point by Litton Das. No run there.
Yeah, it's been full of puns. It's been joy for Mamadullah Hassan Joy, and Das is good from Litton Das, taking an opportunity. He was dropped early on in his innings by Dean Elgar. We've mentioned it, and how much that will pay dividends for him remains to be seen.
Penultimate delivery in Harmer's 30th over, just played off Das's pads to square leg, and they go through for a single.
Right, so 49 miles an hour, so consistent that time from Simon Harmer. He's 1 away from completing 30 overs of spin, and we're 3 minutes away from that luncheon interval, lurking ever so near. And just a couple of overs here, Chris, at the end of this one before a new ball is on offer.
Harmer in around the wickets to Mamadul Hassan Joy, defended back up the pitch, no run. So 182 for 5 after the 78th.
Probably 2 overs before lunch.
Well,
Can they
that
get
would
2 overs
mean
in? Maybe 1
lunch
over.
and the new ball happening at the same time.
Well, not quite, because if they get 1 here,
Then
they're going to have the ball 1 after lunch,
Yeah.
and then come on, give Mulder the ball. Give Mulder the ball. The one after lunch. Watch him pick up a wicket, and then they say, "Oh, here's the new ball, Lazard and Dawn Olivier." How
we're
that
waiting
would
to see exactly
dump
how
the
that
South
happens.
African
Or
plans
if we're
on
just
its
going to
head.
see spin for the rest of the day.
Mm.
So that has been the flavour of the day so far. Lazard Williams, the only wicket taker this morning. He went off with skin irritation. He's back on the field now with a modified shirt. But since then, I mean, just spin, spin, spin. And they've looked dangerous, but haven't managed to take wickets this morning, neither Harmer nor Maharaj.
And just a reminder that you are listening to live ball-by-ball commentary of this first test between South Africa and Bangladesh. And it is brought to you by 702.
Side by Side
with 702.
702.
Let's walk the talk.
The first delivery of the 79th over, bowled by Keshav Maharaj, was just played up the pitch by Lytton Das to the bowler, and there was no run there. Maharaj will continue bowling his left arm around. He's got 2 people catching on the offside. Keegan Peterson and Sarl Ovia both under helmets there. This one played towards him, but along the ground the whole way. And so there's no run there. Lytton Das survives. He's on 40 off 86.
I'm sure you can smell what cologne that those 2 gentlemen have got on, because they are that close.
Having a bit of a laugh is Keegan Peterson. He's in a frog pose on his haunches there, really close up, as Lytton Das gets on the back foot, plays this no further than the Madden mid-wicket, and that's another dot delivery. Yeah, I guess as soon as it's an option, you're going to favour playing into the leg side when you've got 2 fielders catching so close to you on the off.
Yeah. South Africa's number 3, right under the nostril there of Das.
This one defended back up the pitch by Lytton Das, no run. And again, trying to avoid those fielders on the offside.
Yeah, doing a great job of it so far. He's on 40 from 88 is Lytton Das, and his partner at the other end is double his score, 80 from 230. And this is the final 2 balls, you would imagine, before that luncheon interval, as it has struck 12 on my clock.
So most likely 2 balls left in the session. Maharaj turns this one away from Lytton Das. It bounced more prodigiously than anything we've seen so far today. Just beats that outside edge, goes into Kyle Verreyn's hands. And another dot delivery, something that seemed a little bit like a chance. The batsman definitely wasn't expecting that sort of bounce or turn from Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, that so nearly could have caught the edge. Last ball, here we go. 1 for lunch.
And played into the onside, they'll go through for an easy single. And so at the end of the first session, Bangladesh will find themselves 183 for 5 with Lytton Das there on 40 and Mamadullah Hassan Joy on 80 now, the man with more runs than anyone else in a single innings against South Africa for Bangladesh in a test.
Right, and 183 for 5. So we'll be back after the luncheon interval, and you will be listening to the wonderful, awesome, spectacular sounds of 947 in the break. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me for this first session has been Werner Rasmus and Chris Tyndale Bisco. We'll see you in just a bit.
947 Top 40, powered by CTM.
Music.
With Swelly on 947, number 19.
Said you hated the ocean, but you're surfing now. I said I love you for life, but I just sold our house. We were kids at the start, I guess we're grown-ups now. Couldn't ever imagine even having doubts, but not everything works out. No, now I'm out dancing with strangers. You could be casually dating. Damn, it's all changing so fast. I Así es la vida, sí. Yeah, that's just life, baby. Yeah, love came around and it knocked me down, but I'm back on my feet. Así es la vida, sí. Yeah, that's just life, baby. I was barely standing, but now I'm dancing. He's all over me. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum.
It's been a hell of a year, thank God we made it out. Yeah, we were riding away and trying not to drown. And on the surface I held it together, but underneath I sort of came unwound. Where would I be? You're all that I need. My world, baby, you hold me down. You always hold me down. Well, I've been a breaker and broken. Every mistake turns to moments. Wouldn't take anything back.
Así es la vida, sí. Yeah, that's just life, baby. Yeah, love came around and it knocked me down, but I'm back on my feet. Así es la vida, sí. Yeah, that's just life, baby. I was barely standing, but now I'm dancing. He's all over me. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Póngale azúcar, mi gente. Sigue bailando. Sigue bailando.
Keep dancing, yeah.
Sigue bailando.
Keep dancing, yeah.
Sigue bailando. Sigue bailando.
Keep dancing, yeah.
Sigue bailando. Sigue bailando. Así es la vida, sí. Yeah, that's just life, baby. Yeah, love came around and it knocked me down, but I'm back on my feet. Así es la vida, sí. Yeah, that's just life, baby. I was barely standing, but now I'm dancing. She's all over me. Now I'm dancing.
Keep dancing, yeah.
Now I'm dancing.
Keep dancing, yeah.
Now I'm dancing.
Keep dancing,
Yeah, now I'm dancing.
Keep dancing, yeah.
Now I'm dancing.
Keep dancing, yeah.
It's Camila Cabello and Ed Sheeran on the 947 Top 40 powered by CTM. Bam Bam is into your top 20, up 2 from last week's number 21 to hit a new peak of 19. Also blasting into your top 20, Coldplay and Selena Gomez. Let Somebody Go was at 22 last week and now a new peak as well at number 20. And hey, both Coldplay and Camila Cabello, they were involved in the concert for Ukraine. It was a benefit concert that took place in Birmingham, England. That was to raise money for Disasters Emergency Committee. And that, of course, is with the ongoing war in the Ukraine, with Russia invading the Ukraine. Billie Eilish and Phineas, they also took part in that one. So, yeah, a lot of artists doing their bit for, I guess, the world and mankind, the little that they can do, because, you know, there's not much that they can do to change the course of history or to change what it is that's going on between Russia and the Ukraine. But hey, Camila Cabello, she's got her own album that drops next week Friday. I'm pretty sure that that's where her attention is going to be, you know, focused towards. New album Familia drops on Friday, and she's been teasing some new music that's going to be on that album. It turns out that we'll be getting a new single from Camila Cabello next week. This time, we'll have the brand new one. She previewed this on her TikTok earlier in the week.
When I'm afraid of the world and every part of me hurts, you don't know how many times you saved me. So why are you hiding from me? It's only making it worse. I just wanna be close, my baby.
So that's the new one from Camila Cabello. We should be getting that single by next week, Friday. It will coincide, I guess, with the release of her latest album. This is her third studio album, solo studio album, that is. Of course, she's got a couple with Fifth Harmony, where she still used to be part of the group with the girls. So, hey, next week should be a fun one for all the Camelizers. Not so fun, though, for Post Malone fans. I don't know what we call ourselves. Post Malone and The Weeknd, they dropped this week. It's a former top 10 charting hit. One right now is down 2 this week.
Number 18.
Said you love me, but I don't care. I broke my hand on the same one that you told me that it. You think it's so easy. my baby side. You so good, you should pay me. Don't call me baby when you did me so wrong. But I got all of what you did already. Body for body, so petty. How many of your friends fit in the roles? But you would know that you should call me dad, baby, a man. But you dropped the bag, baby, true thing. Maybe once just not enough. You say you love me, but I don't care. That I roll my hand on the same one that you told me that he. You think it's so easy with my feelings. I got one coming over the one right now. One right now. I got one coming over the one right now. I got one coming over the one right now. You're staying in my legacy. We can't be friends, can't be family. You probably slapping my enemies. I can't let you be next to me. You belong to the world now, so just leave me alone now. We're not touched on. You say you love me, but I don't care. And I roll my hand on the same one that you told me that it. You think it's so easy. Listen to my feelings. I got one coming over the one right now. One right now. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I got one coming over the one right now. Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I got one coming over the one right now.
It's still a jam, but its heat is cooling. The biggest dropper on the 947 Top 40, powered by CTM. Number 17.
All my ladies, pop your backs with it. Let it drop with it, lean with it, rock with it, snap with it. All my ladies, pop your backs with it. Let it drop with it, lean with it, rock with it, snap with it. All my ladies, pop your backs with it. Let it drop with it, lean with it, rock with it, snap with it. All my ladies, pop your backs with it. Let it drop with it, lean with it, rock with it, snap with it. All my fellas, put your hands with it. All my ladies, pop your backs with it.
It is your biggest dropper this week on the 947 Top 40 powered by CTM. A Craze and Cherish. down 7, out of your top 10, out of your top 15. It is all happening today for Acres and Cherish. So that's the first top 10 casualty and also your biggest dropper. Post Malone and The Weeknd ahead of that one. They're down 2 to number 18 with 1 right now. And Post Malone is facing some legal troubles. Yeah, all these artists seemingly are facing legal troubles. Post Malone, there's a Rolling Stones article, and in there they say that there's a new court filing where the Canadian musician is now saying that the songwriting credit on the mega hit Circles by Post Malone actually belongs to him. Remember this.
Feed the flag, 'cause we can't let go. Run away while we're running in circles. Run away, I dare you to go.
So Tyler Arms has basically filed a lawsuit, and he is saying that he should be credited as a songwriter on Circles by Post Malone. Now, Post Malone, he's also gone to the court and said that, I don't think that this is true. He says that there's very little evidence that this guy can prove that songwriting credits need to be given to him. And hey, just in the past, 3 weeks or so, we've had Ed Sheeran, Dua Lipa, now Post Malone. And these aren't just, some up-and-coming stars. These are mega stars worldwide. And just, I don't know, I've got to start wondering and thinking, why is it only the big ones? It seems like these guys, they go for the artists that have got all the money because they're just trying to make a quick buck. And I'm not buying it. I'm with Post Malone on this one. I think that if this guy says that he wants to be a co-author of the song, he surely should have been there with the recordings, right? He surely should have been helping Post Malone write it. And it's getting very tricky. It's getting weird, as they say. It's getting very, very weird. Write your own music, make it a hit, then you'll make money, yo. And look, I do get that people plagiarize, but sometimes if you don't have any evidence, then what really are you bringing to the courts? I guess we have to think about that one. But let's get back into your chart right now with Bieber. He's at number 16.
Blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I miss your touch on nights when I'm hollow. I know you crossed the bridge that I can't follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I need more time, but time can't be borrowed. I'd leave it all behind if I could follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. Yeah. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. So if I can't get close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you.
He hit a peak of number 2 for 4 weeks with this one. No number 1, though. It's Ghost, Justin Bieber on the 947 Top 40 powered by CTM. He's down 3 from 13 last week, though. Sure. So we have got Hella Henderson coming up on the 947 Top 40. Got to chat with her. She's got her single Brave, which last week was charting at number 14. Will it crack into the top 10? Will it just be on the cusp of making that top 10? You and I are going to find out. We'll also jam one of her brand new songs that's on her album, Everything I Didn't Say. So, hey, much to look forward to Ella Henderson on the show in the next few minutes. But before we get into that, Who's contending for the top spot?
The 947 Top 40, powered by CTM. These are the contenders for the #1 spot.
Will Lindley currently sits atop the 947 Top 40. Will he make it week number 3? The motto, Tiesto and Ava Max. What a tune. Could this hit the top? How about Jonas Blue and Why Don't We? Don't Wake Me Up was at number 3 this week. Will he go all the way? Someone that has gone all the way is Fireboy DML with Ed Sheeran on Peru. And Charlie XCX contending for her first #1. How about Beg For You with Rina Sawayama? And of course, Lost Frequencies and Callum Scott, they were #1, 3 weeks ago. It's Where Are You Now? And Easy On Me, it's Adele. She's looking to crash back to that #1 and make it 8 weeks at the top.
The 947 Top 40, powered by CTM. Saturdays, 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. with Zwelly on 947.
There's never been a better time to find your best night's sleep for less. Visit Dial-A-Bed today for our free base offer. Choose from a selection of mattresses in all sizes and get a base absolutely free. Shop in-store or online right now. Hurry, our free base offer ends on Monday. Dial-A-Bed, sleep for life.
When you visit Chamberlain's between 14 March and 10 April, you'll get a free cappuccino while waiting for your paint mixing. But that's not the only reason why you should come to Chamberlain's. You'll get amazing deals on top quality power tools, hand tools and gardening supplies. Now we're talking. And expert advice from 4 generations of DIY experts. That's more like it. Because we're famous for hardware and a lot more. Chamberlain's, famous for hardware since 1903.
The NWJ End of Summer Half Price Sale ends on Monday, 4th of April. All your favorite pieces at unbelievable prices. Get half price on all watches and jewelry in store, online and at selected Edgar stores. Visit your nearest NWJ jewelry store today and spoil yourself or a loved one. Or shop online at nwj.co.za and enjoy free delivery.
Hurry now. You've only got 2 days left for the NWJ half-price sale.
Book your next building and renovation project with Rise and Shine Plumbing and Construction. They'll fix all your plumbing problems and ensure timely delivery on all of your building and renovation projects. Rise and Shine is passionate about delivering complete customer satisfaction from start to finish, regardless of how big or small the project is. They work according to your budget to ensure that you can afford to get all your to-do projects done. Call 083-575-1708 and book your next project. They work all over Gauteng.
From waking up to a flooded apartment to an unexpected flat tire on a late-night takeaway mission, we've all had that what the heck moment. And now Tracker and 947 want to know yours. Hit 947.co.za, tell us your story. And every day next week, Anele and the club could be calling back to give you 5,000 Rand cash. Plus a 1-year family package of Tracker Care Guard. Thanks to Tracker, we got you at home, on roads, in life. On 947. T's and C's apply.
Let's bring it back. Back to the biggest local and international hits.
Back to the music.
947 Top 40, powered by CTM.
Number 15.
You've never been to heaven, have you? Ooh, it's the ride of your life. Hold on, cause baby, I might just give you a bite of your sweetest pie. Ooh, baby, we can go fast. I'll drive and you just lay back. I got the flavor, the last, yeah, the sweetest pie. I might take you home with this. I might give you all of it. Come get your clothes up, the sweetest pie. Ooh, it's the ride of your life. Hold on, cause baby, I might just give you a bite of the sweetest pie.
Baby, I'm the sweetest. He's the meanest. Hot girl
girl shit, but I'm cold every season. Boy, got that pipe, let him bust it till it's sleep. Yeah, booty like a pillow, he could use it while he's sleeping. Look, don't be going through my phone, cause that's the old me. Ain't the only one trying to be my one and only. Real big, moving slow, that body like he a player, but for making it, cutting the whole team. That body, looking nice. I got cake and I know he wanna slice. I wish it would try to put me on ice. I ain't never had to chase in my life. I want that nasty, that freaky stuff. Live under my bed and keep paint up. That Hansel and Gretel, let him eat me up.
Ooh, Mr. Right of your life. Hold on, cause baby, I might just give you a bite of the sweetest pie. Ooh, baby, we can go fast. I'll drive and you just lay back. I got the flavor, the last, yeah, the sweetest pie. I might take you home with us. I might give you all of it. Come get your clothes up. The sweetest pie. Ooh, it's the ride of your life. Hold on, cause baby, I might just give you a bite of the sweetest pie. You got me hung up from across the room. I'm so high that I'm on another altitude. And on my cloud, I got some space for you. Got a taste for you.
Won't bounce to the out, pick it up, put it down. Wanna put his buddy in my fudge round. Tight in the she ain't had it like this. Toes curling like they throwing gang signs on crib. One thing about me, I ain't taking no shit. He will. I know it's off his whole big. Caesar, Milan, I got his train. Try to let a dog know who really running things.
You've never been to heaven, have you? Ooh, Mr. Right of your life. Hold on, cause baby, I might just give you a bite of the sweetest pie. Ooh, baby, we can go fast. I'll drive and you just lay back. I got the flavor, the last, yeah, the sweetest pie. I might take you home with us. I might give you all of it. Come get your clothes up. The sweetest pie. Ooh, it's the ride of your life. Hold on, cause baby, I might just give you a bite of the sweetest pie.
Real hot fresh. Me and Dua Lipa finna get the party lit.
Just give you a bite of the sweetest pie.
Let's go! The heat goes up as the numbers come down. 947 Top 40, powered by CTM. Number 14.
Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Usually I put something on TV, so we never think about you and me. But today I see our reflections clearly in Hollywood, laying on the screen. You just need a better life than this. You need something I can never give. Fake water all across the road. It's gone now, the night is come. But sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been freaking me out. Can't make you happier now. You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You say something so loving, but now I gotta let you go. You'll be better off in someone new. I don't wanna be alone. You know it hurts me too. You look so broken when you cry. One more and then I say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been freaking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been freaking me out. Can't make you happier now. I just wanna know what you're dreaming of. When you sleep and smile so comfortable. I just wish that I could give you that look that's perfectly unsaid. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. He always been faking me out. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
It's one of the biggest records in the world right now. It's Glass Animals with Heat Waves. They peaked in the top 3 with this global smash hit. Rebounding this week, they fell to 18, but they're up 4 again to number 14. Ahead of this one, Megan Thee Stallion and Dua Lipa, they're up 2 at number 15 with Sweetest Pie. So early on in the week, when I was standing in for 947 Drive, I told Hulisani that I'm going to save this fact for top 40 because I'm not allowed to share my musical facts during the week, apparently. So yeah, Glass Animals, they actually have now got the longest running number 1 by a British group since the Spice Girls in the 90s. That's on the Billboard Hot 100. How insane is that, though? Yeah, it's been 4 weeks at number 1 for them. No other group from the UK has managed that feat, and this includes the likes of One Direction as well. So very, very impressive for Glass Animals, because a year ago, not many people would have known who they are, right? Including me. So really, really cool. And we're going to stick with the Brits right now. Yeah, because I got to chat to Ella Henderson. Ella Henderson, she's on the chart looking to make it into the top 10. And yeah, the time has finally come. So excited to share this one with you. And hey, we've got 2 parts to this interview. So in the middle of it, I have got another power play. This one from Ella Henderson. She's got a brand new song, which is called Ugly. So you'll hear it over there. Get in touch on the WhatsApp hotline and let us know how you're feeling about it on 066 3818 609.
Hi, Ella. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And you're one of our youngest contestants. How old are you?
16.
The singer-songwriter shot to number 1 in 2014, and now she returns with album number 2.
She's only 16 years old when Simon Cowell calling her a game changer in music.
Ella Henderson.
Ella Henderson joins me now.
It is Ella Henderson.
I'll be brave. Oh, you can pray for me, I'm gonna pray for you.
Hey, how are you?
Thank you. How are you?
I am very, very well, thank you. Thank you so much for taking some time out. We're in Johannesburg, South Africa, by the way.
Oh, amazing. I flew into Joburg a few years ago when I went to a safari, but I've not been ever since or properly and stuff. But I do love South Africa and I love the people. You guys are just sick and just really cool, chill people.
We'd love to have you back, by the way. I know the pandemic has slowed things down a little bit. Would be great to have you back in South Africa.
I would love to come, definitely. It's definitely on the cards, I think, for me to get out there again.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. So, look, Ella, I mean, I feel personally my journey with you goes way back, a decade ago, in actual fact, when you were on X Factor. And I know you made it close to about the top 5, close to the end. And I was really bummed when you got knocked out. Kind of felt bittersweet because James Arthur won in the end, and I was really happy for him. But straight out the bat, I mean, you had Ghost, number 1 single in the UK after this whirlwind, I guess, of being on X Factor. Now that you're in the industry, do you think you'd be able to manage, something like X Factor again and all that pressure day in, day out, of competition?
No. I don't know where the confidence came from me as a 16-year-old to put myself through that TV show. Because I think looking at it now, like 10 years on at 26, like if you said to me now, do you want to go on TV and be judged for what you love doing? I would be like, no, thanks. So it is bizarre. I don't know where that kind of element of confidence came from, but it was definitely there at that age. Maybe we were a bit more less fearful of things when we were younger. But no, it was an amazing experience. And like, it's mad that it was 10 years ago. Like some days it feels like yesterday and some days it feels like forever and a million years ago. So yeah, no, it's crazy.
Yeah, now congratulations on the release of your Soul for More album. Yes, everything I didn't say. Now, you obviously took quite a bit of a gap, I guess, between your debut album and now coming back into this now. And I want you to talk a little bit about the beauty of perspective, I would say, because, you seem like an artist that really wants to experience life, go through things in order to gather, the new material that you're going to record. And now you're a grown woman as opposed to being a teenager. So, how much does that experience help on your side?
Well, first off, I want to say to you and to anyone listening that it was so unintentional that I took this long to get the album together. And I think what I realized is having so much success at a young age, obviously Ghost kind of like went stratospheric and did unbelievable things for me in my life. And I was 18 years old when that went to #1, and my first album shot to #1, and I was traveling here, there and everywhere. And by the time I got to about 20, 21 years old, I came home and I was about to go into writing for album 2. And I just remember sitting there being like, I have nothing relatable to write about. No one will want to listen to an album of what I've just done, because it wasn't normal. As much as it was amazing, it wasn't normal. And, my career was popping, but in my personal life, like, all my mates had gone to uni, they'd gone to college. Like, I was living in London, but I'm from the north of England, so London just didn't feel like home. I was living in this flat. I didn't have a sofa. I didn't have a TV set up. Like, everything was just, I felt very lost, and I didn't really know where home was. And I just wanted to be back with my family, but I knew I couldn't because my work life had to be down here. So I think I needed to take some time for me and figure out, I think it's terrifying anyway. Your hormones at that age, from a teenager to like a young woman or a young man, is like so scary. So yeah. I think it's one of the best decisions I ever made, of just being like, do you know what? There is no pressure. And I took that pressure away from myself. And I'm glad I did, because over the last, especially like 5 or 6 years, I just think I've grown, I've evolved, I've experienced a lot of life, and I've seen a lot, and also like overcome personal struggles that I maybe didn't realize I had from a young age, that I probably hid and buried in the hatchets for a long time. And actually facing them head on and actually working through it was like a big part of the process for me. And I think I knew when this album was going to be ready that I would know when it's ready. And I always promised myself that it's not just about the music, it's about me being physically and mentally prepared to do a campaign as well. I think when you experience that much success, especially at a young age, you know how much it takes of you, and you literally give yourself, your soul and everything. And I don't want to give any less than that either. So I think knowing all of that from a young age, I think that's probably how I knew I needed to take a bit of time. But yes, it did take a while. The album is here though. There's 16 tracks on there, and each song's so different. Each song kind of talks you through and walks you through things that have happened along the way in my life over the last 8 years. And whether it's love, heartbreak, friendships falling apart, realizing who my real friends are, realizing stuff about myself, mistakes I've made along the way. And I think the real difference between this album and my first is that I started opening up a lot next to the piano about stuff to do with myself, and talking about more vulnerable things. And songs like Ugly and Brave kind of really delve into all of that, and they're songs that just really helped me, and I wanted to share them with my fans. I was like, the more transparent I am, the more comfortable I feel, and the more I feel like I'm not hiding anything from anyone.
Love that. Your answer actually bleeds into my next question, because I wanted to say that, there's such a great maturity in your songwriting, and it's something that's really just been there from the beginning. And I can tell that writing is something that is super close to your heart. And I just wanted to find out, because I'm a words guy, I like writing, maybe not for music, because I'm not the best singer, but wanted to find out, what is your relationship, with songwriting? What is your process? What does Ella Henderson, go through when she's penning down a song?
My mum and dad said that when I was a kid, from a very young age, I loved, and I would always get like little awards or little stickers from being a very young age for writing poems and poetry in school. So I loved making rhymes and making visual stories out of like short verses from a very young age. And I think we always had a piano in the house growing up, and I was the youngest of 4, and nobody played an instrument. So I think I just naturally took to the piano, and I started teaching myself chords, and that with my poetry formed songwriting from a very early age. And it's just always been my safe space. It's been a place where if something's going on and I feel like I can't talk about it to anyone because I'm either too embarrassed or I haven't really quite gathered or come to terms with what it even means, I just get it out in that way. And half the time I go to the piano when I feel a very strong emotion. So whether I'm really angry, really happy, sad, that's when I go to write a song. And more so as well, that's normally when I end up writing a song that's, going to end up being a single, is when I'm feeling something in that moment, because it's very real and it's present. I have needed it. I know a lot of artists and people compare it to therapy, but I think without that process of writing music. Over the years, I've obviously met and written with some amazing songwriters and producers, and being in a room with other people that are on your wavelength and understand that creative process and the energy it takes, like, it's just a bond that, like, I definitely have with certain people in my life now who I love writing and working with. They're friends, but they're like more than friends. They're like a part of my soul. I know it sounds really weird, but like we are, like we walk into a room and we haven't seen each other for months, and all of a sudden I open up like as if they're a therapist and we write a song about it. We don't even do that with our friends when we go to the pub. It is an interesting process, one that I think when you actually dissect it, it's actually really weird. And quite strange, but yeah, it's something that I know that I've needed along the way, and I think I wanted to obviously bring my fans up to speed on everything that's happened in my life over these last 8 years, and here it is. Here is quite literally everything I didn't say.
If it's melody, harmony, or beat goes in, it comes into the 947 Top 40 Power Play. This one's brand spanking new, powered by CTM.
Too thin, too smart. Monday, don't fit in my jeans, stretch marks, dark circles under my eyes. But no one wants to hear about that. I'm sick of putting labels on myself, trying to fit in, trying to act like I'm somebody else. I'm taking all this pressure off myself. I'm gonna say something for me that's real. It's okay to be lost, to feel lonely. Sometimes I still don't know what I'm doing. One day I'm beautiful, then I'm ugly. But the stains, they remind me that I'm human. So go ahead and tell me apart, 'cause I'm not afraid of my flaws. If scars on my skin make me ugly, then let's get ugly. I know they want bright lights, high.
Welcome back to the 1WSR.com broadcast of this first test match between Bangladesh and South Africa. We are on day 3 now, and Bangladesh were 183 rather, sorry, for 5 over lunch from 79 overs. So very, very slow going by Bangladesh. And yet it's been a frustrating day for South Africa. We'll tell you all about that in a moment. My name is Simon Gear. With me on the mic is Werner Erasmus, and you are listening to the OneWorldSportsRadio.com broadcast of this test match. We're the official broadcast suppliers to CSA, so you can find our broadcast on their app. We are also partnering with Prime Media during this series. Very, very excited to be on all of their platforms. Which is a great place to listen to us. And then in this particular match, and in fact the next test match as well, we are in partnership with the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. If you're looking for office space at affordable rates with really, really fantastic views, consider the Wanderers Stadium. Get hold of the guys at Central Gauteng Lines and find out about renting some space for you. That's exactly what we are doing for this test match, and it's very, very well worthwhile. Have I introduced ourselves? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And then later on in the day, we'll have Dave Midgley. We've got Chris Tyndall-Bisco and Mpoma Twane, and Mpendulo as well will be joining us a little later on in the afternoon. I think even Jenna Searle might be coming through, so there's quite a few folks. It is going to be Lazard Williams to start the second session, and straight away he's outside the off stump, actually seeming it back into the batsman, not that far away from off stump.
Yeah, I was very impressed by Lizard's power this morning, and there's only one over to go ahead of the second new ball being available. So maybe just a little warm up for Lizard Williams before they potentially decide to take the new ball.
Shouldn't be any warm ups in Test match cricket, should there? You should be on the money right from the gun. That seemed back a long way. Kyle Verreyn having, pardon me, Kyle Verreyn having to dive to his left.
This one from Lizard Williams is just on the length, angling back to win and clean bowls him. Takes the top off stump. Lizard Williams is pumped. He gets this one to jag back into Lytton does. And early breakthrough in the second session for South Africa. And the fans are dancing in the aisles.
Yeah, that was a big, important breakthrough for South Africa. Lytton does just beaten by one that seemed back in. He left one that was earlier on. In fact, it was about to be the most plumb of LBWs. It hit his back leg and then deflected onto off stump. I was already going up for the LBW when I realized it had actually hit the stumps. And so, do we get 2 wickets in one for that?
Yeah, I sure they wish it'd be 2 wickets. Interesting to see he came in with a crossing delivery there, so just a bit of the natural deviation.
Right, so let me give you the numbers there. Lytton Dust bowled by Lizard Williams for 41. He faced 92 balls, hit 6 fours, strike rate of just under 3 runs and over, and the faller wicket now 183 for 6. Williams has now taken 2 wickets for 21 in his 10 overs, which is a superb first 10 overs in Test match cricket.
And he should have had Lytton Dust a lot earlier in the innings as well, with Dean Algard dropping a sitter at first slip. I'm sure he will be a relieved man. We see Yasser Ali coming in at number 8. He'll be the new man. He did look pretty good in the ODI series leading up into this Test series, so he'll look to continue with some good form.
The batsman who's still in, of course, Mahmudul Hassan Joy, who's on 80 and of 230 balls. It's been a watchful innings, to use a euphemism, possibly. But yeah, Yasser Ali is going to be joining us, right-hander. He's played just 4 Test matches, scored 123 runs at an average of 30. But he does have a best of 55 against New Zealand in that phenomenal series where Bangladesh surprised everyone by beating the world number ones.
Yeah, 55 against New Zealand is definitely nothing to be, or it's definitely something to write home about.
Quite a few South Africans went there in this last tour and didn't score 55.
Yeah.
Certainly not in the first Test match, that's for sure. Right, so Lytton Dust is going to continue. He's been successful in just the second ball after lunch, and he's going to be bowling from this, I think this is the Umgeni end. And straight away on the money, on that off stump. He's been very, very good these first 3 balls.
Yeah, I've enjoyed Lizard Williams in this Test match so far, especially today. He's been able to get that fuller length, really testing the batters. We're seeing a replay again of that wicket ball, just hitting that back pad as he tried to defend this one. We saw a little bit of deviation, just enough to take the inside edge onto back pad and onto the off stump.
Yeah, it would have been absolutely plumb if it hadn't hit the off stump after deviation, and very, very good bowling indeed. This just holds its line outside the off stump, left alone through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, Lizard Williams getting his speeds up a bit here. It's into the mid 130s now. He does have the ability to get into the early 140s if he really gets his rhythm going.
Just a reminder, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR, or we'll happily read out any messages that you do send through to us at OneWorldSR. We're not checking the Guerrilla Cricket's feed during this Test match. Lizard comes in again, bangs this one in. It doesn't really go anywhere. Deviates down the leg side, and Yasser just ducks under that, goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, he's pretty comfortable there for Yasser to get underneath. Maybe just making sure that he keeps him back in the crease before going fuller again, as he did against Lytton Dust.
Sight screen cricket journal telling someone that luckily One World SR is always available. I'm sure someone was complaining about not being able to listen on the radio. We are the future of radio for cricket. Cricket's never going to get back onto an FM signal in South Africa, I'm afraid. But as final ball of the over, Williams just bangs us in, and there is a textbook forward defensive. That is the end of the 80th over. Success with the final throws of the old ball. It remains to be seen whether we're going to take the new ball. Sure, we will. And I'm sure Dwan Olivier is going to have a bit of a go from the old Fort Road end.
Yeah, conditions are overcast again now. They're at Kingsmead. Interesting to see that Jan Mulder still hasn't had a chance with the ball yet. 80 overs into this innings, the longest he's ever gone without bowling.
Yeah, he's having a bit of an under 9B type cricket game where you field at third bat and don't bat or bowl. He did have a chance to bat, so it's not.
Yeah, he went for a golden duck.
Yeah.
He did get the one catch at Gully that he managed to get on the second grab.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a 51% pass in this test match so far. I think if you dropped that catch, he would have been absolutely distraught. It is indeed going to be Dwan Olivier who will be taking the brand new ball. He's bowled 8 overs so far in this innings, no wickets for 25. And is going to be steaming in with only two slips and a gully. Maybe they'll have more for Yasser. Straight away outside the off stump, and Joy has a bit of a flash at this. And I think if he had nicked off there, he would have been furious with himself.
Yeah, it definitely would have been. That one was full and very, very wide. But he didn't hold back. As we see, the second new ball is available, but they haven't quite taken it just yet.
Yes, okay. They're giving him a couple of sighters first. But if they keep on taking wickets with the old ball, stick with what's working, eh?
Yeah, no real reason to change it if you do see that you're able to take wickets, as Lazard Williams did in the previous over.
Comes in again past umpire Holstock. Lots of a wave movement from this, and Varane takes it on the tumble. And no run, 183 for 6.
Yeah, a bit of a wasted delivery. I wouldn't give him the new ball if that's the way he's going to use it.
Yeah, it got plenty of swing there, actually, considering that the ball is 80 overs old. I don't think it was reverse swing either. I think it was just the conventional. But Bangladesh exactly halfway to the total. 183 for 6. They need another 184 to match South Africa's 367, I think we were.
Yeah, well, 367 is correct. As the one Olivier comes in again, this one is full and on the leg stump and worked out to the fine leg region for a single.
Lazard Williams does the fielding there. 2 men in the slips. Trying to see who's at first slip there. He's got a cap on. It's quite difficult to see, but I think it's Sarel Ervier at second slip. Would that make sense? Does Sarel field in the slips?
I don't remember.
He's big enough hands.
Slips. Has Dean Algar taken himself out of the slip region?
I don't think it's Dean. Yeah, it might be Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, Harmer is probably in there as second slip.
Yes, of course. That's exactly who it'll be. Fuller ball again, just flicked off the pads, and this is going to enable Yasser to get off the mark. And once again, Williams runs round to collect. They come through for 2, 186 for 6.
Yeah, it seems like Jan Mulder has taken his spot at the first slip, and then Simon Armour at second slip.
That's possible. We'll see. Right, well, the new ball is now shown to everyone. And Adrian Holstock will toss it through to Dwan Olivier, who's taking it after 4 balls. So he's only going to get 2 with the new cherry before his partner gets a go. 2 slips, a gully, a point. Fuller ball again. I'm not quite sure what he's doing, searching for maybe a bit of in-swing. And it's tucked into the onside and no run. Joy is there on 81. Yasser is there on 2. Bangladesh, 186 for 6.
Yeah, Dwan Olivier wants to use this new ball well. I do expect that Lazard Williams will. He's looked good all day. He's had the 2 wickets and the drop catch off his bowling, so he's hitting the right areas. Needs to be backed up at the other side as well.
Does indeed. Another very, very full ball. I think he's bowling slightly too full in this over. He needs to be just back another half a yard so he can get a bit of nibble off the pitch, and then we might be able to see things happening. Right, that is the end of the 81st over. 2 balls into the new ball. Abarucha saying, in my humble opinion, which is the traditional way to start an internet comment when you're going to share an arrogant opinion, the new ball would play to the advantage of Bangladesh. It will come on nicely and let them score some runs. Only threat seems to be coming from the spinners, and I guess they might not get the ball in a while after the new ball is taken, which does seem like a fairly cogent opinion. Would you have been tempted maybe to keep the old ball going, keep the spinners bowling?
Potentially, but they'll probably like the newer bowl as well. A bit of proud seam, maybe a bit of extra bounce. I think Harmer would particularly like it. He did come in ninth over of this innings, so I don't think he'll or either of them will mind it too much. And Lazard Williams might just get a bit of extra movement here.
Yeah, certainly he bowled very, very well with the old ball in the previous over, getting lots of nice movements into the right-hander. So let's see what he does now. He's going to be bowling to Joy, who's on 81 of 233 balls.
Yeah, second and second new ball is always a bit of a catch. 22. He's having
Zard Williams is saying, "Listen, can I have the old ball back, please?" Went to go and try and show it to Maria Erasmus. Not quite sure what that was about. I think it was joking in some respect, or other, because he never actually gave it to Maria.
Yeah.
Right, so here he comes. Past Maria Erasmus and straight away angling into the right hander. Not really movement that time, just angle. And it's knocked into the onside to square leg. They jog through for a single, 187 for 6.
He's definitely asking the right questions here. He's getting his length spot on. That one's on middle stump, 135 kilometers per hour. Asking Joy to come forward or back, but it's that nice in-between length, but of indecision from him.
See, Williams now has taken 2 for 22 off 11.1 overs, which are figures that would enormously excite Ruud Jacobs, who's one of our commentators. Loves himself a good Nelson, does Ruud.
A few players around here, or a few commentators who are superstitious as well. Not everyone. We know Humbo is not a superstitious guy.
No, poor as cold water on any superstitions we try and start. Far too straight this time, and it's just knocked into the onside. Duan Olivier does the fielding at fine leg, and they go through for a single. Joy to 82, Yasir to 3, and Bangladesh 188 for 6.
Yeah, that last one, 138 kilometers per hour by Williams. Really getting his speeds up there. Not making it easy for the batters, but he just strayed a bit in his line there. Just clipped away. But definitely getting into his power here. Looking for some more wickets in his debut test.
Bit better outside the off stump, but a bit short, and Joy's able to just rock back and knock this between gully and point. Keshav runs all the way down to the boundary to collect it. They come through for 2, and Mahmudul Hassan Joy goes on to 84, and Bangladesh to 190 for 6.
We see somebody in a crowd drinking out of a big trophy, clearly celebrating something.
Yeah, they look like first team schoolboys. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt and hope that they're first year varsity students. Or maybe it was Lucasade.
Yeah, you never know.
That's probably what it was. Orange juice coming out of the trophy. Again, back of a length outside the off stump and slapped straight at Keshav Maharaj at point. And Joy looking very, very confident outside that off stump.
Dave Midgley is suggesting it could have possibly been the Sharks under 23 players who won a cup, and almost looked like a curry cup that they drank out of.
Funny time of year to be winning a cup. First day of April. Or we're on second day of April. That's sort of just the beginning of the season, surely. Unless maybe the cup has gone everywhere with them all the way through the summer. It's exactly the same shot again, but this time just in front of square, and it divides cover and point, runs away to the boundary. Joy goes on to 88. Mahmudul Hassan Joy really, really looking good in this post-lunch session. And South Africa have got to be a little bit careful here not to allow the Bangladeshis to get away.
Yeah, that was an easy one to put away. Short and wide, set up to be hit. No Bangladeshi player has ever made 100 against South Africa, and Joy really looking good for 100 here on 88.
Excellent way to try and put the mockers on him. 194 for 6 defended, and that is the end of that over. 12 overs gone for Williams, 2 for 29, and Bangladesh 194 for 6. Mahmudul Hassan Joy is there on 88, and Yasser Ali on 3. having lost their wicketkeeper. Listen, Das, the second ball after lunch, bowled by Lazard Williams for 41.
Yeah, Lazard Williams. That last one was 140 kilometers per hour. I do suspect that's probably the reason why he is playing ahead of somebody like Lute Supamla, who doesn't quite have the same pace. A bit harsh on Supamla, who bowled pretty well in New Zealand without great reward in the form of wickets, but he did his job there.
Yeah, he did indeed. And I often wonder whether the reason we're keen to select him ahead of someone like Williams or like Steerman is that he just looks the part. He just looks so good. He looks like a fast bowler. Very, very similar build to someone like Dale Steyn.
Yeah,
Similar sort of height.
He has a very smooth run up and action at the crease as well. So he is very, very pleasing guy to watch as he runs in to bowl.
That first ball, by the way, was just banged in short, left alone by Hassan Joy and through to the keeper, no run. And followed up by one that is on a good length outside the off stump and defended into the offside. Yasser Ali being watchful, not flashing at the ball quite as much as Hassan Joy has done straight after lunch. But Joy's still there. He's on 88. Bangladesh 194 for 6. They trail now by 173, so it's a lot of batting still to do. But there is possibilities of rain about. Look, we had at one point the forecast was for 100% chance of rain in Durban yesterday, and there were clear blue skies. So maybe the weather guys are getting it wrong this weekend. Nice ball, given a little bit of float, and it just swings away from the right-hander, left alone by Ali, and goes through to the keeper for no run.
A nice teasing delivery there from Duan. In the end, he didn't go for it. He just left it around comfortably, but that could have easily been rewarded with a nice edge. A very good delivery there from him. That's more the kind of area he wants to plug in.
Yeah, bowls 6 of those, he'll get the edge. There's no doubt about it. Again, really going for that full delivery. He's bowled a lot of Yorkers after lunch, and quite a few of them have been knocked away into the onside. This time just defended back down the pitch, and no run, 194 for 6.
Olivier hasn't quite looked the same bowler since his return from Kolpak. When he left these shores, he was bowling at the high 130s, nudging it up to the early 140s at some stages. But now, generally between that 125 and 130 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, I mean, was he even not faster than 130s in? Because he was genuinely scary, wasn't he? As this is knocked into the onside and they jogged through for a single.
Yeah, he was quite scary. I actually went to the same high school as Duan Olivier, and I had to face him once in the nets. He's a few years older than me, and I didn't particularly enjoy myself.
Yeah, I was in a generation which also had an absolutely tearaway fast bowler, a guy called Nick Evans, who got injured in his first or second year out of school and never played first class again.
Yeah, there's so many stories of guys with these tearaway quicks who just don't quite make it or get a career-ending injury.
Defended off the back foot and no run into the offside. That is the end of the over. Olivier, 0 for 29 off 10. Bangladesh, 195 for 6.
And talking about pace bowlers who get injured and maybe threatening their careers. It's good to see that Anrich Nortje is starting to make his comeback. Apparently, he's almost good to go back in the IPL. He has started bowling again. So hopefully we will get to see him back soon for the Proteas. A lineup of Anrich Nortje, Kagiso Rabala, Lugi Nkidi, Marco Jansen, and Keshav Maharaj is quite something to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that although now with Simon Harmer bowling so well in this match and definitely coming with a serious pedigree, I wouldn't be surprised if Keshav's place is under threat somewhat.
Possibly. But they do tend to reward these guys that have been there for long and has done well, as Keshav has done.
No, he has, and I mean, I think they would be loath to drop him. There's there's equity issues as well in dropping Keshav. As the first ball of Williams over, back of a length, and just defended into the offside, no run.
Yeah, and Keshav is also one of the leaders within the team. Obviously, he's now the vice captain in the limited overs format. So across, only recently he's become an all-format player for the Proteas.
Dean Elgar just slightly concerned by the ball. We did have Lazard Williams try to show it to umpire Erasmus a little bit earlier. They are checking it in the rings, and it seems to be going through the one ring and not through the other, exactly as it should. So not quite sure what the deal is there.
See this last delivery, how deep into the crease Joy went. Right back, just ahead of his stumps. Just he didn't want to take any further step back.
Yeah, he wasn't terribly far away from his stumps there. Defended into the onside, no run.
Yeah, we've seen that happen in the past for players coming back deep into the crease and then just as they take off for a run, stepping back onto the stumps.
Sign there of the dedicated ball shiner, who is Temba Bavuma, using the sweat from his brow to shine the ball, and that's going to be a change in the law as of the 1st of October. That saliva will no longer be allowed to be used on balls, and people will just wipe fingers from their brow and then onto the ball and then shine it.
Yeah, quite a few changes coming in October.
Shorter ball doesn't really get up, but sprayed down the leg side, and Varane makes a tumbling stop and collects it, and that is the end of the third ball of the over.
Yeah, I think the most notable of those changes is that one in the limited overs, in all formats, where if you hit the ball up into the air and you are caught and you cross, it will still remain the new batter coming to the being on the striker's end. It won't be the guy who managed to cross.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed by that because it's one of the things I'm quite proud of as an umpire is that I always remember to have a look to see whether the batsman crossed or not. It's quite a good way to show the players that you're paying attention. This rears up off a length on the offside and just played really, really well, actually, with soft hands down through the gully region. Keegan Peterson runs down to third man to collect, and Yasser takes 2 to move himself onto 6. Hassan Joya is there on 88, which is 11 more than the previous record for any Bangladeshi player against South Africa. No Bangladeshi ever to have scored a century against South Africa. I dare say this is probably the first chance. Outside the off stump, left well alone by Yasser Ali, and 197 for 6 is the score, with one ball remaining in this over. The 84th over, I think it is.
Yeah,
no, 85th, I think.
It is the 84th over. And this is also the longest any Bangladeshi
84th,
batter has batted against the Protea lineup. 239 balls for that, 88.
Very, very long time. And it hasn't really been sort of a particularly difficult pitch to bat on. 2 straight and worked into the onside again by Ali, and Williams finishes his over on 13, 2 for 32. Oh, his 13th over, sorry, and finishes on 2 for 32. Yasser is there on 7. Hassan Joy is there on 88, and the Bangladeshis are now 197 for 6, closing in on that 200 mark with 4 wickets still in hand.
That's interesting. Lazard Williams is choosing to bowl the ball cross seam, even though he has that new ball in his hand, and not looking to swing it. Just looking to take it straight through, or maybe get some variable bounce or natural variation of the pitch.
He got really nice in swing with the old ball, with the first ball that he bowled, and then bowled that cross seam that went straight on and got the wicket. So I think he's probably trying to do similar sort of things. We've had 5 overs since lunch, 15 runs scored and just the 1 wicket, as Dwan Olivier is now going to continue from Adrian Holstock's end, which is the Old Fort Road end, and defended into the offside, no run. 198 for 6.
Yeah, still hovering around that 130 kilometer per hour mark. Well, if he hasn't looked very threatening so far, been pretty tidy, but they're really not looking like taking wickets, which will be a bit of a headache for the Proteas.
Yeah, it's been it's definitely not been a seamer's day at all. And I think that will be some concern that the Proteas aren't able to field a second string lineup good enough to run through the Bangladeshis.
Yeah, they have quite a few guys in the squad. They have Steerman, Sipamla, Dupavilon.
Another full ball. He's just bowling far too full and far too straight at the moment. And it's quite easy for Yasser Ali just to knock that into the onside. It runs almost all the way to the boundary down in cow corner, and they're able to come back for 2. Yasser Ali is certainly looking quite comfortable so far.
He does. And that also brings up the 200 for Bangladesh. They're 200 for 6. Still trailing by 167. Yasser Ali on 9 of 21. Joy on 88 of 239 deliveries.
Yeah, so 200 of 84.2. So they're going along at, where's the runs per over?
At 2.37.
2.37. There we go. 2.37 is where they are. Oh, this was a beautiful ball. Just squaring up Yasser Ali and going past his outside edge through to the keeper. Could so easily have collected an edge there.
Just as I was talking about, well, if you're not looking very threatening, this was a beautiful delivery and then a bit of acknowledgement from the batter as well that he was beaten all ends up. It really squared him opposite pitch just outside the off stump on a good length and just straightened ever so slightly.
Yeah, just went away. I think just maybe a centimeter, as it's just enough to beat the edge. In fact, really, really good ball for Dwan Olivier. Tries a similar one. This time it hits a crack and really does veer away from the right-hander. So much so that there was never a chance of playing that. Wonder what that hit. He's still bowling very, very full. It's an odd length for a South African seamer. In South Africa, it's like he's searching for in-swing. And I don't think of him as much of a swing bowler.
When he does, it more swings out of the hand. It's not late swing like you would have seen from a Dale Steyn.
Bangs us in and just knocked into the pitch by Yasir. He stays on 9. Joy's on 88. The score 200 for 6. 1 ball remaining in this over.
Looking at replay again, this one's just it came back in a little bit off the pitch. This one from Dwan Olivier. It reminds me a bit of that series he played against Pakistan. That was exactly the type of deliveries he bowled against them, but it was at the Wanderers, and it got a lot more bounce, and they weren't able to sway out of the way.
Again, just past that outside edge. That is the end of the Olivier's 11th over. He's taken 0 for 31, so hasn't been particularly economical in the context of the match. And Bangladesh, 200 for 6 at the end of the 85th over.
Yeah, 5 overs into the new ball. Not a lot of worry so far for the Bangladeshi batters. Looking to just see out the spell after 2 quick bowlers. And get spinners back into the attack. Although Simon Harmer wouldn't mind to have a crack with the proud team of the new ball. He's 1 wicket away from a 5-wicket haul. Lazard Williams has taken 2, and he will continue his spell.
So Lazard Williams going to be running in past umpire Maria Erasmus from the Umgeni River end towards that big grandstand. And just knocked into the onside, past the umpire Holstock, who's standing square, and they jog through for a single. 201 for 6. Hassan Joy on to 89. He's looked quite comfortable and has been scoring at a reasonable rate since lunch, much faster rate than his general his general innings has been, and I think is probably looking forward to filling his boots somewhat this afternoon.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with him. Young, so into his career, not an easy job being a test opener, especially in South Africa. So he's been very, very impressive.
Lazard Williams in the channel outside the off stump, left alone through to the keeper and no run.
I can't help but think what the main pace bowlers who are not part of this test series would have gotten out of this pitch with the likes of Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen and Lungengiri have gotten some more help from this pitch. Would they have bowled in different areas? Or would we have seen something similar? Would have still have come down to Simon Harmer But Lazard Williams has showed that there is still enough here to pick up wickets for the pace bowlers. But interesting to see the way he's holding the ball, not with the fingers behind the seam. He's not trying to swing it.
Yeah, he's just looking for a little bit of random variation as much as anything else, I think. And it's, in fact, this one does seem in slightly towards the right-hander. And Yasser Ali got a little bit of an inside edge into the onside, sort of 2/3 of the bat, I suppose, into the onside.
Yeah, it's almost like he's cutting across the ball, making sure there's a bit of a wobble seam, making it a bit unpredictable. And this one did cut back into him.
Yeah, it's a sort of randomized delivery. So it's not someone who's thinking out a specific plan, but just allowing the ball to do things off the pitch. And again, defended back down the pitch to the bowler who does the fielding off his own bowling, tosses it through to the man at mid-off, walks back to his mark.
Yeah, Lazard is into his power here, having a word with his captain, maybe about fielding changes, maybe possibly about a different tactic here. The two batters have seemed fairly comfortable so far. Yasir Khan has come in and he has 9 of 28 deliveries. Joy is on 89 of 240 deliveries. Starting a new partnership again here that's gone up to 18.
Past the umpire and same sort of length, just banging it in a little bit and defended off the back foot into the onside, but no run. Yasser is on 9. We've got Mahmudul Hassan Joy is on 89, and Bangladesh 201 for 6, still trailing South Africa by 167.
It'll be interesting to see how many overs we do get in today. It has been overcast for a while now. The floodlights are on. It might end up being the same as yesterday with the spinners doing the bulk of the work going into the back end of the day's play.
It's just being a little bit too straight for this final ball of his over. Worked into the onside, and Ryan Rickleton does the fielding at square leg, throws it back in. They jog through for a single. Yasser moves on to double figures. He's on 10 of 30. Joy's on 89. Bangladesh 202 for 6.
Yeah, 202 for 6. They're looking pretty comfortable, to be fair. They're still trailing by 165, so a long way to go. But putting on a good show here today after yesterday losing the 4 wickets. Only losing the 2 today, one of them being the night watchman. So Joy has really been the backbone of this innings throughout.
He has indeed, and has really held the innings together, allowed the others to bat around him somewhat. And he's just beginning to rotate the strike a bit better, I think, after lunch, which is always something that will help his partner as well.
Yeah, good to see some fans coming into the stadium, watching some good cricket. This one is just on the length outside the off stump, and it squirts off the outside edge. No trouble really. It didn't go all the way along the ground out to third man, and they come back through for a second.
Yeah, it's. I still think that Dwan Olivier is bowling a little bit too full here. That one actually was on a better length, but I would like, I like to see him trying to scare the batsman a bit. I think the pitch itself is probably a bit too sticky, and if you do bang it in, it just sets up.
Yeah, I think the thing is usually, when he did this before he went to the Kolpak route, he was sort of like the enforcer, right? So we had Kagiso Rabada bowling, we had Lungengiri, and I don't think it was Lungengiri, but he came in as an enforcer. His job was to bowl it short, make it uncomfortable for the batters. Here he is sort of one of the main 2 bowlers, taking the new ball. He feels like he needs to be pitching it up more, but I think he can go back to what worked for him.
Clipped off his thighs and runs all the way down to Lazard Williams at fine leg, who does the fielding. They just jog through for a single. Yasser goes on to 13. Joy's there on 89. He's going to now be facing. And Bangladesh 205 for 6.
He was one of the leading wicket takers in the 4-day competition, but he took the bulk of his wickets down there at his home ground at the Wanderers, where he does get that extra bounce, able to make it uncomfortable for the batters. Here in Durban is a bit slower.
defended off the back foot, and Duan Olivier will do the fielding of his own bowling, just runs across into the onside to collect it. And a no run, 205 for 6.
But I'm happy for Lazard Williams. He's looked very good on his debut. He's taken 2 for 34, also a drop catch off his bowling. But he's impressed me so far. It's good to see new guys coming in and putting in the work and reaping some rewards.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, I hope that South Africa are able to bowl Bangladesh out twice, at least in one of these games, over the next 10 days. And if not, that's a really, really bad sign for South Africa. But they have picked pitches that are generally not happy hunting grounds for South African pacemen.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. The same 2 pitches where they lost the series against Sri Lanka not too long ago, fateful series. But yeah, neither Durban or down at St. George's has been happy hunting grounds, as you've said. They've lost more than they've won here at Kingsmead.
Olivier in again, and he has a bit of a flash in it outside the off stump for a moment there. I thought Joy had got a top edge to Varane, but he missed it. This time, actually, the bounce working against Olivier and bounced over the flashing blade of Hassan Joy. And really, it was a shot he didn't need to play. He's been very, very disciplined.
Yeah, but a touch loose there. It seemed more like an afterthought almost. He was really late and in trying to execute that shot. No real foot movement, just a bit of a waft outside the off stump.
Final ball of the over, Olivier turns, running from the old fort end past Adrian Holstock and just defended back down the pitch. No run, 205 for 6. Joy's there on 89. Yasser is there on 13. I think are people ready for commentary changes? At the end of the next over, we'll have a double change with Chris coming on for Werner, and Dave Midgley will come into my seat, or vice versa. We're not particular about these things.
Yeah, the new ball hasn't been particularly effective so far since they've taken it. They took a wicket with the old ball in the 80th over, and then they've taken a new ball, and we haven't seen a lot happening. Yasir Khan has come in and he's looked settled from early on. On day 3, we've seen 107 runs being scored. It's only the 2 wickets going down, one of those being the night watchman. Bangladesh are batting at 2.82 to the over today.
Which is fairly standard for Test cricket. I usually, certainly all the way through the 90s, teams batted about 2.7. These days, 3.2 is a little bit more considered par. But I think they're very aware that if they can just bat and allow the weather to do its thing, they can take enough time out of this game that they can probably go to PE with a draw in their back pocket, and then anything can happen. They can burgle another win, and suddenly that really, really throws Bangladesh into a decent position in the World Test rankings, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's the thing about 2 Test match series. You want to start off well. If you don't, you're playing catch up the whole time in the second match. It's good to see a lot of children out at the stands at Kingsmead playing a bit of cricket with the small bats and plastic stumps. The traditional old man taking a bit of a snooze out in the stands. Typical Test match cricket viewers.
Well, I mean, after our broadcast yesterday, I had a bit of a wander around Wanderers, where the Titans were taking on the Lions, and it was so nice to see kids running around our grass embankment as well. And I think that was something that I'd forgotten about in cricket is the little kids having an absolute blast and buying mini donuts and playing cricket with the neighbors and all sorts of other things, which was really, really special to see. And it wasn't a huge crowd. I think we probably had a few hundred people in, not much more than that. But it was really, really worthwhile to see.
I think we're seeing Robbie Freiling out there in the stadium having a nice day, drinking a beer, watching some good cricket. But definitely good to see the kids running around. I think that's why I like grass embankments at stadiums. Plenty of room for them to move around, expend their energy.
Yeah, I used to love being in the grass embankment as a little kid. And they used to actually have a little area at the bottom, which was, I think I'm not quite sure what it was for, but it was about the size of a 2 or 3 cricket nets together, and we used to play epic cricket matches against each other as 10-year-olds in that little area.
It's always interesting to see people in the crowds also deciding to wear white just because it's a test match. It's also almost like it's tradition. So it's a test match, everybody's wearing white. We'll do that as a group.
Maybe it's just the light linen that folks down in KwaZulu-Natal wear. Full of ball and actually deflected by Lazard Williams onto the non-striker's end. But Hassan Joy is back safely, so there's no problem there with the run out. He stays there on 89. Yasser is on 13, and Bangladesh 205 for 6.
Yeah, good awareness there from the non-striker. It could so easily have dismissed some other batters who tend to wander out of the crease, switching off at the other side in between facing deliveries.
Yeah, I think probably the difference between Test match backing up and ODI backing up, I'm sure he would have been an extra stride down in a T20 or an ODI. Another full ball by Lazard, and this one beats the man at mid-on. It is going to run all the way down to the mid-on boundary for 4, and the man who missed it, and he probably should have got there, is Dean Elgar, who is not having a good day in the field at all.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a stinker today. He dropped the catch, then he let one straight through his legs. Now he's dived straight over one, hurt his right shoulder a little bit. So definitely not having a great day out there is the captain.
Yeah, it's always embarrassing as a captain when you start having a bad day. You really need to lead from the front in the field. And he really should have got down there. Short ball outside the off stump, just slashed away by Yasser Ali. He just stood up tall and hit it confidently through the line, went over the head of cover and down to the boundary for the second 4 in 2 balls. And suddenly Bangladesh 213 for 6. And Yasser Ali has moved on to 21.
Yeah, this new ball is working against the Proteas so far. They haven't really used it very well. This one's short and wide and just easy to put away. Freeing his hands, Yasser Ali over the top. No worries, no fielder out there, and it runs all the way to the boundary. Algar runs all the way to the boundary, but in vain.
Yeah, Elgar's having one of those awful days where the ball follows you around the field, full ball and just driven again. And it's going to be Dean Elgar again, who this time does the fielding. It wasn't going particularly hard and he was able to collect it easily and showed some of his frustration with how hard he threw it back to Carl Verheyen.
Yeah, it's funny how it works. The moment you drop a catch, suddenly the ball is coming towards you the entire time.
Yeah, that ball that was hit through the covers for 4 really just sat up and begged to be spanked. Lazard Williams, 5th ball of the over, right arm over, short into the body of Yasser Ali, who just knocks it into the onside. Temba Bavuma is there, but he can't quite field cleanly enough to put pressure on the batsman, and they go through for a single. Ali's on 22, Joy's on 89, Bangladesh 214 for 6.
It's been a bit of a difference between the sides. Usually you'd say South Africa are an exceptional fielding side, but in this test match so far, it's been Bangladesh that showed how it's done. A couple of brilliant catches, run-up opportunities. That one was a run-up opportunity for Temba Bavuma, but as he was trying to get the ball in his hands and throw, it just slipped out. It was a definite opportunity to go for a run-out, but he missed that one as it just lobs into the air and they get through for a single.
Final ball of our session, driven into the offside. It splits a point and cover. Dean Elgar is able to jump onto it and just grab or stop it with one hand, but they do get through to a single. Yasser is on 22. Joy moves into the 90s. He will be taken through the 90s by Dave and Chris. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you. You're listening to 1WSR.com.
To take you through the next 40 minutes or so, you're joined by me, Christopher Tindalbiska, along with Dave Midgley, as Dwan Olivier comes in right arm over into Mamadou Hassan Joy, who's there on 90. He'll move on to at least 91. There's confusion. There's going to be a run out, and we'll see who ends up being out, but no communication there at all between Yasser Al-Chowdhury and Mamadou Hassan Joy. And in the end, Kyle Verreynne has a lot of time to take off the bails at the striker's end. And we're going to wait a moment to see who got back to the non-strikers crease last. It looks like it's probably going to be Yasser Al-Chowdhury. He's gone for 22 of 37.
Chris, we don't waste time, do we? Immediately, first ball, and he's been run out. Yasser Ali, he should be disappointed with himself. It's a ball that Joy just knocked onto the onside and immediately said no, and Yasser Ali was off on his bike.
Very disappointed.
Upset with his partner, but he had to be the sacrificial lamb in that instance. Man on 91 versus a man on 22. Good bit of, there was never a second run there, and immediately said no, but Yasser Ali put his head down and was on his bike, and he's gone for 22. He's run out by Rickleton. So that's the first involvement Rickleton's had in a wicket in Test cricket.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if he's been 12th man in any of the series that he's been part of the squad of, but at least as a starting
involved
member,
in a wicket. Yeah. So it's a bit of bemusement there for Russell Domingo. He'll be unimpressed with himself, will Yasser Ali. He's saying it's his teammate, but at the end, he knew he had to be the one to look up at his partner. His partner.
It was
Hassan Joy. Yeah, he put his hand up.
It was also Joy's call. I mean, he was the man who hit the ball.
Running to the danger.
It was in front of him as a batsman, and he realized that there was only one run on offer there.
216 for 7 now. Mahedi Hassan Miraz, the right-arm off-spinner, comes to the wicket. He's got 1,012 runs to his name at an average of 20.24. No mug with the bat whatsoever. He's got 350s and 100 as well, and his best, that 103 coming against the West Indies at Chittagong. So there might yet be a twist in the tail with this Bangladesh innings.
Yeah, a man he's there primarily as a bowler. I think he played that first Test series that he ever had at home against England and was just picking up wickets for fun. I think he had 3 sixers across his first 4 Test bowling innings. The English just didn't know how to play him in Bangladesh, but he's also handy with the bat. We saw that in that South Africa series in the ODIs. He did it against Afghanistan. He scored a lot of runs. And so not an easy wicket to take.
No, but South Africa will be on a high here. They've picked up the wicket of Yasser Ali, and they'll want to put pressure on the new man, Hassan
Dwan
Miraz.
Olivier just played off the hips of Mahedi Hassan Miraz into the onside, and they go through for a single.
Scampered single there, and again to Ryan Rickleton, and that could have so easily have gone in the same direction as the previous runner. But Chris, you wouldn't often think that if you do throw, we take the throw on of a wicketkeeper, that that would be a wild one. It was a little bit of a wild one, but thankfully for the South Africans, the wicketkeeper with the gloves today, Kyle Verreynne,
had a huge amount of time there.
Yeah, was safe there.
Took it 2 meters away from the stumps, but was able to jog back in and remove the bails. Dwan Olivier in again, this one wide, swinging away from the man on 91. Goes through to Kyle Verreynne, 4-no run. A little bit of a wry smile from Dwan Olivier. But yeah, not a threatening delivery, that one.
Cameron now on Ricky Bobby, as he's affectionately known, and he's being showered with caps and bats and all these various things that they want him to sign. See, now he's a fan favorite of the kids. He's effected a run out, essentially. But that's one of the joys that comes with being a professional cricketer, the opportunity to sign all of those hats and caps and bats.
Another way swing delivery from Olivier. He's bowling right arm over into the right-handed Joy. This one a little bit closer to the stumps, but still wide enough that Mamadou Hassan Joy had no interest in playing it. Shouldered arms, as we also see Russell Domingo look very upset by that run out.
Yeah, and he should be.
Fair question. At that stage, in a test match especially, when you don't really need to push those ones into twos, just a lack of communication between the two Bangladesh batsmen, Dwan Olivier, and again to Joy. This one similarly outside off stump, didn't swing quite as much as a previous delivery, and again he's happy enough to leave it alone. So Bangladesh remain 217 for 7 with 1 ball left in Dwan Olivier's 13th over. the deficit 150 at the moment.
Local lad Darren de Pavillon, who's made his one-day debut for South Africa, but in the test squad, in the absence of South Africa's firepower of Heinrich Nokia Lungingiti, as well as the man himself, Kagiso Rabada.
And even Marco Janssen probably would have been on the side had he not been at the IPL. This one, even wider than the previous one, no need to play at that. Just 129 kilometers an hour as it passed the batsman.
And just a reminder that you are listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the first test between South Africa and Bangladesh. And it is brought to you by Cape Talk.
You're with Cape Talk.
Looks like we might see Simon Harmer rejoin the attack. He's taken his hat off. We obviously saw a fair bit of seam once the new ball was available, but we're going back to spin, which has proved pretty successful so far, especially for Simon Harmer, who took the wickets of the entire top 4 from Bangladesh. He's now at 4 for 76 from his 30 overs. Quite a return to the side for Simon Harmer.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. I mean, he picked up those 3 wickets or 3 out of those 4 in his third spell, and he's been really economical, barring that second spell of 2.5 overs in which he went for 14. But other than that, Chris, he's been quite tidy in his outings. But the fourth spell, the one today, has been his most expensive in terms of how he's gone around
the
it.
Man on 91's taken quite a liking to him and just come down the crease pretty regularly to hit Simon Harmer all around the ground. Quite a few boundaries off his bowling this afternoon. Or
3
this
men
morning,
around the
rather.
bat. They all crouch.
Simon Harmer, right arm over. This one just defended back up the crease for no run.
And there's also a silly mid-on in place for the South Africans. It looks like there may be a change in the field here. Keegan Peterson moving around. So we'll just see once we're able to share with you what that is, what that exact field change in is. But I mean, Simon Harmer, 4 wickets on return, and I know there will be certainly somebody who will be looking forward to a fifer.
Oof, this one's just the arm ball or the harm ball, I suppose. Simon Harmer bowling a wider one that was quite quick, and Mahedi Hassan did not read that one at all.
No,
as it
mate,
beat
Chris,
the
that's too
outside
easy.
edge.
Come on, Chris, that's too easy. Surely not. Surely you can't call that the harm ball. Tweet us at OneWorldSR.
Harmer in again. This one almost Yorker length darted in at the stumps of Mahedi Hassan, but he manages to dig it out, and there's no run there. He remains on 1 or 4 deliveries now. Yeah, much quicker there. 92 kilometers an hour from Simon Harmer. Right on the toes of Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Spinner versus spinner at the moment. 4th delivery of the over. Mahedi just gets on the back foot, defends it, barely outside of his shadow, dribbles a couple of meters before being picked up by Carver Rayner. Another dot delivery.
And the wonderful thing is that, Simon Harmer took a liking to Mahedi Hassan Miraz in his batting outing in this first test.
This one a little bit loopier, gets a very thick outside edge, but that drops just short of the man at first slip. Keegan Peterson dribbles down to third man, where the leg slip, Vion Mulder chases it down, and they go through for a single. So Mahedi moves on to 2 there, and the man who's taken a liking to Simon Harmer so far, Mamadul Hassan Joy, he's on 91. He'll face the final ball of Harmer's 31st.
Yes.
There's a leg slip, a first slip, and a catching fielder, 2 catching fielders on the onside. As this one keeps very low, and that's well dug out by Joy there. That, barely got up off the pitch at all. That's very similar to that first wicket that we saw yesterday from Simon Harmer's first wickets after a few years in the wilderness.
Absolutely. So Ravi Nair has tweeted in, said, at OneWorldSR, hi guys, first time listener here, definitely not based in Asia. No. I love your commentary. Do you only do the men's game, or will you do tomorrow's World Cup final? Well, the Women's World Cup final. We'll leave that up to the boss man himself, Simon Gear. And commenting on Simon Gear's statement saying, maybe the weather guy's getting it wrong this weekend. And so he says, you're the weather guy, Simon. It's your responsibility to get the weather right. And just an interesting take there by Simon. Maybe the weather guys get it right. It's like Tiger Woods asking if golf is, going to do okay without him. I mean, he is golf, really.
And that's the other joke we make about Simon. He doesn't just predict the weather. We pretend that he's in charge of it. And if it rains, it's his fault.
Yes,
and he gets
absolutely.
to choose whether it rains or not. Dwan Olafere is going to continue from the other end. He's gone for 36 so far in his 13. He's right arm over into Mahedi Hassan. This one bounces on him. He gets on the back foot and just parries it to the man at point. There's no run there.
But the great thing is that we don't listen to what Simon says because viva la revolution. We've become defined, really.
Or the only time we do listen to him is when he starts it out by saying Simon says. Otherwise, we're free to do whatever we want.
Yeah, there you go. So, Joy on 91 from 251. The silliness will now come to a close. Mahedi Hassan Miraz, 2 from 7, 218 for 7 at the moment. First ball has been bowled in Olafire's 14th over.
Dwan Olafere, and again, this one, in at the ribs, or at least the hip of Mahedi Hassan. Dwan Olafere is complaining about something or other. I'm not sure entirely what the concern is.
Yeah, I'm not exactly certain what he's unhappy about. He gestured towards the alternate side of the wicket. So if he's coming over the wicket and it's the right-hand side, that I think he's saying that they have to run off the pitch and not through the middle of the strip. And I think that's why he's not happy. He's just suggesting he's got to run on the side of the strip as opposed to straight down the middle.
Third delivery of Olafire's 14th over. He's switching to around the wicket. Maybe that's what the conversation was. This one doesn't trouble the batsman too much as it remains down leg and goes what would have been a wide in a one-day game, but is a dot delivery in this, but very non-threatening into Mahedi Hassan Miraz.
Yeah, an exciting period here for Mamadul Hassan Joy. The highest score by a Bangladeshi, and he could find his way into the 3-figure mark. He's got 9 runs for it, and he would be the first Test match centurion in the series.
This one, an attempted shorter delivery from Dwan Olafere, but it doesn't get up very high, very much on his side of the pitch, and swung a reasonable amount, but didn't trouble Mahedi Hassan as it goes quite wide on the offside, picked up by Kyle Verena. Again, no run. So Bangladesh remain 218 for 7. Mahedi Hassan's on strike with 2 deliveries left in this over. He's on 2. At the other end, as Dave was saying, Mamadul Hassan Joy is on 91, the highest score by a Bangladesh player against South Africa in Test cricket.
He certainly superseded that number of balls faced record that you were talking about by what, 60, 70?
Yeah, thereabouts. The record was 184. If he carries on like this, he could double that record. As Dwan Olafere bowls the penultimate delivery of his 14th, and this one's played by Mahedi Hassan to the man at point, and there's no run there.
Keshav Maharaj at backward point. It's somewhat of a surprise, Chris, to see somebody like your left-arm spinner at backward point. I mean, if you think of Gibbs and De Villiers and Rhodes and a number of others that have found themselves there at backward point. Ontong is another one. I mean, did they just let anybody there?
I think it's more of a catching position in the shorter format. There's not too many balls that are caught at points in Test matches, and you probably want your best fielders in the slips or a little bit closer to the batsman, as this one's short, played to that man, Keshav Maharaj, but on the bounce. And so that's a dot to finish that over. Bangladesh still 218 for 7.
So do you think that you'd prefer, as drinks is taken, good bit of hydration opportunities here? But I want to go more into that, Chris. I mean, is it something that you think that should be a thing where you particularly put guys in specific places?
I mean, that definitely makes sense. Certain players are just better fielders or better suited to
High
certain positions.
areas.
And I don't know if there's anyone in the side who's really put up their hand as a point fielder in particular. Good fielders in the side, but equipped for different... Temba Bavuma is good anywhere around the ground, but I remember some of his best fielding performances in Test coming in that mid-wicket role.
Mid-wicket cover region, yeah. He was in that region for the previous... the conclusion of that previous over. And so I'm just wondering if Keshav Maharaj is up to scratch. I know he's somebody that works on his fielding. He'll take great pride in it. But I'm also mindful, Chris, of balls that are hit quite hard square of the wicket. And you run the risk of your spinner damaging or even, ruining his fingers. For somebody that relies so heavily on the appendage like his phalanges, you would think he would want to protect them at a mid-on or mid-off.
Yeah, I don't know. There's so many players that you're going to want to be protecting that then you almost have no one that you can.
Well, anybody
put in a
who doesn't bowl.
position.
Anybody who doesn't
You
bowl.
need fingers to bat as well, I guess.
Yeah, but less so than a finger spinner or a seamer. I mean, you just have to grip the bat. Graham Smith did it with a broken hand. What's the excuse?
Yeah, I think you just favor proficiency in the role more than injury avoidance when it comes to that sort of thing.
Yeah, surprisingly as well, they've decided they wanted Ryan Rickleton in a sweeping role as opposed to close in or perhaps in the slips, just because they feel like he's probably better served out there, or he's the youngster, so he's got to go out there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just a less defined.
I mean, somebody
role
who's used to catching. I don't know.
Yeah, or one of the seam bowlers would normally be out there, better arms.
Certainly would be the case. Good to see South African fans waving their flags, supporting the men in white with green numbers. And good to see that the stadium is filling up ever so slightly. Maybe people went for their morning park run or something like that in and around Durban, and then they went home, caught a shower, and they've come for the afternoon session, the post-lunch session. But it's been a wonderful day of cricket so far. 218 for 7 this session, producing 2 wickets already, Chris. We picked up one from the first ball of our stint, in which there was a run-out.
I think Yasser Al-Chowdhury has to take more credit for that than anyone.
Sounds like he's undone himself, but it was the wicket picked up by Zard Williams that really changed things after lunch with an old ball as well before they took on the new ball, and then the new ball has only resulted in a run out.
And you'd think the new ball generally you favor more seam up deliveries, but we've seen Lazard Williams throughout this session bowl lots of cross seam deliveries.
Yeah, it's been an interesting thing. I suppose it's an indication of how the wicket is playing. You would think with a little bit more overcast conditions and a new egg that it would swing a lot more. Decidedly not, because he's gone with, as you said, a lot of cutters and a lot of slow balls, cross seam deliveries. He's going to go now is Simon Harmer to Mehdi Hassan Miraz. He's bowling to
Ahmadul Hassan Joy.
Yes, that's one. That's the one.
It's been the most entertaining contest of this match so far, these two against each other. Joy winning most of the bounce that we've seen so far as he comes down the crease this time to Harmer, who throws it back at him, but he's well within his crease.
The last thing I want to see, I've already seen the Temba Bavuma 90s debacle in which he was so close to 100 and then ended up being bowled by Mehdi Hassan Miraz. And I think the last thing anybody wants to see is somebody like Hassan Joy get stumped here after running past the delivery.
Harmer in again, right arm over. This one really floated, and Joy flashes at it, gets a thick outside edge, and it looks like it's going to run down to the third man boundary. He moves on to 95, just 5 runs short of that first test century for him.
Oh, goodness gracious. That so nearly could have gone to a second slip. Keegan Peterson very tight there. Maybe...
no chance for the first slip.
No, not a chance, but maybe a second or wider second, but he certainly gave that the full beans, Chris. And it raced away to the boundary. No one there at third man, so Harmer can only put his hands on his head in disappointment at his own bowling there.
Yeah, maybe not a bad delivery, but with that field placing, wasn't going to get a wicket from an outside edge as thick as that. Harmer continues right arm over into Joy, targets the pads of the man, and this one's just played out to mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, halfway through this over so far. Harmer's 4 for 81 from his 31.5 overs, and Bangladesh on double Nelson.
2-2-2. Harmer in again, similar delivery to the previous one, similar results, again picked up by Temba Bavuma at mid-wicket.
If you weren't sure what impersonation that was of the late great himself, Richie Benaud. Recently 2-2-2 in this year, this 22nd of February 2022.
This one played to short mid-on, no run there.
There was
one delivery remaining in this over.
There was a petition to name it Richie Day.
Yeah.
I think it should have been.
See it at some of the Australian matches, the Richies dressing up as the final delivery is bowled. Joy just plays this one off his pads. It hits the man at square leg, and there's no run. So At the end of that over, Bangladesh remain 222 for 7. Mehdi Hassan will face the first delivery the next over. He's on 2. His partner at the other end, 95.
Brown, come in your brown, beige, ivory, bone, and off-white. And
the silver wigs and the microphones.
And the mics. But they also have the Channel 9 theme, that famous tune that you will know instantly if you're a cricketing fan. It was a part of Australian cricketing broadcasting for so many years, and so many great commentators that have come through the ranks there. But most importantly, Chris, Bangladesh are not down and out by any stretch of the imagination. When we started this day, we thought, goodness me, less than 100 runs on the board overnight and 4 wickets down. You would have thought, oh, this game is dead and buried. South Africa are going to come in and have a lead of 200 plus and maybe enforce the follow-on. Nevertheless, that isn't the case. Bangladesh trail by 145. Maharaj will replace Ulafir.
This one turns away from Mehdi Hassan. It starts on leg stump and just played into the onside for no run. So
Mehdi
spin
Hassan
from
Mirage.
both ends again. That new ball has very quickly found itself back in the hands of the spinners. Maharaj left arm around the wickets into Mehdi Hassan. This one played to the man at long on, and there's no run there. Still 2-2-2 for 7.
True. That one 49 miles an hour, so a consistent pace here from Keshav Maharaj. Just for our friends that are not metric system users.
This one pitching between middle and off, just defended to Keegan Peterson, who's there under the helmet on the offside. And there's another, no run there.
Keshav Maharaj yet to get in the wickets. He's bowled so frugally, though. He comes in again.
Very similar delivery and result, but this one just to the left to Keegan Peterson. And so the batsmen are able to sneak through for a single quite quickly.
He's done an important job here for South Africa, keeping the Bangladesh batters quiet. It's just a single there for Mehdi Hassan Miraz, and that'll bring Joy back on strike. He's on 95, and I think we won't mention anything more, Chris, of that thing. We won't even mention what it is. It's a thing.
He's batting with a bat that has what he's aiming for on it.
Yes, absolutely.
This is defended back up the pitch by Mamadul Hassan Joy.
One ball remaining in the 31st. What did I say? I literally just said we're not going to mention it, and then you go ahead and mention it. We're not mentioning it. Maharaj, 0 for 50 from 30.5.
And very similar delivery and result, defended back up the pitch again. Bangladesh 2-2-3 for 7.
Yeah, just a one in that over, which means that Mehdi Hassan Miraz will face the beginning of the new over, and somebody needs to find Temba Bavuma an iron for his shirt. Looks like he's just pulled it out the bottom of his kit bag. Goodness me.
Yeah, between that and the grass and dirt stains on the shirts and the missing shoulder on Lazard Williams's shirt.
Yes, so the irritation on Lazard Williams, the brown front of his shirt of Ryan Rickleton.
Yeah, Rickleton looks like either he's been sliding around on it a lot on his stomach, or he had chocolate cake during the lunch break.
Maybe there was a bit of a good old chalky cake. But it's been a good day in the field for the South Africans. They've kept Bangladesh quiet. No real domination from Bangladesh. There's been moments, sure, but never a moment where you felt like Bangladesh were on top. Harmer now into Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who just defends this. No run.
So leg slip, man under the helmet on the onside as well. Mehdi is batting without his helmet now. And there's also Keegan Peterson in the regular first slip. This one flights it outside off. Turns a reasonable amount. They go through for a very quick single. There was no thoughts of two. They were well safe after the first run, though. And so Joy back on strike.
Yeah, there was no one in the cover region. And so Lazard Williams, who was at point, had to run round and collect that one. So all your best fielders, as we said, will be close in.
Harmer in again, right arm over. This just defended back up the crease to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, just a massive defensive shot there. He's happy just to be patient. Plug away here is Mehdi Hassan Miraz, just to try and keep things quiet. But he's at the non-striker's end with Joy at the striker's end.
Again, just defended back up the crease. Picked up by short mid-on. That's Dean Elgar, the captain. And no run. Bangladesh still 224 for 7.
2 balls remaining in the 33rd. Mehdi Hassan is on 4 from 18, and his partner's got a score of some kind.
Another defensive shot. He's happy to see out the Harmer over, it seems.
I wonder why. It's almost like he's avoiding the strike. He was happy. I mean, I just thought he would be the one to want to take on more strike to get himself to that thing. Anyway,
slightly freer arms on the last delivery, but not as aggressive as we've seen him throughout the rest of today. And so it just goes into the onside for another dot. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty recognized phenomenon. Batsmen do slow down in the 90s, unless I think your name's Glenn Maxwell, who swings all the way through and maybe swings even harder when he's in the 90s.
Why not? Why not? Could you bring up Simon Harmer's first-class stats? I want to have a look at those because I think it's something to be mindful of. Good to see the fans enjoying some beverages there. And the weather, you wouldn't presume that the weather was that horrendous in terms of sunlight that you can sometimes see at Kingsmead, that you would need such large hats. But nevertheless, they're supporting, and there's a lovely young lady who's got her flag ready to go. Maharaj, to begin his 32nd, he goes left arm round the wicket, and this one is just defended on the bounce to silly point. And
I don't know what stat you're looking for specifically.
Just his career stats.
Okay, so these first-class stats will include the few tests that he's played.
That's fine.
But he's taken 743 wickets at an average of 26.
Maharaj in again, and this is again defended, this time on leg stump, but obviously turning away from Miraz, who just defends it. So you're saying how many wickets again?
743.
Goodness gracious. How many games?
That's in 172 first-class fixtures.
Maharaj in again, and he just defends this one, does Mehdi. Which begs the question, why do you think he went to the UK?
I think the same reason.
Felt like he was
lot of
behind
those players,
Maharaj?
there's stability, there's the money. It does make sense. I mean, we've seen so many players take cold packs that if someone wasn't playing for South Africa and they were good at cricket, you would just assume that they'd taken a cold pack.
Defended on the bounce to that silly point. I'll let you retain your or retake your possession as ball man. Sorry, I kind of just threw you a loop there.
So Keshav Maharaj left arm around into Mehdi Hassan. This one defended to Keegan Peterson, who's under the helmet on the offside, and there's no run there. Still 2-2-4 for 7. One ball left in Maharaj's 32nd.
Yeah, there's a bit of a change now. You'll see the man that, you'll hear that the man who is at forward short leg now goes to a double silly point.
This one defended to one of those silly points, Sarl Ervia, and no run there. We were talking about Simon Harmer. Of all those wickets that he's taken, 491 of them were between his last test match and this one.
I mean, that's an incredible stat that he's just, like you said earlier when we were on commentary together, that he's somebody who's been named the county player of the decade. That's incredible.
Yeah, he's been in the top 5 wicket takers in all 5 of the last seasons that they've actually played of county cricket. And in a couple of those, he was the number 1 wicket taker, sometimes with 20 wickets more than the man, sitting at number 2. And yeah, just 10 fizz and 5 fizz for fun whilst he's been there playing for Essex. As he continues here, into Joy, there's a quick throw from Temba Bavuma. I think they managed to go through for a single in the end. So Joy moves up onto 96. And Mehdi Hassan will be on strike again.
Yeah, it was an extra bit of a flight delivery and bowled a little bit quicker as well. And it's risky to take one to Temba, isn't it?
Very flighted delivery here from Harmer, quite wide outside off stump, and Mehdi Hassan's happy enough to defend it into the offside. Dean Elgar does the fielding, and that's another dot delivery. Yeah, very, very risky. If that, in the end, the non-striker Mehdi Hassan was slightly ahead of his batting partner and was able to get to the crease safely enough. This one in on the pads of Mehdi Hassan, again to Temba Bavuma, that don't risk a single on this occasion, and so he will retain strike for the next delivery.
I wonder if it helps Temba move quickly and more efficiently for his wicketkeeper, as Harmer will change to come round the wicket to shout, Temba!
This one, yeah, Harmer around the wicket into Mehdi Hassan. It's in on his pads. He just rolls it off the pads to the man there at a very short square leg, and there's no run there.
It's just a strange run up there from Simon Harmer. Goes in front of the umpire, darts out wide again, and then bowls the ball.
as this one is swept by Mehedi Hassan. It's up in the air. It looks like it's going to hit the banks, and that is 6 runs. He's not feeling in the nervous single digits there. He moves on to 10 with that 6.
Good
And
gracious.
Bangladesh's
What
total
a
moves
shot.
on to 231 for 7.
Fourth, sixth in this test match. I'll eventually get there. But just standard delivery, really, from Homer. Averaged ball. And Mehdi Hassan Miraz absolutely smashed that about, 5-10 rows back, Chris? What a shot.
Yeah, took
5
full
rows.
advantage. And again, Harmer goes in front of the umpire, then back around. This one rushed Mehedi a little bit. So he's on the back foot, gets a very thick outside edge, which dribbles towards the third man region, and there's no run there. So he does that when he's bowling around and over the wicket, where he strays to the left. It's only when he's bowling around the wicket that means he ends up in front of the umpire. But sometimes it looks like at the beginning of his run-up, he's going to bowl a back foot, no ball, coming in very wide, but then he straightens out and bowls reasonably close to the stumps, does Simon Harmer.
Yeah, good fist bump there between Mehdi Hassan Miraz and Mamadul Hassan Joy. 9. I won't say the word that that you're all looking for. 17 overs in the session, 2 for 48. The run rate 2.82, and these two are putting together a lovely partnership. Just doing well to frustrate the South Africans.
Keshav Maharaj putting this in on the right on the stumps of Mamadul Hassan Joy. It's just defended back up the pitch for no run. Score remains 231 for 7. 5 balls left in Maharaj's 33rd. He comes in again around the wickets into the right-handed batsman, and again he's satisfied to defend it back up the crease. Is Mamadul Hassan Joy.
Right, so we couldn't get him to a milestone, but at the end of this over, Simon Gear and Werner Rasmus will look to get him there.
Flights at one in again on the wickets of Mamadul Hassan Joy, and again he defends it back up the pitch for no run. He seems to be enjoying himself out there. A little bit of a smile, maybe a nervous smile from the Bangladeshi youngster.
Yeah, how important this would be for his test career.
Again, flighted, really testing stuff here from Maharaj. There's an attempted run out, but the batsman's quite safe. And in the end, there's overthrows as they'll go through for 2. He'll move on. He'll take another 2 runs. Well, Mamadul Hassan Joy, I know Dave doesn't want me to tell you what he's on, but I think it's important that
he's net on the hook. That's all I'm going to say. He's just around the corner.
He's on to 98 now.
Yeah, there's going to be there's going to be a question about whether or not he actually gets there, because there was a shy at the non-strikers end, which it did hit the stumps, but I think everybody presumes that all's well that ends well. He's safe in the end. Yeah, he's well home there. Is Mehdi Hassan Miraz. Not Mehdi Hassan Miraz. Mamadul Hassan. My apologies. I'm not having a good day. I'm having a Dean Elgar day, to be honest.
Yeah, so not out. He was not out by a good meter there.
Kazondo is the man who nearly ran him out.
On the field, we'll try keep an eye out to figure out who's off the field.
It's like a game of Where's Waldo to try and find the standout, and Kazondo is that man.
This one a little bit shorter than the previous deliveries. Joy gets on the back foot, cuts it towards the point boundary, and that should be 3 figures. His maiden test century. And he's absolutely ecstatic. The first test century by a Bangladesh player in a test against South Africa, home or away. And in just his 3rd test match for the Tigers.
Well done, young man. Certainly well deserved. He's batted well. He's had to plug away. He's had to struggle to get to that test century, coming off 269 deliveries. This has smashed his average right up to 61.33. And so in his 3rd test match, as Chris said, he's had 84 runs before this test match, and now 184. And his strike rate will also benefit from it. My goodness me, he has batted well, and Bangladesh desperately needed it when he came to the wicket.
Well, yeah, I mean, he opened the batting, and he's managed to cycle through quite a few partners. If he hadn't got this 100, Bangladesh would have been in a very dangerous situation. He's taking them to something reasonably presentable.
But that's what I'm saying. When he came out to bat, Bangladesh could have capitulated quite easily.
Final delivery from Keshav Maharajan on the pads of Joy. He just plays this into the onside. He makes his way a third of the way down the pitch. His batting partner says, no, thank you. And so they settle for no run there in the end.
Yeah, just a wonderful performance from him, and he should be proud of himself. Chris Tyndale-Bisco has been with me. I'm David Midgley, and the next two voices you'll hear are Simon Gear and Fadne Erasmus.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to the live feed from One World Sports Radio in partnership with Cricket South Africa and also Prime Media. Bangladesh are currently 235 for 7, still trailing by 132 runs. But Mamadou Hassan Joy has just gone to a magnificent century, his first and also the very first one for a Bangladeshi batter against South Africa in their history. As we see Simon Harmer coming in over the wicket to Mehedi Hassan Mirage, and this one is just defended out into the leg side for no run.
Slip in place. There's a man at forwards short leg. There's a catching, not even really a catching cover. I think like a genuine silly mid-on.
This one is straight at the stumps on a good length, and just again worked away to short leg for no run.
So he's spinning it into the right-hander and looking for those catches at short leg and at that silly mid-on.
Armour in again. This one is on a good length, pushed through slightly quicker and defended out by Mehedi Hassan. That innings from Joy has taken 270 deliveries. He's been batting for 6 hours and 45 minutes.
That's a long, long time.
It's a very long time. This one is just angling down the leg side, whipped out to the man at a short fine leg, and there will be no run.
What we forget is the sheer tiredness of that. I mean, if you, I know, umpiring, say, a 50 over match, I mean, after you've been on your feet for 6 hours, you are properly tired.
Yeah, it takes extreme levels of fitness. This one from Simon Harmer is just full outside of some defended back down the pitch for no run.
So Bangladesh 253 for 7. They still trail by 132, but they're making a decent fist of this.
They are indeed. This one is flighted a bit more by Simon Harmer, but Mehedi Hassan comes on the front foot comfortably to defend this one back down the pitch. That is the end of the 98th over. Bangladesh are 235 for 7.
So the 2 men at the crease is Mehedi Hassan Miraz, who is there on 10. He's been there for 34 balls, but Mahmudul Hassan Joy, 100 exactly, 270 balls, 10 fours and a 6. This partnership with 19 runs now, since there was that unfortunate run out of Yasser Ali, where they turned for a second run, and Joy sent Ali back, and was not particularly well received, to be honest. He was a bit irritated by that, but they are still, continuing the fight. And this is not, as someone on our commentary WhatsApp group said, this is not the Bangladesh of a decade ago. This is a completely different animal entirely, and very, very good for world cricket.
Yeah, they've come a long way. We see that Joy's 100, of course, I said it was the first 100 for a Bangladeshi batter. The previous highest was 77 by their captain, Maman Haq, who wasn't captain at the time, and that one was back in 2017 in Potchefstroom. Keshav Maharaj comes into like around the wicket. He floats this one. It just pops up towards short leg of the bat of Joy. Possibly a chance for Soro Arvid to his left-hand side. Seeing a replay, this one just popped out to his left-hand side. It was low to his left-hand side. Not quite low enough to take that one. A slight chance there as it started to die on him. This one from Maharaj again around the wicket, looped up on the stumps and defended back for no run.
I mean, he's very, very close to Sarul Ervir. He's close enough that you see some guys actually kneeling, although they tend not to kneel in front of square because that's a very, very good way to get clobbered. But but he's super close.
He is indeed. This one is outside the leg stump, whipped out towards square leg. Lizard Williams just runs around from that short fine leg region. Keeps that 1-2-1. Or was it a no run?
Yeah, no, they didn't take a run. That's
No
interesting.
run.
Yeah, I mean, he's just about the closest I think I've ever seen of a forward short leg. He's one body length away from Joy.
Yeah, it's right on the edge of the pitch, just off the cut strip. Yeah, so he definitely is in close. So anything that might pop up, he should be close enough to get a hand to. Whether he'll have enough time to react to it will be another thing to consider. It depends on whether it comes off the middle of the bat. This one from Maharaj is just, again, given some nice flight outside the off stump and defended out into the offside for no run.
My concern is that if anything pops up, it's going to go over him. I mean, that wouldn't have been a catch for a man at a conventional position. The one that happened a few balls ago. And I can't quite imagine a situation where he does take a catch there. Even if it was hit straight at his hands, if it comes off the full face of the bat, there's no chance.
Yeah.
So it really would have to be a. Yeah, I mean, maybe if that one had gone straight into his hand, it would have stuck. But it's. I think maybe half a yard back. Give yourself at least a chance of making decisions.
Yeah, the last ball of that over was just defended back to Maharaj in the air for a short while, but dropped short of him. At the end of the 99th overs of Bangladesh are 235 for 7. Looking at the figures, Olivier has not yet taken a wicket. He's bowled 14 overs with 36. Williams has taken 2 for 44. He's bowled pretty well in his debut. Simon Harmer has taken 4 for 89. Keshav Maharaj has bowled 34 overs, only conceded the 54 runs with 14 maidens. Yet to take a wicket, but keeping things tight. And Algar bowled the 1 over to just change things up. Yet to see an over for Vian Mulder.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one, not having Vian in. Let me give you some of the admin that we are partners with Prime Media on this broadcast. Very, very proud to be with the Prime Media stable. And this particular half an hour, we'll say it's been brought to you by KFM.
KFM 94.5.
I mean, the fact that Vian Mulder hasn't bowled is fascinating.
This one from Lizard Williams is a short pitch delivery. Mehdi Hassan just gets on the back foot and manages to just ride this one and defend it down into the ground, into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, I mean, Vian is fighting for his. I mean, he's always going to be fighting for his place. He's that sort of cricketer that he's never going to be selected only for his bowling, only for his batting. So he's always going to feel under pressure. And to have got to how many overs? Something insane now.
Almost 100 overs.
Almost
now.
100 overs. They haven't given him a chance yet. He must be injured. It has to be an injury issue.
Yeah, it does seem strange. It's got to be the reason. This one from Williams just keeps the touch low. It's back of the length. It keeps low, but Mehdi Hassan just keeps this one out, defends it out to the offside for no run.
235 for 7. They trail by 132. Joy's still there on 100 of 276 balls. And Mehdi is with him. He's on 10. Williams has taken 2 for 44 of 15. Those are figures he would definitely take as a debutant if it was offered to him.
Yeah, agreed. Williams. And again, this one is just short and wide and left alone by Mehdi Hassan. Mirage comfortably, not really too bothered by that one. Williams has looked good today, taken 2 wickets, had a dropped catch of his bowling as well. Algar not having a great day.
So Bangladesh 235 for 7. They trail by 132. The spinners have spent a lot of time bowling today. 34 overs from Maharaj, 33 from Simon Harmer.
Lizard Williams bowls one at pitches just short of length outside the off stump and left alone by Williams.
So he's bowled 34 overs. Keshav has no wickets for 54, which is an economy rate of a little over 1.5. Lizard Williams, he's been, I would actually say, probably the well, no, not the pick of the South African bowlers, because of course Simon Harmer's taken a forfeit, but he's taken 2 for 44. He'll be very, very happy with his with his wickets and his performance so far today.
I have been impressed. Full outside the off stump. Meher Hassan just comes forward to defend. There's one out into the offside for no run.
So it's not an overtly attacking field from South Africa. It's fairly bog standard. 2 slips. I'm not even sure if we've got a gully at the moment. We'll have to have a look. Dean Elgar's fielding not in the slips at the moment. He's been dropped from the slips, actually. He was at first slip for quite a while in the last year and a bit. And I think the feeling is that he's just not quite there as a slip fielder.
Yeah, it does feel like that. On length, angled into the leg stump by Lazard Williams and just turned away to the mid-wicket region, and they go through for a single. To end the 100th over, Bangladesh are now 236 for 7. South Africa haven't had to bowl 100 overs a lot in test matches in the last couple of years. I think there was that one innings in New Zealand, but other than that, generally in South Africa, you don't see too many innings going past the 100 mark.
Well, we had a fascinating chat with Sean Pollock during the previous test series where Lungi Ngidi, I think, had bowled 25 overs in an innings for the first time in his career. And Sean Pollock made the point that he bowled 25 overs or more 49 times in his first class career. So he was rather dismissive of Lungi's feat, as it were. But to even have 2 guys having bowled mid 30s, 35, 30, 34, 33 overs. In fact, this is Maharaj's 35th over.
Yeah, this one is just outside the leg stump and turned away to fine leg for no run.
2 guys right under the nose of the batsman here, and we do know that Peterson took an absolute blinder earlier in the innings.
Full down the leg side. Meher Hassan gets an edge to this one and will run away to the fine leg boundary 4-4. That takes Bangladesh up to 240 for 7. Meher Hassan Mirage is on 15 of 43 deliveries.
It's quite a quiet period of the match at the moment. The last 10 overs have just brought 18 runs. And I think as to that run out, and most of those runs, I think, have actually been scored by Mehdi. Yeah, so he's scored 15 of the 24 that this partnership is currently worth.
Yeah, definitely pulling his weight. We do know that he is very capable batsman, Maharaj. And again down the leg side, Maharaj losing his line here and not taken cleanly by Verena behind the stumps, and they managed to scamper through for a quick single.
To be honest, Maharaj's reaction was of someone who thought that he nearly got a wicket there. I think he's deliberately bowling that line. He doesn't have a leg slip in place though, which is odd. And he doesn't bring it away from the right-hander. So it's not like he could be bowling a leg spinner. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do there.
Bit of a quicker delivery from Keshav Maharaj on the off stump and just defended out to cover for no run. Yeah, it's an interesting tactic. I don't know if it was a deliberate tactic, possibly, but he came back a bit more to the outside of that last one. This one is on middle stump, coming forward by Joy and defended for no run.
I gave it a bit more loop that time, obviously looking for a bit of turn. And, I think that he's definitely turning up the variations. He's certainly South Africa's number 1 spinner.
This one is on a good length, and it takes the outside edge. It just flies past the man at first slip, and it's running towards the third man boundary. Vian Mulder just about holds it in, and they will come back for a second run. Good ball there by Keshav Maharaj. Got that one to dip on Joy, and taking a thick outside edge, but too far away from slip.
Yeah, he threw himself at it, Keegan Peterson. He's taken some blinders this year. He took that fantastic leg side catch on, I think, the 4th ball of a day at the Newlands. And he took a great left-handed grab at a forward short leg in this innings. That time, it was on the bounce to him, and it was definitely a second slip catch. He wouldn't have been able to get there.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't have. It also bounced short, but very good delivery by Keshav to end off that over. A lot better in the second half of that over than where he started. So we see Lizard Williams coming in with his torn left shirt at the shoulder region. I'm not sure exactly what the reason is.
Someone was explaining this. It was chafing him. I can't remember. I must have been listening to Supersport commentary, but I can't remember where or why I would have been doing that.
This one is short and wide and just uppercut over the slip quarter regions. The cameraman lose the ball, but it went out to the third man boundary. 4-4. Well played, my Meheria-san. Just that short delivery just sitting up nicely to be put away for Lizard Williams, not quite getting his line right. And that takes him up to 20 or up to 19.
19, I think he's on now. Yeah. So in fact, it might be 23 actually. I think let's see once we get the visuals back. But really good, a good shot. Just ramping it with high elbows. He is indeed on 19.
This one, he flashes outside the off stump. It goes through between the slip cordon and gully region, out to the boundary for another 4. A bit loose there from Meheria-san, looking to put some pressure back on the South African bowlers. This one was in the air, straight through that gap, through I would say about a 4th slip region.
Yeah, maybe even 5th. It would have been in the belly of a slip catcher in that region, but it was well between 2nd slip and gully.
A big flash there from Meheria-san. Azan Williams bowling that one a touch fuller, full on leg stump, and worked away now by Meheria-san into the leg side. Takes him up to 24 as the fine leg fielder throws that one in. Bangladesh are 252 for 7, still trailing by 115, but really starting to add up some runs in this session.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the sort of dominant performance that South Africa would have been hoping for against a team like Bangladesh, particularly on home soil. But South Africa going through a funny period at the moment. I think the last time we commentated on them really dominating a team was that debut series of Dwan Olivier.
Williams in again to Joy on a good length, on off stump, defended out into the leg side for no run.
Since then, it's always felt like a little bit of a struggle, particularly in red ball cricket, and I'm not quite sure what the reason behind it is. There's been all sorts of things going on in South African cricket, but that's true of everywhere. I mean, Sri Lanka's been through turmoil. India is a constant soap opera. England is in their own boondocks at the moment.
Yeah, also batting problems on their side. This one is back of length, just outside the off stump, defended by Joy into the offside for no run.
And even if you pay attention to the politics of Australian cricket, it's not a peaceful place. So cricket seems to attract drama off the field. But for South Africa, it does seem to have an impact, and I think part of it is because Australia and England and India don't have this problem of having to hold on to their guys financially.
Williams in again outside the off stump on a good length, just left alone. It didn't carry through to the keeper this time. It just died on him. That's the end of the 102nd over. Bangladesh are 252 for 7. Bit of a partnership forming here between Meheria-san, Miraj, and Joy. They are on 36 of 83 deliveries.
So Mamadul Hassan Joy is looking like he could carry his bat here as well. He's just got 2 partners to come. He's been there right the way through the day, through the innings, but has batted very, very slowly and stoically. He is struggling a little bit with his heel. He's had some treatment through the course of the session. I don't think it's an injury. I think he's rubbing against something, and so he's been having various amounts of treatment there. So not feeling hugely comfortable.
In that over, I saw Jan Mulder just rubbing his shoulder a bit. So potentially it could be a shoulder niggle. The reason why we haven't seen him bowl in over 100 overs in this test match. I can't see a different reason why he wouldn't have at least gotten an over or two to show what he can do. The question is, did he come into this match with the problem, or did he pick it up somewhere along the line? Because if he did come into this test match with it, they could have potentially played the extra better.
Yeah, I mean that would be absolutely ridiculous if he's come in with the injury, because it's not like he injured it while he was batting. Maybe while he spent an extended amount of time sulking in the dugout after getting a first baller. We have asked our man down at the ground, Ken Borland. He's representing us at he's probably actually representing his employer, who is one of the big newspaper groups. I'm actually not sure who Ken actually writes for, but he's we have asked him, and he will ask around within the press box, or this news tends to circulate through the press box quite quickly, and it's always useful having someone in that box to give us an idea of what is going on.
Yeah, I'm sure we're not the first to ask the question. It probably would have been raised by now. 102 overs yet to see Vian Mulder, so I'm sure that there is a reasonable explanation for it. Just some running repairs still here for Joy. He's on 102 of 282 balls. He's been batting the entire innings. Looking at some of the missed chances by South Africa, a straightforward catch to Dean Augar earlier in the innings where he dropped Lytton Das, one from Vian Mulder at leg slip that hit him on a boot. He didn't stay low for that one. He almost reacted late. And then the one just a couple of overs ago by Sara Arve, very close to the pitch, dying low to his left-hand side.
Yeah, I don't think you can really call the Arve one a chance. I mean, it was past him before he had a chance to look at it. But certainly that drop by Dean Elgar, I mean, that is absolutely shocking at this level.
For one middle stump and just worked into the offside for no run. Maharaj in again for the second delivery, full on leg stump this time, defended out down the pitch to Maharaj for no run.
Yeah, not fended out with an enormous amount of confidence either. I mean, he really got himself in a bit of a tangle and slammed his bat down on it. But he survives, and he's on 24 or 49. He's doing nicely.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to be attacking here. This one is again leg stump line. Maharaj not quite getting the right spot there. Defended into the leg side. Half a bat. Interesting to see what is Maharaj's plan here. We did see an edge in the previous over that turned a little bit. He got some nice tip on it as well. This similar sort of delivery on middle and off came forward, did Maharaj, and just defended down the pitch for no run.
252 for 7 now are Bangladesh. They trail by just 115. And I think if they can get another 30 runs, probably, that's enough to save the test match.
Yeah, potentially. For again on leg stump, Maharaj throws his head back as if he felt he was in with a shot there with Sara Arve at short leg.
Because South Africa won't take the risk of declaring with a lead of much less than 350, even 400. Probably actually 400. And, that's a day and a half of batting on this pitch.
Maharaj pulls the length back a bit on this last one. You get some more turn outside of some cut out 2 point by Maheri Masan Maharaj. That is the end of the 103rd over. Bangladesh are 252 for 7. Joy is on 102 of 282 balls, and Maheri Masan Maharaj is on 24 of 53 deliveries.
Right, so what I'm going to suggest is that you can jump up and you can go off to your various responsibilities. Thank you very, very much, Vadana, and thank you so much for the time that you spent with us the last few days. We'll see you again on Monday, eh? And you can just get one of the guys in the room adjacent to come and take over your position. In the meantime, you are listening to One World Sports Radio. My name is Simon Gear. I'm going to be joined by Mpomatwane in his easily the best football strip that has ever been created. It is the Ajax Bob Marley strip.
Three little birds.
Three little birds on my doorstep.
On my window.
Singing sweet songs, melodies pure and sweet. Full ball by Lazard Williams and defended into the offside and no run.
Bangladesh giving some fight, and I like this. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, the comment that someone has made, maybe slightly patriarchally, is that this is good for cricket. To have a strong Bangladesh, similar to a strong West Indies.
I'd like to see a strong Afghanistan come and play on this pitch.
I'd like to see. I'd like to see an Afghanistan at all at this stage. Driven again into that offside, and it goes through to Dean Elgar, who is fielding at mid-off with a sense of penance, I think, having dropped what it should have been a sitter at first slip, and
so he took himself out.
He took himself out, exactly, and which is a big decision, because first slip is a specialist, fielding position. It's
But
not
remember,
something.
We've lost all our slips. So they've gone to the IPL, Rassi as well as Aiden Markram.
They don't even use slips in the IPL. It's completely unnecessary. Defended back down the pitch, no run.
So is it Simon Harmer standing at slip?
It was Vian Mulder a little earlier. Has he got a cap or a hat on?
A hat.
Then it's Simon Harmer, yes.
Geez, Simon Harmer already a senior player.
Yeah,
6 games in.
I mean, he's in interesting position, because he's probably played more first class cricket than most of these guys. Considering how much county cricket he's played. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he is someone who could just about be captaining the side, to be honest, and is yet sort of in the role of a semi-debutant.
Yes, he's coming back into. No, I call it the prodigal son.
One slip at a gully and place, bangs it in, does Lizard Williams, and it goes over his head and
Not
through
happy
to the
with
keeper.
Iceman about that. Have they taken the new ball?
Yeah. Well, they took the new ball 20 odd overs ago.
Okay.
Yeah, which was a pity, because Williams was doing amazing things with the old ball. Admittedly, we only saw him bowl 2 balls after lunch with the old ball. Swung one in so nicely that very nearly hit the off stump, and then got the wicket. And then carried on bowling. Beautiful over. Olafia took the new ball in the second over after lunch, and nothing's really happened since then. Straight ball, and just defended off the back foot into the offside, and Temba Bavuma, keeping himself in the game as much as anything else, I think just comes and tries to have a bit of a shy, but there was nothing really on there.
So I saw you guys asking whether Vian Mulder was injured. He hasn't bowled at all this inning. Right?
Yeah, not at all, no. He was rubbing his shoulder. I see there's a bit of strapping there on the right shoulder, which who knows. He's currently signing autographs for kiddies on the field. Which is a nice thing to see, because that was not allowed during the COVID days.
Because effectively in South Africa, a bowler light, a seamer light.
Yeah, I mean, the seamer that we are light is Vian Mulder, but still.
We need him. You need 5.
Yeah. You do indeed.
Yes. End of that over, 252 for 7. Bangladesh fighting back. Hassan Joy carrying his bat so far. Really lovely to see him in his young international career, just scoring runs. I think it's his 3rd test, and he's batting really like a senior player.
Who's this?
Hassan Joy.
Hassan Joy. I thought you meant. Well, I mean, Mehdi's also been exceptional. He's just, coming in as a lower order Bangladeshi player, and just playing with confidence and with comfort has been fantastic. Joy, I think 288 balls is a lot to suck up for your 102. Eh?
No, guys, it's Test match cricket. We've still got time in the game. Let him bat. Allow the child to bat.
I mean, he's, as I think I was saying to Werner, in fact, no runs have been scored since then, that another 30 and Bangladesh have saved the loss in this game, I think. If South Africa come out with only a 75 or 50 run lead, they're going to have to bat for a long time to make the game safe.
Simon Harmer in from the old fort end, and he bowls one outside the off stump, turning in really nicely.
It was a good ball, that. I mean, got a bit of drift in, a bit of spin as well. He's doing interesting things with the ball, is Simon Harmer.
Yeah, Mahedi was the batter there, just defending it back out to the bowler. Another one outside the off stump, a lot of flight there, and full and defended out to the offside, no run. He's got 1 slip and 1 short leg. Silly mid on is Dean Elgar. I'd like to see more catches, but Simon knows best. 4 for 89. Hasn't taken a wicket since last night's barrage, where he took like 4. for the first 4 wickets. This one defended out to the leg side, no run.
Yeah, so there is the slip in place. There's a man at forward short leg. There's also a classic silly mid on. Silly mid off, silly mid on are positions that we played all the time at school. You just don't see them at test match level often.
Oh, this one coming in, drifting in nicely and turning into the right hand. Mehidi plays that off the back foot, no run. Day 3, the average turn has increased 4.3 degrees. So yesterday was 3.5. For day 1 was 2.7. So Simon could get another rib snorter to go through. Down the leg side, went straight into the paws of the short leg, but he couldn't because he was having to go to his right. Didn't look like there was a lot of effort there. It was an LBW appeal as well. As we have a look at that one, it came off the pads, and all Sadal Avia had to do was stick his hand out, and it just didn't stick again. Do you call that a drop? Defended back, no run.
Was there bat on it? I definitely thought it was a chance when I first saw it.
Well, catch it and then we'll find out.
Well, exactly. That's always the trick, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So because obviously we've had a lot of drops today, and that one was an opportunity. Sadal Avia just was too high for me as a short leg.
He's very, very close, and I think he's not giving himself enough of a chance. I think he's being overconfident.
Because he's starting at his knees. He's not starting on the ground.
If you're going to be close, you've got to be got to be on. Well, actually, no. If you're very, very close, you can probably afford to be on your knees.
Mm-hmm.
But I would just like him to take a step or two back, give himself a chance.
What happened to Keegan Peterson? He had a great audition yesterday.
Well, exactly. He's been demoted, as it were, to first slip.
Because that catch at short leg
was special, but also bobbled up a little bit, and he had time to throw himself. Those catches always look better than they are. Come on.
He went horizontal in the air. Oh, spin twins. Tim, are you watching? This one full on off stump. Keshav Maharaj defended by Hassan Joe back to the bowler, no run. Tim was asking earlier on Twitter if we'd get the spin twins coming in, and this is it. Here you go.
Tim loves a good spinner. For those folks who don't know spin, Tim,
Keshav Maharaj, this is full on leg stump, driven through the covers by Hassan Joe. Great timing from him. And the Iceman, Lazard Williams, just defends that back, stops that from going to the boundary. So 2 runs coming off of that.
Yeah, so Tim Dale Lace is one of our commentators. He is the podcast partner of Mpomatwane. You guys do the full quota podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Seem to have an enormous amount of fun doing it.
Yes, the full quota.
Yeah,
so great.
And get good guests on as well. You guys have had Hilton Marang.
We also did a preview episode with Tawhid Qureshi, who's a Bangladesh reporter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, gave us all the insight into this team and the fact that Shakib's coming back. This one is on that leg stump line, doesn't turn, and just played down the pitch, no run.
Where's the best place to find that podcast of yours? Is on our YouTube channel.
On our YouTube channel.
Which is the One World Sports Radio.
Yes, on One World Sports Radio's podcast platform on Spotify, on Anchor Podcast, as well as Apple Podcasts. So that one is live, actually. It's a really great insight into this Bangladeshi side. Keshav getting it to drift into the right-handed. Joy straightens a little, but no drama. They're just bouncing in front of that short leg. Keshav's bowled really well. Economical. Just not getting that wicket-taking delivery compared to Simon Harmer on the other end. There's a lot of blood on his pants.
Yeah, what's going on there?
This one's way down the leg side, and it allows Hassan Joy to just hoik it in between square leg, mid-wicket and square leg, and they'll run through for 2.
That must be a finger that's bleeding. If he's so he's bleeding on
his skin on his
on his left hand, right on the tip of the pointy. What do you call that pointy finger?
It's the index.
The index finger. Yes, of course, because you looked down the index. I remember that. He's managed to rip the skin off that, and it's bleeding a lot. And it's part of his spinning hand as well.
Keshav in. Ooh, that's an interesting ball. He's just pushed that one a little bit more forward, a little bit more curve and drift there coming in, and just defended back by Mehidi back to the bowler around 256 for 7 at the end of that over. Hassan Joy on 106, Mehidi on 24.
Ravi Nair tweets in, says, Mulder not bowling. This is clearly an X-Files case. Where's Scully?
I know the case.
Yeah.
It's a confidence thing.
You think so?
Yeah.
But confidence is what can bring your game back. Like, I mean, bowling
If
is
he
what
wasn't
can.
fit enough to bowl, why is he not? Why is he in the team?
Well, exactly. He shouldn't be. There's no doubt. So
Because
so
then, if we're picking Vian Mulder as a batter, Kazonda then has to go to the SJN again and complain.
well, and also you wouldn't pick a batter at 7.
You could,
I mean,
because Bangladesh are playing 7 batters and 4 bowlers.
fair enough. But then, geez, we need an extended batted lineup against Bangladesh.
Well, that's
poor.
what we were told.
Yeah.
That's what we are being shown. Vian Mulder, the batter.
No, I would say if he's batting at 7, he shouldn't be there at all. There are definitely other guys who should be there, as you said, Kaya Zondo.
Keshav in with the arm ball to close out that over, defended by Hassan Joy. Back to him, 256 for 7. We've got about 40 minutes until a tee, so that's going to be good. The physio is ready to come on to deal with that finger from Keshav Maharaj.
You see, the problem is it's on. He's an off spinner for a
finger
start.
that he flicks the ball with.
Yeah, and he's not allowed to put a bandage on that. Because there's a concern that it aids him as a spinner.
Yeah, we just want to put some Vaseline, something, just to stop the bleeding.
He definitely couldn't do that either. No, he can't. He can't really put anything on it. He's. This is something where I disagree as an umpire. I think what you should be able to do, there are smooth and there are rough plasters. You should be able to put a smooth plaster on your spinning finger, because a lot of off spinners get just that inside the knuckle of that index finger. They get worn away, and that can get very, very
Simon
sore.
Harmer resuming with a slip and a silly point and a short leg, as well as a silly mid-on. This one is full outside the right-handed Mehdi Hassan, defended past that silly point, no run. Keegan Peterson under the helmet. This one getting the inside edges, Mehdi coming forward to that one, just rolling past Sadal Aviat short leg, no run.
Yeah, so there's 2 guys under the helmet. There's Keegan Peterson, who's on the offside, and then there's, I think, still Sarul Ervia.
SJ is never going to leave there.
And
yes, Simon Harmer in. Ooh, this one a little bit of drift, not too much, not as much as Keshav was getting, but a little drift into the right-hander, straightening a little bit, defended back to the bowler, no run.
And if you notice, Ervia has actually moved another 2 meters out. So he's giving himself a little bit more chance, which I think is exactly what was needed.
Well, you've got the world's greatest off-spinner bowling right now. Not greatest, the world's best.
The world's best.
Greatest implies different eras. Simon Harmer into Mehdi. This one's a lot fuller, a lot darting it in actually. And Mehdi defending that back to the bowler, no run. 88 k's an hour. The difference, I think, what we noted yesterday was that Simon was bowling a lot slower than Keshav, and giving the ball the ability to do its job and turn. And it was getting to rip past Ashanto's off stump and effectively getting that off stump out of the ground.
I must say, this area where Keshav has injured his finger is actually not on the spinning surface of that finger. The spinning surface is on the inside of the index finger. He's actually managed to cut himself on the fingerprint, as it were.
Yeah, so if he has to do fingerprints now, people won't identify him.
Oh, it'll be a mess. They'll be shouting. One ball remaining. I'm going to be stepping off. Impendulo is going to be joining Mpo on the mic. But it's been an absolute pleasure. And you are listening to OneWorldSportsRadio.com.
Yes. 257 for 7. Mehdi on 24. He's facing up to Simon Harmer. Can he open up the game a little bit? Lot Fuller driven straight to the fielder at mid-off. To close that over, 257 for 7. Bangladesh 110. And it's tea on day 3. So it is 20 to 3. And so thank you very much to everyone who has listened. South Africa Bangladesh find themselves trailing South Africa by 110 as they go to tea on day 3, 257 for 7. Hassan Joy having scored 100 in the session, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz supporting him really well with the bat. He did well in the ODIs, and he's continuing that job in the T20s. It's a session that Russell Domingo will be very happy with, because it's a session that took 2 wickets, but Bangladesh are closer and closer to that initial target. The South Africa have set 74 runs, 2 wickets gone. We hand over to 947 for some tunes. Over to you.
Looking for a girl that'll treat you right. You're looking for in the daytime with a light.
You might be the type if I play my cards right. I'll find out by the end of the night.
You expect me to just let you hit it, but will you still respect me if you get it?
All I can do is try, give me one chance. The problem, I don't see the ring on your hand. I'll be the first to admit it. I'm curious about you. You seem so innocent.
You wanna get in my world, get lost in it. Boy, I'm tired of running. Let's walk for a minute.
Promiscuous girl, whatever you are, I'm all alone, and it's you that I want.
Promiscuous boy, you already know that I'm all yours. What you waiting for?
Promiscuous girl, you teasing me. You know what I want, and I got what you need.
Promiscuous boy, let's get to the point. Let's be on the road. You ready? Roses are red, some diamonds are blue. Chivalry is dead, but you're still kinda cute.
Hey, I can't keep my mind off you. Where you at? Do you mind if I come through?
I'm out of this world, come with me to my planet. Bitch, on my level, do you think that you could handle it?
They call me Thomas, last name Crown. Recognize game, I'ma lay mine down.
I'm a big girl, I can handle myself. But if I get lonely, I'ma need your help. Pay attention to me, I don't talk for my health.
I want you on my team.
So does everybody else.
Baby, we can keep it on the low. Let your guard down, ain't nobody got it know. If you were the girl, I know a place we can go.
What kind of girl do you take me for?
Promiscuous girl, whatever you are, I'm all alone, and it's you that I want.
Promiscuous boy, you already know that I'm all yours. What you waiting for?
Promiscuous girl, you teasing me. You know what I want, and I got what you need.
Promiscuous boy, let's get to the point. Let's be on the road. You ready?
Don't be mad, don't get me.
Don't get mad, don't be mean.
Hey, don't be mad, don't get me.
Don't get mad, don't be mean.
Wait, I don't mean no harm. I can see you with my t-shirt on.
I can see you with nothing on. Feeling on me before you bring that on.
Bring that on.
You know what I mean.
Girl, I'm a freak, you shouldn't say no thing.
I'm only trying to get inside of your brain to see if you can work me the way you say.
It's okay, it's alright. I got something that you don't like.
Is it the truth or are you talking trash? The game MVP like Steve Nash.
Promiscuous girl, whatever you are, I'm all alone, and it's you that I want.
Promiscuous boy, I'm calling your name, but you're driving me crazy the way you make your way.
Promiscuous girl, you teasing me. You know what I want, and I got what you need.
Promiscuous boy, we're one and the same, so we don't gotta forget so
It's Nelly Furtado 947 with Promiscuous. How is your Saturday going? Obviously, I'm here to make it better, but I want you to fill me in as well. What is happening? You know, are you celebrating something? Are you chilling? Or you're just drinking here and you're like, and I had to just keep the music coming because I'm having myself a good time. I've got you. Drop your voice notes on 066 381 8609. Like Itumilang in Cosmo saying, hey, I'm just chilling at home listening to 947. Just keep the music coming. Do not ask me twice. Got another birthday shout out from Samantha on our WhatsApp line saying, hey, Anati, please keep the good music coming. It's my cousin cousin Bailey's birthday, and we're about to get crunk. Okay, I love the sound of that. As long as you do it safely, I will keep the music coming. In fact, Mikasa's coming through with these streets. Remember Marshmallow with Wolves? It's coming up here on 947.
You. Yes, you. Do you want to know a secret? Say that's easy to believe that success is some inherent talent, some impossible skill that takes years of practice. But the truth is that it's already ours for the taking. It lies in our habits, our rituals, in who we are now. When we chaffer instead of cover constantly. When we spray the cheap stuff. When we ride our old drugs into the ground. When we harass doctors for the 10% because we know it's the first step to a million. And once we hit that 100K, we won't stop. That's what makes us 10% millionaires. Hashtag 10 p.m.
Standard Bank is an authorized FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Dearest Lorato, it's been an age since we feasted upon scandal and the glorious sight of Viscount Anthony Bridgeton's perfect eyebrows. But hark, Lorato, time's of the essence. You must come to my place for bubbles of the finest caliber. Yes, tea will be spilled. Not literally, I've just redecorated. But you take my meaning. I wait in breathless anticipation.
Everyone's excited about season 2 of Bridgerton, only on Netflix.
Wondering what a simple scratch of a card could win you? With Lotto Star scratch card games, you could win a trip to space, a private island, your dream home, a new bank balance, a retirement fund, or even daily ka-ching. Scratch now and stand to win payouts of up to 255 million rand instantly. Lotto Star, your world of live games. Lotto Star is licensed by the Mpumalanga Economic Regulator. No under 18s. National Responsible Gambling Program. 0800 006 008. T's and C's apply. All games are fixed on betting events.
From waking up to a flooded apartment to an unexpected flat tire on a late night takeaway mission, we've all had that what the heck moment. And our Tracker and 947 want to know yours. Hit 947.co.za. Tell us your story. And every day next week, Anele and the club could be calling back to give you 5,000 Rand cash plus a 1-year family package of Tracker Care Guard. Thanks to Tracker, we got you at home, on roads, in life. On 947, T's and C's apply.
Back to playing your favorite hits. This is 947.
In your eyes, there's a heavy blue. Want to love and want to lose. Sweet divine, the heavy truth. Water and wine, don't make me choose. I wanna feel the way that we did that summer night. Drunk on a feeling, alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alley, saw the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I'm looking for love and every stranger took too much easy anger, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you. To get to you, to get to you. Your fingertips trace my skin to places I have never been. Blindly I'm following. Break down these walls and come on in. I wanna feel the way that we did that summer night. Drunk on a feeling, alone with the stars in the sky. I've been running through the jungle, I've been running with the wolves to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alley, saw the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I'm looking for love and every stranger took too much easy anger, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you, to get to you. I've been down the darkest alleys of the dark side of the moon to get to you, to get to you. I look for love in every stranger, took too much easy anger, all for you, yeah, all for you. I've been running through the jungle, I've been crying with the wolves to get to you, to get to you, to get to you.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
947.
You wrote a romance, slow dance your way into my hands before I knew. You found my deepest weakness, couldn't keep a secret that it was you. And trying not to give in, but you always know what to say. Oh why do I listen to promises you're gonna break? You're such a sweet talker, you made me believe every lie was a beautiful sound. You're such a sweet talker, man of my dreams. Tell me where are you now? Sweet talker. I wanna chase it, taste it. Nothing can replace this craving I got. Just another moment, hoping I could be the only one that you want. And trying not to give in, but you always know what to say. Oh why do I listen to promises you're gonna break? You're such a sweet talker, you made me believe every lie was a beautiful sound. You're such a sweet talker, man of my dreams. Tell me where are you now? Sweet talker. You're such a sweet talker, man of my dreams. Tell me where are you now?
Our shared love for Joburg and music
Keep doing what you do.
lived only on 947.
Good morning to the world out there. Sanbonani, Ninjani out there. I walk upon these streets that we live upon, these streets that we walk upon, they give us life.
It's me, Kasa, on 947 with these streets to wrap up the first hour for us. My name's Anati, holding things down for Tolly B, with you until
fantastic the job that they are executing here. High levels of test match cricket. And Khaled Ahmed must show that he has his own levels of cricket as well, as his team needs him to support Hassan Joy here. "29 years old is the bowler. Now wielding the bat, they still trail by 100 runs. 267 for 8. Vian Mulder is on fire, just needing to complete his over with one more ball as we take a look at Khaled Ahmed's career.
He's played 4 matches, 5 innings. He's scored 4 runs at an average of 1.33. He'll definitely be looking to score a couple more here.
The wicket once more from Vian Mulder. The ball in an excellent length, excellent line, coming back, and coming away once more. Clipping that outside edge, and Simon Harmer can't be removed from this match. From 4 wickets, he now grabs a easy catch, and Mehdi Hassan's gritty innings has come to an end through the hands of Vian Mulder.
A well-deserved wicket there from Vian Mulder as he goes in for the last ball of his 3rd over, and it's full on off stump, but worked away to the fine leg boundary. They'll probably come through for a single as Vian Mulder ends his 3rd over. He's bowled 1 wicket for 7 runs.
It's been hard going here for the Bangladeshis since the tee. They've only scored a total of 10 runs, and for those 10 runs, they've lost the wicket of Mehdi Hassan, the last recognizable player who can wield the bat. It's a pity, though, that the middle order of Mominul Haq and Mushfiqur didn't click. You can't blame Tuskin there, as the night's watchman. He did his job last night protecting Hassan Joy.
He did indeed, and Simon Harmer has been excellent so far. Not conceding any runs, but making sure that at the same time he's asking questions of the Bangladesh team.
112 overs here for the South Africans, and to begin the 113 and his 40th is Simon Harmer.
He's in to Joy, and he comes in past the umpire, right arm over. It's on the reverse sweep is Joy, and he gets it out into the offside, into the covers. Not necessarily something that he would have wanted. He was trying to get that backward of square, but no run taken off that one.
Completely mistimed, but then it goes back to what you were saying a couple of overs ago, that Hassan Joy now is looking to up the tempo. There's really nothing to lose anymore.
Not at all, as this ball is full outside the off stump, and Joy goes hard over the cow corner boundary, and it's a 6. That is a wonderful, wonderful shot. Great intent that we see here from him. He's on 116, and he just hit Simon Harmer. A full delivery outside off stump, dragged it across the line, and gets maximum there for that shot.
Full control of that shot, Hassan Joy, getting to the pitch of the ball, playing it under his eye, and now defending that away from Simon Harmer.
Yep, it was full on off stump and just defended straight back to the bowler for no run.
The bat didn't even wiggle from his hand, Jenna. What a strike.
He was in lots of control there. As this ball is back of a length on middle stump, he rocks back onto the back foot, does Joy, plays this hard through the covers, and he'll get a 4 for that. A wonderful cricket shot, just exploiting the missed length from Simon Harmer. Definitely too short here from the South African spinner.
Joy has done what he wanted to do successfully, opening himself up, making Simon Harmer think twice and then think thrice. This time conceding 4 more runs. Magnificent cricket stroke. The tables are turning here as Bangladesh are tightening those screws and loosening what Simon Harmer has been doing.
It comes in 5th ball of the over. It's full on off stump and just driven straight back to the bowler for no run. I'm enjoying this intent here from Joy. As soon as that previous wicket fell from Vian Mulder, he's starting to look like he's wanting to score more runs.
Most definitely there, Jenna. And it's beautiful to watch because he's doing it with so much confidence as well.
He's been there for a long time, seeing the ball nice and big as the last ball of the over is back of length outside the off stump and just guided out put to a backward point region. They come through for 1 run and Joy will keep the strike for the next over. The score 278 for 8.
Simon Harmer, he has completed his 40th over, and with that over conceding his 100th run of the inning. Not bad. You look at it and you think, wow, 103. But then you look at the workload that he's put in and the expertise that he's shown. Incredible, valuable addition to the team.
Definitely is. He's got 4 wickets so far. And he also took the previous wicket. He took the catch of Vian Mulder's bowling. Definitely a deserving partnership to have both of their names there together on the scorecard.
Khaled Ahmed has to deal with the music that is being strung together by Vian Mulder. But it's Hassan Joy, I apologize.
First ball of his 4th over. It's outside the off stump, back of a length and gone with a cross bat, but makes contact with the inside edge, almost chopped on, misses the off stump, and no run taken.
Smart batting by Hassan Joy, taking the single from that last ball to ensure that he retains the strike. And you can see why. Even though he mistimed that, they say that fortune favors the brave. And he got away with that inside edge. That was minutes away from that stump.
Definitely was. Just an extra coat of paint was needed on the off stump there. As it's full outside the off stump and he goes hard over mid off, and this will race away for 4 over the long off boundary. Definitely taking an increase in intent here is Joy and looking to attack the South African bowlers.
Spreading his wings, Hassan Joy, playing that on the up, on the front foot, over the covers, inside out to that long off boundary. Magnificent cricket stroke and one of high confidence and pride. And the Bengal Tigers here starting to bite back.
Third ball of the over, Mulder in to join. And this is full outside the off stump and he goes hard again. And he hits it over the fielder at mid-off. And this goes for 4 once again. He really is throwing everything at Vian Mulder's pace.
This is fantastic batting. It's joyful from Joy. What more can you say? He's really taking it on to Vian Mulder. He doesn't know what to do anymore. If it's short, he's going. It's full, he's going. It's wide, he's going. Surely if he goes to the pads, he'll also fly. So Hassan Joy has really turned it up.
This ball, a bouncer just over off stump, but it's worked hard into the onside. A good pull shot, and this will find the 4 boundary past Ryan Rickleton, who was fielding at a deep square region. And this goes for 4 once again. The score goes up to 290 for 8. And Vian Mulder being hit for 3 4s of the last 3 deliveries.
Russell Domingo, the coach, can't help but smile. And it's worth smiling because this attack that he's bringing through, the ball that time short, going for his face, but only seeing the face of the bat as he pulls that across in front of square. And it runs all the way for the 3rd boundary in a row here from Vian Mulder. 2 more balls to go.
Yeah, Vian Mulder just changing the length, obviously being hit off the full deliveries, as this one is a full on off stump and just worked out into the onside. No run taken there. And Joy will be looking off the last ball of this over, potentially to take a single so he can be on strike for the next.
Mm-hmm. And we saw that he was trying to do that with the previous ball. The ball was straighter from Vian Mulder, looking to tuck it to that mid-wicket area, but aware of what the plan is, it was quickly shut down there.
Last ball of the over, Mulder into Joy. It's a bouncer once again. This time it's guided out. Interesting cricket shot as it's just swatted out to a 3rd man region. It beats the fielders in the slips into the gap. I suppose you could say well placed as it races away for 4.
The ball rising up to Joy's chest, finding a way, even went up to his head and plays that down to the ground. I don't know what you can call that. a spiker, a chop, whatever it was. It went between second slip region and the gully. No third man in place. But unfortunately for Hassan Joy, no strike either, even though he got those 4 runs.
Yeah, an expensive over, a good over for the Bangladesh batter. He's on 137. He's faced 321 balls, hit 15 fours and 2 sixes at a strike rate of 42.7. And this is definitely a world-class batting performance that he's shown so far.
Looking to carry his bat, as we have said, from number 1. He's still out there, still continuing and showing what test match opening is about. High levels of concentration required to face that amount of deliveries, not lose your wickets, and still know when to attack, when to defend, and reading the game situation and taking advantage of that. So it's beautiful cricket here from Hassan Joy.
As we see a change of bowling. And this ball from Olivier is just full outside the off stump, angling into the right-hander, the new batter on strike, and wrapping him on the pads. But no decision will be taken to send that upstairs.
It looks like Dean Alga's looking to close this off, Jenna. Olivier is on strike.
Yeah, definitely. He was definitely brought in replacing Simon Harmer, and definitely looking to attack the stumps here as we see him coming in for the second ball of the over. He trundles in and he's past the umpire, delivers this ball. He's getting some good nip in off the wicket as it just seams from outside off onto the off stump. But it's just defended well with the full face of the bat by the Bangladesh batter Khalid, and no run taken off that ball.
2 slips and a gully. 3 men surveying the point to mid-off area. Dwan Olivier coming for his 3rd here.
He's in here. It's a full on middle stump, but well kept out by the Bangladesh batter. And this is definitely his job to see out this over to make sure that Joy can attack again on the other end.
And the battle from the other side as that Yorker swung onto the toes of Ahmed is the fact that Dwan Olivier still has no wickets on that column. He'll be wanting to change that, and what better opportunity than a tail-ender who's only faced 4 balls.
As he's in for the 4th ball of his over. It's a bouncer, but it doesn't rise too much, and he just sways out there a bit cramped. And Olivier being very aggressive here with the lengths that he's bowling. And Calverain just catches that on the bounce there.
The ball just dying on its way from the chest down to the palms of Calverain. You saw the speed, 131 kilometers an hour. So basically around the same channels as Vian Mulder. So you're not expecting it to do as much as it did when he was still an express bowler during that Pakistan series, where those were lethal against the likes of Baba Azam.
He's in for the 5th ball of his over. And it's a short once again, this time wrapping the batter on the shoulder. And it was on middle stump, but unable to get out of the way for that one. And he's taking another blow here for his team, making sure that he just sticks it out on this end. He only has to face 1 more ball of the over, and I think he'll be glad for that.
100%. And he ate that one. His shoulder must be feeling some sort of way. And that's all he needs to do. If it's not hitting the stumps, make sure it's not hitting the pattern going into the air. Just eat it up, Din Alga-esque, and make sure that the informed ball batter gets the strike of the ball.
Slamming into his chest there has the last ball of the over. Bouncer again, this time finding the outside edge. And the Proteas go up asking the umpire, did he edge that? As it went into the hands of Calverain. They sending that up for review. South Africa has 1 remaining. And this will be an interesting thing to see in slow motion.
They must be very sure that it's the one. It's just their last review remaining. So to throw their eggs into that one, you saw they didn't waste too much time either making that decision. But what an excellent delivery from Dwan Olivier, going into to that safe area of the batsman where he believes if he pangs his bat, he'll survive. But it looks like it might have tinkled with the gloves there, Jenna.
Oh, very exciting here as all of the South African team went up Very sure there, Calverain, sure of that. He could be tickling the gloves there, as you said. And we'll just have to wait to see a little bit more of the review system here. As Ultra Edge is in play, and there is a spike. And I think this one, maybe not.
It looks like there's a spike there as it passes that bottom hand thumb, that padding that protects the thumb to the handle of the bat. Looks like it was hung there just for a bit. Khaled has his eyes closed, and Adrian Holstock rather, agrees with that decision.
And he's out. That brings the 9th wicket of the Bangladesh team. The score 294 for 9. That was what Duan Olafir was brought on to do, to take that wicket and to make sure that he was attacking the fresh Bangladesh batter. And that's 100% what he did. 3 bounces in a row there and managing to bring the wicket.
It tailed back into the chest of Ahmed. Should have done what he did with the ball before. Drop the bat or drop the head. Never rise with the ball if you're not sure what's going to happen. He had his eyes closed as the ball made contact with the padding of the glove. And with that small mistake, it's a big price here, as Bangladesh looked like they were going somewhere with the rotation of strike and making Hassan Joy collect as much of the balls as he can. But now Eberdot must make his way and look to support the opening batter, who has been the anchor since the beginning of the over 115 overs ago.
And luckily for the Bangladesh team, Joy is on strike here for the new over. So that will be an inviting thing here for them.
100%. He will continue. And he will continue smashing the ball. And he will look to surpass that 300 mark, get the teams 5 or 6 steps closer to that total.
Here we have a little bit of a stat here. Only one Bangladesh player has ever carried their bat, and that was Javed Omar in 2001 versus Zimbabwe. So this will be a good thing here for the Bangladesh team. And it's very exciting that there's a potential here for another Bangladesh batter to bat out an innings.
Everybody loves Chris. What were they saying on that show? Giving us our stats here. 21 years ago, Lizard Williams goes straight and well defended there by Hassan Joy.
Interesting to see Williams. Having said that, though, Vian Mulder was hit for a couple of runs in the previous over, as Williams just takes over from this end from Vian Mulder.
Another man who has the potential to do what Olafia did in the previous over. 3 bounces in a row, finally claiming their man. And Lizard Williams is a fierce little rocket. He hits that pitch hard.
As he's in the second ball of his over, back of a length on off stump, but worked away into the fine leg region. They'll come through for a single. And interesting to see this change of strike.
Nope, did not take the strike. Joy, smart man.
Yes.
Very smart man here. Bangladesh, South Africa, it's been a while since we've seen them without a 140 plus fast bowler in the attack as well.
Third ball of the over. It's full on off stump. It's Yorker length, but kept out well by Joy as he just plays this out into the offside. There's no one close to the bat at all for the Bangladesh batter. And everyone on the boundary, joys of Test cricket. And he's not tempted to take the single.
Not at all. And South Africa are offering him that single as much as they can. They're saying, if you want to score, take on our boundary men or run.
As Lizard Williams is in, it's full outside the off stump. It tails back in and it beats the hands of Calverain as that'll go away for 4 bars. And just dying on the South African keeper a bit there. A good ball. It was full outside the off stump, but completely died as it passed the bat of Joy. And lucky not to crash into the 3 helmets there behind Calverain, as he just missed that one completely through the legs and away for 4 bars.
In varial bounds here, that ball rolled through. No chance for Calverain. If it was aimed at the stumps, you're absolutely correct. Joy will felt hard done, but luckily enough for him, every time he is on strike, it always seems good for Bangladesh, even earning more runs here.
As Lazard Williams is in for the fifth ball of his over. It's short outside the off stump, and he's tempted into just rolling his wrists around that ball as a good catch is taken in the slips. And we see the end of Joy. He scored 137, but just falling for the pace of Lazard Williams. Well bowled to take that wicket.
Fantastic delivery from Lazard Williams. It was so beautiful. And after a hard worked inning, looking to be the first man since 2001 to carry that bat through a well played 137 of an inning that I certainly enjoyed watching, and I'm sure everyone else enjoyed watching after 326 deliveries, 298 all out here for Bangladesh.
That just shows how much patience can do. He batted so well, and he's just raising his hat here to the South African crowd. Everyone knows here that he's done a really good job for his team.
100%. 298. Bangladesh still trail by 69 runs. That main inning was the strong one. Simon Harmer ending with 4 and Lazard Williams closing it off with 3. And that is the inning over for Bangladesh. And back to the sweet sounds of our Prime Media hosts.
Pick it up now, there you go. That's just one thing that a man must do. Picking all the flavor you need. I got you shook up on your knees. It's all about the dope in there. I want a freak in the morning, freak in the evening. Just like me. I need a rough man, brother that can satisfy me. Just for me. If you are the kind of man, cause I'm the kind of I've got a freaky secret, everybody's saying, cause we don't give a damn about a thing. So be freaky till the day, until the dawn. We can't move through the night till the early morn. I will take you around the hood on a gangster lead. We can't move any time of day, it's all good for me.
It's Phil Sword and good luck on 947 with Freak Like Me. Coming to you live from Monte Casino. The jams just don't stop. In fact, I've got Saskia on our WhatsApp line saying, hey, Yanati, I'm super stoked for the rest of my Saturday because it's my anniversary. And she says, my man, though, hasn't organized anything. So I'm hoping that the rest of the Saturday will go well. Listen, if you are Saskia's man and you know it's your anniversary, here's an idea from me. Why don't you come down to Monte Casino and have yourself a good time? In the meantime, though, I will throw you some good music, Saskia, and I will, hold my breath for you and I'll hope for the best that it's going to be an amazing night on your anniversary. DJ Kent is coming through with Spin My World Around. Some Jonas Brothers as well with Saka. You're 947.
The NWJ End of Summer Half Price Sale ends on Monday, 4th of April. All your favorite pieces at unbelievable prices. Get half price on all watches and jewelry in store, online, and at select Edgar stores. Visit your nearest NWJ jewelry store today and spoil yourself or a loved one. Or shop online at nwj.co.za and enjoy free delivery.
Hurry now. You've only got 2 days left for the NWJ half price sale.
I haven't had power in 3 days.
We're trying, ma'am. Maybe get a generator.
I don't have extra money right now.
Ma'am, if you had a NetBank Just Invest account, you'd get up to 4.75% interest and access to your funds in 24 hours.
Seriously?
Seriously, perfect for emergencies like this.
If you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously, open a NetBank Just Invest account on the Money app today. See money differently. NetBank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Get in on the action with Zack Snyder's Justice League, Joker, Wonder Woman 1984, Birds of Prey, and a whole lot more. Because the biggest DC blockbusters are now showing on the Mnet Movies DC Heroes pop-up channel 111, only on DSTV Premium.
Love the power, love the price. Love the new iPhone SE, now available at Vodacom. Get the new iPhone SE 64 gig for only 399 Rand per month for 36 months on a 1 gig Red Core more data plan, and download, stream and game faster than ever. Add 249 Rand per month and get the Apple Watch SE 44mm eSIM. Available in-store or online. T's and C's apply. Wear a mask, stay safe, further together. Vodacom.
Random phone calls are so annoying. And those robotic ones.
To hear more options, press 1.
Even worse. But thanks to Naked Insurance, you can switch insurance without a phone call in just 90 seconds. Now, they're also giving you a shot at winning 3,000 Rand cash every day next week on 947. WhatsApp a voice note to 0614 947 947 with your name and tell us about your worst phone call experience or to what extremes you've gone to avoid a phone call. Get an insurance quote from Naked Online in 90 seconds and we'll double your winnings to 6,000 Rand with Naked Insurance on 947. T's and C's apply. Naked Financial Technology is an authorized FSP.
Are you ready?
More hits, less problems.
Back to the hits on 947.
Spin my world around. Oh, you spin my world around. Lift my feet off the ground. And troubles bring me down. Boy, you spin my world around. Oh, you spin my world around. Lift my feet off the ground. And troubles bring me down. Oh, you spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. My world around. I look at you and think, how did I do it? How did I find a man so true? I look at you and think, how did I do it? I found someone like you. I look at you and think, you got me wrapped around your finger. You got me tripping hard, tripping on your love. Oh, on your love, boy, you spin my world around. Lift my feet off the ground. And troubles bring me down. And boy, you spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world around. Spin my world, spin my world, spin my world around. Spin my world around. You spin my world around. Spin my world, spin my world, spin my world around.
And Bangladesh from Kingsmead in Durban. This is the first of 2 test matches in this series. And my name is David Midgley, and you're listening to One World Sports Radio. Alongside me is Christopher Tyndale Busco. Good afternoon, Chris. And it's been an enterprising day of test cricket.
Quite. I'll just go through the scorecard quickly to catch up those who haven't watched every ball of it like we do. South Africa were batting first at the beginning of the first day. They averaged 107 for the opening partnership against Bangladesh. They did slightly better than that, yes, on the first day. Managed to put together 113 before Dean Elgar fell. Sarel Ervia followed shortly after. Then Keegan Peterson was run out. He would be disappointed. He got 19 of 36. Temba Bavuma got tantalizingly close to his second test 100, but fell 7 short, 93. 4 years and 1 day after his 95 not out against Australia. Ryan Rickleton on test debut managed just 21 before he skied one, was caught by Mamanal off the bowling of Ebadat Hussain. Calvarena came in, scored 28 of 81. He was dismissed LBW by Khalid Ahmed. Then Vian Mulder went very next ball, caught Mamadul Hassan Joy off the bowling of Khalid Ahmed. Keshav Maharaj and Simon Harmer managed to bat quite well. Maharaj went first. He went for 19 or 40. Harmer finished 38 not out, with Lazard Williams also in test debut managing 12 and Olivier managing 12. Both of those off 32 deliveries as well. That meant South Africa got 367 before they were skittled entirely in the first innings. Then Bangladesh batted, and we got to see Mamadul Hassan Joy bat in just his third test ever. He managed to score 137. He was there until the very end, got a partner every single other Bangladeshi player along the way. He first lost his partner Shadman Islam, who was bowled by Simon Harmer. He got 9 of 33. Then Shanto was bowled by Simon Harmer, 38 of 87 deliveries. Mamanul also fell to Simon Harmer off and was caught by Keegan Peterson. He got a duck. Mushfiqur Rahim also fell to Simon Harmer, caught by Kyle Verena for 7. Taskin Ahmed came in as night watchman, managed 1 of 10 before he was dismissed. Litzen Das was probably Mamadul Hassan Joy's best partner. He got 41 off 92 before he fell to Lazard Williams. Yasser Al Chowdhury ran himself out for 22 of 37. Ryan Rickleton, the fielder on that occasion. Media's son, also a good partner at the end, got 29 of 81 before he was caught by Harmer off the bowling of Vian Mulder. Khalid Ahmed was caught by Calvarain off the bowling of Olivier. And Ebadat Hussain managed to be 0 not out of 0 deliveries. So didn't do his batting average any favours there. He still has the lowest test average of any player with more than 10 innings, averaging 0.88. But the upshot of all this is Bangladesh are trailing by 69 runs as South Africa go to bat in their second innings, the third of the match.
Yeah, just coming into this innings, South Africa's openers, Dean Elgar, and a local hero, Sarel Ervia, will be opening the batting. And there was a stern talking to the Bangladesh players there from Mushfiqur Rahim. He's been around long enough. He knows exactly what will be expected from his fellow Bangladeshis here. They're playing under lights. Not a day-night game, but Chris, the concern around light is certainly going to be there as we see Murray Rasmus with his partner Adrian Holstock offering the lights, and there's also the possibility of rain in the next couple of hours, Chris.
It's looked overcast all throughout the day, but now edging into 4 o'clock, it looks closer to 6 o'clock if you were to look at the ground. It really overcast. The lights are on. And there's a chance that we don't get a full day's play today. And there's also a high likelihood that it rains pretty heavily overnight. So hopefully the outfield isn't too wet tomorrow morning. We do want all 5 days of this test match to try force a result that isn't a draw.
South Africa's test captain, 39.2 average. He's got 20 50s and 1300s. His best coming against this side, Bangladesh, at Senves Park in Potchefstroom, 199. And how he would love to be able to replicate that in good time. But I don't think that will be the mindset of the South Africans. Chris, with a lead of 69, what do you think they'll be looking at with Sarel Ervia just in his third game? He's got 167 runs and a best of 108 versus New Zealand in the series prior to this. What do you think that number would be?
The number that South Africa would be happy with maybe a lead of just over 300, so 200, but possibly more. But if the game is curtailed by rain, then you want to get in and out as quickly as you can and have a chance to get
score quickly.
Bangladesh out in the fourth innings. The average partnership between these two, 47.4, higher than Elgar's average with his longtime partner Adam Markram, which is just 30.55, as we're going to see Khalid Ahmed open the bowling from the Mgeni end.
3 slips and a gully in place, point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. And this is going to be an interesting passage of play. It's dark, and they'll be wanting to make sure that they strike first, both the South Africans and the Bangladeshis. Bangladesh, the Tigers, as they're affectionately known, would love to get off to a good start here. 2 quick wickets could certainly shift the momentum of this game. But for South Africa, if they get off to about 40-odd without much fuss here, Chris, they could find themselves in the driving seat. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR.
Kaladame's first delivery, right arm over into the left-handed Cyril Evia. This one, he tries to defend it, beats the outside edge, goes through to Mushfiq Rahim for no run. So he's also been promoted up the order, Khaled. He was the first change bowler in the first innings, but took 4 wickets, and so now he sees himself getting the new nut.
Yeah, it's a lovely delivery to start. It's just outside the off stump, forcing an attempted shot from Arvier. He just tucks his bat inside that one. Good, sensible cricket. And it also a wobble seam up front there, Chris. Not the traditional seam-up delivery that you would expect with a brand new nut.
That wobble seam can really put a batsman off. Even the bowler doesn't know exactly how it's going to bounce. This one a little bit straighter, and Cyril Evia does get back to this, calls low, no, pretty loudly as it goes into the covers for no run. So South Africa is still 0 for 0.
Great concentration required here from these two. It's difficult conditions. The ball is going to swing because it's overcast. It's a little bit darker. The lights are on full here. And I've got to ask the question, Chris. I mean, the light reading that they took at the end of day one with the sun fully still up, compared to this, surely they don't match.
Yeah, the South Africans might ask the umpires to check those light meters again, force some spin, as this one's defended into the covers by Cyril Evia. Again, no run.
Yeah, I just felt as the sun was setting, it wasn't behind any
we
horizon.
do actually see the light meter out. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that as Bangladesh may be forced to bring on their tweakers.
Or perhaps that this game may be called. Just having a look at his watch is umpire Marais Rasmus, 15:56 local time.
Khaled Ahmed continues over the wickets. This one straighter, still defended back up the crease by Cyril Evia. Again, no run.
2 balls remaining in the first. No runs just yet. And Arvia is now having a word with his partner at the other end, Dean Elgar. But he'll know the conditions and how to play them better than his skipper, you might think, because he's played far more games here at the Hollywood Bets Kingsmead.
I also remember not too long ago these two playing against each other, and Cyril Evia scoring 100 at Centurion against Dean Elgar's Titans side, as this is on the hips of Cyril Evia. He plays it into the onside, and they go through for a single, the first runs of the South African second innings.
Yeah, it's just a safe shot there from Arvia to get off the mark, and he's having lots of chats here with his partner, Dean Elgar, at the other end, guiding him, maybe just sharing with him some information about how the ball is playing. It's difficult to bat right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's always difficult to bat as an opener in South Africa, but none more so in overcast conditions with lights fully on, a new egg. Although, Chris, you might suggest that this is good training for that England series coming up in the middle of the year.
Perhaps. It's very easy to stereotype England as overcast, but definitely more overcast than South Africa is on average. It's the final delivery of the first over. Khaled Ahmed around the wicket into the left-handed Elgar, and he leaves this one well enough alone. It didn't get very near the bat or the wickets, and so South Africa won for no loss after one.
No indication yet from the umpires about that light reading. Certainly having a look at it is Marais Rasmus, the senior man in this umpire pairing. Just this summer, Adrian Holstock getting his test debut.
Also waiting to see if Bangladesh used the tactical move of all the fielders putting sunglasses on to pretend it's plenty bright out there. We can,
yes, because of the stadium lights that they're so bright if they do.
Khaled Ahmed on.
Yeah. Dean Elgar, 75 games. Temba Bavuma, 50 games. Keshav Maharaj, 41 games. And other than that, it's a sprinkling of single-digit test match numbers. And as well as Dwan Olafir, who's on 14 games. But South Africa, although they are missing their star bowling attack of Kagiso Rabada, Lungisani Ngiti, as well as Anrich Nokia, don't seem that they're bothered all that much by their absence, at least against Bangladesh.
We've definitely seen a change of tactics. I think had those players been available, we definitely would have played, or South Africa definitely would have played just a single spinner. So it's put a bit of a spanner in those works, but it's also exciting to see South Africa's two best tweakers bowling opposite one another. It's not something we get to see domestically.
Speaking of spinners, Mahedi Hassan Miraz, he will come from the Umgeni end, and he's got 122 wickets at an average of 34.81, 85 wicket innings, and 2 10-wicket matches, his best of 7 for 58. So right arm off spin early on. You spoke about whether or not that would come into play. And we're seeing exactly that. Catching extra cover. You've got forward short leg, silly point, slip in place, a forward square leg. Oh, now he's going to go behind square leg, mid off, mid on, as well as a man in the covers and backward point. He's going round the wicket now to Adria. Oh,
and
and
aborts the run up there. I think there was a hat just behind the wicketkeeper, and there was concerns
fell out
that
of
could
his
have been
pants.
hit and gone for 5 runs. We spoke about it whilst he was batting, but Mahedi Hassan Miraz exploded onto the test scene, taking 6 fizz in 3 of his 4 first innings against England. His first delivery is driven and stopped by the man in the covers, but he's holding his wrist. Hopefully he's all right. But in the end, no run taken.
Hit quite powerfully there by Sarel Arvia, but controlled all the way, and a great bit of fielding there to prevent runs being scored.
The second delivery of Mahedi's over, straighter one that starts just outside off, doesn't turn too much. It's played through the covers, picked up by a man who's fielding just on the ring on the offside, and again, no run is taken.
We're just seeing Sarel Arvia furiously chewing at a piece of gum, and there was rumours that after this delivery,
this little bit straighter, pitches on off, straight into continue on to off, played into the onside by Sarel Arvia. He's a very busy looking man at the moment, Sarel Arvia, head on a swivel, chewing gum, marching up and down the crease. Fourth delivery of Mahedi Hassan Miraz is over, far more flighted than anything we've seen from him so far, and it's defended towards a man at point. Again, that's a dot delivery.
There was rumours that Lance Klusner used to chew gum as well, and at one point he decided he wanted to chew Prestic because then you never lose the flavour. There's never flavour to begin with, and it's also non-toxic because that's the problem with gum. It loses its flavour.
This one darted in at the pads of Sarel Arvia, defended into the onside, and there's no run there.
Yeah, I don't know how true that is. I know Graham Smith in the younger parts of his career also used to chew some gum. And I think that was a frustration for Lance Klusner, is that your gum loses flavour, then you're trying to change every 5 overs.
Final delivery of Mahedi's over. Ooh, big flash from Sarel Arvia, beats the outside edge. Half-hearted appeal from the first slip, but no wicket there. Definitely some concerns that Sarel Arvia is flashing like that so early on and not quite able to read that one. Beautiful seam position there.
Just hitting a bit of a rough there as well.
Prodigious turn.
Yeah, good take there by Litton Das behind the stumps, but it's hit a foot-hole or a foot mark, and that's why it's turned as wildly as it has. But now they're having a look at the light once again, and somehow the light has deteriorated. I'm not sure how it's deteriorated now. I thought it was horrendous before then. There's a long conversation here, and if I was the South African batters, I might want to have my mid-pitch conversation at the end that the umpires are at, so that you can understand, even if they speak in another language like Afrikaans, which I presume they would try to do to hide the intentions from the Bangladesh
I don't think that, you're talking about the umpires.
Yes, umpires speaking Afrikaans to
I'd imagine
avoid the Bangladesh players understanding what they're saying.
I don't think the umpires will have to hide everything, as we are going to see spin from both ends.
Yeah, Shanto
coming into the attack.
Right arm off break as well. It's also a young cricketer. Bangladesh never been afraid to give youngsters an opportunity to have a go at Test cricket. He's got 57 games under his belt, but surprisingly, only 5 wickets to his name, Chris. And
I think a bit of a part-timer is Najmal Hussain Shanta. He's batting at number 3. He's not there for his spin bowling, but with mostly seamers of the outside bowlers, he's going to be partnering.
Yeah, it's also because of the light. You spoke about it and how they would have to have that discussion with Bangladesh around continuing with the seamer or trying their hand with some spinners. Forward short leg in place, catching mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on, as well as a catching cover. Slip in place as well, backward point, and a deep backward square in there as well. So he goes to...
unbelievably fly. This one isn't given out by umpire Adrian Holdstock. Dean Olga's shaking his head. It looks like the Bangladesh players are so convinced that they will review this.
They were certain, Chris. I think, again, it's hit a foot mark. I think that's hit an area of rough outside, and they do go upstairs with 1 second on the clock. They seemed absolutely certain here, but Dean Elgar, shake of the head early on, and Adrian Holdstock not interested either.
Very floaty, quite wide delivery, almost right on the wide lines, just short of Yorker length, and Dean Elgar's eyes lit up. He had a flash, and whether he actually made contact or not, it's we'll have to wait and see.
It's a hang of a first ball as we see the replay here. Elgar getting his foot right across that and throwing his hands at it. And I think he's hit the ground there.
Yeah, so he's definitely hit the ground. Whether he's hit the ball as well, we'll wait and have a little look. My first instinct is no. And as the ball passes the bat, there's about half an inch of daylight. And then the spike on Snicko is a few frames later
when he hits the
he's
ground.
hitting the dirt there. Yeah.
So safe for the South African skipper. The Bangladesh Tigers lose their first review. And that means South Africa remain one without loss with the lead on 70. Mominul Haq made the wrong decision. His keeper sold him the dummy there, I think. Hopeful for an early wicket.
They don't have the benefits of frame by frame. And I think being there live, it can sound a lot like an edge, as this one's a little bit shorter. And Dean Elgar just gets on the back foot, plays that out to the man at deep point, and they'll go through for a single. He's off the mark. South Africa now 2 for no loss. Each of the batsmen on just a single.
What do you think the plan is here, Chris, from the Bangladesh bowlers? They're bowling spin in tandem here, try and burgle a wicket here? Or is it just to try and contain the South Africans until light eventually does give way?
Yeah, I think they've been forced into bowling spin by the lack of natural light. And Shanto might be best off just bowling those real slow loopy ones that tempt these openers who've both flashed already into a false shot, as Cyril Ervia plays the third delivery of this over, 2 points, and there's no run there. He's still chewing pretty vociferously.
Yeah, he's quite focused here, and maybe the conversation was you've got to score quickly here.
Fourth delivery, a little bit shorter, dragged down, perhaps. Cyril Ervia gets on the back foot, drives it through the covers. It's picked up by the sweeper on the offside, and they'll go through for another single. South Africa move on to 3 for no loss. Ervia has twice his partner's runs. He's sitting there on 2, whilst Elgar's there on 1.
Yeah, just thinking back to that 2017 series, it was a series where Dean Elgar absolutely dominated with the bat.
This one turns quite seriously. Dean Elgar gets on the back foot, plays it to that same sweeper, and they'll go through for another single. Score moves on to 4.
And as did Aiden Markram, Chris, where they put together a wonderful opening stand at Potchefstroom. But it was a change of fortune in the series or 2 leading up to this series. Aiden Markram, even if he was available, you wouldn't question whether he'd been selected as well.
Oof, big appeals here. This one from Shanto. Pitches between middle and off, straightens, just beats that outside edge, just beats off stump. And in the end, it's taken by Litton Does, the wicketkeeper. No runs after 2 overs. South Africa 3 overs. South Africa 4 for no loss, leading by 73.
Yeah, do you think somebody like an Aiden Markram would have still been selected had he not been here? I think his form just didn't allow him to guarantee a selection slot.
Yeah, but some may have been saying that even going into the New Zealand series and before that Aiden Markram's spot was under threat. He's perhaps made it easier for selectors now by being absent. It became a far more straightforward decision. Both he and Rassie van der Dussen going to the IPL, so Keegan Peterson slots back in quite easily, and then Zubair Hamza unavailable after testing positive for a diuretic, also unavailable. So Ryan Rickleton's road to the test side was paved pretty easily. Mehdi Hassan's going to continue right arm around the wickets into the left-hander Dean Elgar, who gets on the back foot, defends it past one of the men, catching on the offside, and it's picked up by point for no run.
Yeah, it's one of those, Chris, when you just feel bad for a cricketer who's worked hard to do as well as he had, as Mehdi's in again, and this is defended by Elgar. It's serious questions being asked of the South African skipper here. And how long he lasts will be a true test of his mettle. But somebody like Aiden Markram, who had so much promise coming off of that victory in the World Cup.
This one left alone by Dean Elgar, just dribbles past his front pad, picked up by Litton Does, no run.
Yeah, it's one of those where there was so much pressure put on Dean Elgar, and he did so well in 2017, and then the 100 against Australia.
Dean Elgar gets on the back foot this time, punches it, but it doesn't make it further than the man fielding at point. I think that's Taskin Ahmed. And again, no run, 1 run taken rather.
Yeah, so I just feel like you've got to feel hard for somebody like that. You've got to feel bad for somebody like that, but it creates opportunities for others to take that opportunity. 2 men under the helmet and 1 at slip.
Very similar delivery to what we saw 2 deliveries ago is Cyril Ovia is happy to leave this one alone as it just goes past that front pad. It turns a reasonable amount, but doesn't get very high off the pitch. 1 ball left in Mahedi's second over, and it is driven by Cyril Ovia again for no run.
Right, so that's the end of Mehdi Hassan's second over, and South Africa are now 5 without loss. They considered, or before the over was completed, they considered the overthrows because of Yasser Ali doing the fielding and apologizing to everybody. A little bit of an overthrow there, but not deciding to go with it were the South Africans. And 5 without loss, they lead by 74.
You were talking about that series in 2017, and I found some stats that I put together at the end of that series.
Oh, sorry. Just to come back to that, Mushfiqur Rahim was doing the fielding at mid-wicket and actually pinged it off the helmet of Yasser Ali. So that's why it with a little bit of overthrows.
Only 8 South African players got to bat in that series because Bangladesh was struggling to take wickets. And everyone except Quinton de Kock's average went up compared to before the series, including Dean Elgar, who averaged 38.8 at the beginning of the series and 42.3 at the end of it.
Yeah, very different time in South African cricket. Now they're having another look at the light because it seems to have stopped play. So we're going to go off. Will the cricketers, South Africa and Bangladesh, it's a shame, but not a surprise, Chris. It seems like it was a matter of inevitability.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag for the South Africans. I think they would have not wanted to bat in difficult conditions, but they also understand that the more overs are lost to things like bad light, the more chance that this game ends in a draw. And in terms of the World Test Championship table, these 2 matches would have been 2 that they really wanted to win. And if one's forced into a draw, that puts them under more pressure in the other upcoming Test series that they have to play.
Right, so we're just going to take a bit of a break here. We'll see if we do come back on. Don't go far, but you'll be listening to the incredible sounds of 947. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me for this brief stint has been Christopher Tyndale Bisco. And don't go very far. Keep us in the background. We'll be with you soon. Cheers. Hopefully.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
It's about where I've been, about what I see, about how I miss you loving me. It's about everything that I can't change. It's about pain and call. I can't take it back. I'm lost without you. I know I need to find you. Still I'm just lost without you. No one else got to find you. I've been trying to find my way back to you, baby, way back to you. I've been trying to find my way back to you, baby, way back to you, baby. It's been around for hours now. I don't waste my time. You're on my mind. You don't take my call. Mean nothing at all. I'm sorry for your disposal. I'm lost without you. I know I need to find you. Still I'm here just lost without you. No one else got to find you. I've been trying to find my way back to you, baby, way back to you. I've been trying to find my many places, so many faces, but nothing feels like home. So many voices, so many choices, but without you, I'll never be home. I've been trying to find my way back to you, baby, way back to you. I've been trying to find my way back to you, baby, way back to you, baby. I've been trying to find my way back to you, baby, way back to you. I've been trying to find my way back to you, baby, way back to you, baby. I still want you, I still want you. Oh, still trying to find you.
Uninterrupted music
Every hour.
on the hour.
Music.
Wow, you weekend.
7 in a row on 947.
Baby, now and then I think about me now and who I could have been. And then I picture all the perfect that we lived. Till I cut the strings on your tiny violin. My mind's got a mind of its own right now, and it makes me hate me. I'll explode like a dynamite if I can't decide, baby. My head and my heart are torturing me. Yeah, 'cause my mind in your arms, I go to extremes. Yeah, when they do tell me run, emotions falling love. My head and my heart are caught in between. Yeah, la la la, yeah, la 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 la. Tell me yes or no. Asking the heavens, should I stay or should I go? You held my hand when I had nothing left to hold, and now I'm on a roll. My mind's got a mind of its own right now, and it makes me hate me. I'll explode like a dynamite if I can't decide, baby. My head and my heart are torturing me. Yeah, 'cause my mind in your arms, I go to extremes. Yeah, when they just tell me run, emotions fall in love. My head and my heart are caught in between. Yeah, la la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. I'm standing at the crossroads. I cross my heart with X and O's. Which way leads to forever? God only knows. My head and my heart are torturing me. Yeah, 'cause my mind in your arms, I go to extremes. Yeah, when they just tell me run, and monsters calling out. My head and my heart are caught in between.
Nine 947 brings Joe Berg together. The music and fun keep us together. 947 loves you.
It's a hot one, like 7 inches from the midday sun. Well, I hear you whispering the words to melt everyone, but you stay so cool. My Monaquita, my Spanish Harlem Mona Lisa. You're my reason for reason. The step in my groove. And if you sell this life, emotion that I get from you. You got the kind of love that can be so smooth. Yeah. Give me your heart and make it real, or else forget about it. But I'll tell you one thing. If you were leaving me to cry and shame, in every breath and every word, I hear your name calling me out. But I know you hear my rhythm on your radio. You feel the turning of the world, so soft and slow, turning you round and around. And if you said this life ain't good enough, I'll give my world to lift you up. I could change my life to better suit your mood. 'Cause you're so smooth. And it's just like the ocean under the moon. It's the same as the emotion that I get from you. You got the kind of love that can be so smooth. Yeah. Give me your heart and make it real, or else forget about it. It's just like the ocean under the moon. It's the same as the emotion that I get from you. You got the kind of love that can be so smooth. Yeah. Give me your heart and make it real, or else forget about it.
The music you can't stop listening to.
7 in a row.
Uninterrupted.
On 947.
Open up to me like the sea. I can see life's a beach. Coming to my knees on repeat. Rescue me. I get too deep. I don't swim as well as I think I can. I need you to hold my hand. I need you to understand just who I am and what it is that I stand. Who I am and what it is that I stand. I'm drowning. I'm drowning in my surrounding. No one else around me. Only you push and ground me. You lift me up, keep my head up. Water when the tide is high. I've been swimming with the sharks for a while. We've been a little while, been silly like a child, and I know I let you down. Please come back around. Yeah, I know I let you down. Please come back around. Only if you ground me. You lift me up, keep my head above water when the tide is high. I've been swimming with the sharks for a while. We've been a little while, but silly like a child. And I know I let you down. Please come back around. Yeah, I know I let you down. Please come back around. Please come back around.
If you love Joker, 947 loves you.
Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Usually I put something on TV, so we never think about you and me. But today I see our reflections clearly in Hollywood, laying on the screen. You just need a better life than this. You need something I can never give. Think about it all across the road. It's gone now, the night is come. But sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You say something so loving, but now I gotta let you go. I don't wanna be alone. You know it hurts me too. You look so broken when you cry. One more and then I say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. I just wanna know what you're dreaming of. When you sleep and smile so comfortable. I just wish that I could give you that look that's perfectly unsaid. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. He always been faking me out. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now.
We love a good breakup song, right? Glass Animals are 947 with Heat Waves to wrap up our 7 in a row for your 4 p.m. hour. Through some Shikon in the mix of things with Tides, had Alicia Keys come through with In Common, the Black Coffee remix. In the mix of things, you also heard some Timo ODV with Find My Way. Bring us to 30 minutes after 4 p.m. It is a Saturday, Joburg. I hope you're good. If you're not, that's where I come into the picture. Still with you until 6 p.m. My name's Anati, coming to you live from Monte Casino. Let's make it a good Saturday. In fact, more music is coming through. Tiesto with the motto. I know you love that one. Some Gwen Stefani. Remember the Sweet Escape? That's coming up. Some Goldfish as well with Going Home. So there's nowhere else for you to be right now except for put the volume up. Happy Saturday.
Hey, this Chris Brown.
All the biggest artists, all their songs.
9, 4, 7.
Kids these days, you'll never know the pain of phoning your crush's house and her dad answers and you say, "Did you catch the game on Saturday?" Even though you didn't personally catch the game on Saturday, but it felt like the right thing to say, and now you're discussing sports with someone that would love nothing more than to hunt you for sport.
Phone calls are awkward. With Naked, you can get car and home insurance online in seconds without phoning a call center. See how much you can save with instant online insurance now at naked.insure. Naked, the new way to cover your stuff. Naked Financial Technology is an authorized FSP.
Get in on the action with Zack Snyder's Justice League, Joker, Wonder Woman 1984, Birds of Prey, and a whole lot more. Because the biggest DC blockbusters are now showing on the Mnet Movies DC Heroes pop-up channel 111, only on DSTV Premium.
Win your dream with Lotto Star scratch card games. Bet now on our famous scratch cards like Ferrari, Daily Ka-Ching, Luxury Timepiece, Retirement Fund, Loads of Dough, Krugerrand, Golf GTI, or Stash of Cash. You could win payouts of up to 255 million rand instantly. Lotto Star, your world of live games. Lotto Star is licensed by the Mpumalanga Economic Regulator. No under 18s. National Responsible Gambling Program. 0800 006 008. T's and C's apply. All games are fixed odds betting events.
When it's real, you know. It's unmistakable. The silky smooth texture under your fingertips, the glint and give of that soft surface, the intoxicating smell you can't get enough of, that you want to get lost in. We're talking leather, real leather, and it could be yours with 20% off all genuine leather furniture. Now at Truewood, there's no reason not to indulge. With Truewood Furniture, you can have it all.
Next week, Diageo and 947 are still giving you the chance to win cash simply by taking the Drink IQ test and find out how much you actually know about the effects of drinking. Go to 947.co.za, fill in your details, and then take the Drink IQ quiz. 947 Drive with Tando could call you to answer a quiz-related question on 947. If you get it right, you walk away with 5,000 Rand cash. If not, the prize money will roll over to the next day where 10,000 Rand will be up for grabs. The Drink IQ quiz is brought to you by Diageo on 947. More on 947.co.za. Drink responsibly. Alcohol is not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
947.
That's the motto. Throw back with no chaser, with no trouble. Popping that Moet, baby, let's make some bubbles. Puffing on that gelato, wanna be seeing double. Gotta do what you gotta believe it. We ain't got no plans to leave it. Tell all of your friends to be here. We ain't gonna sleep on weekend. Oh, you know, that's the motto. Drop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me, did I just stutter? That's the motto. Drop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me, did I just stutter? That's the motto. That's the motto. Hopped in the range, can't feel my face, the windows down. Back to my place, my birthday cake is coming out. The way it's hitting like I could go all night. Don't ice. So hold my drink, let's leave it. We ain't got no plans to leave it. Tell all of your friends to be here. We ain't gotta sleep all weekend. Oh, you know, it's the motto. Drop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me, did pop a few pills and pop a few champagne bottles. Throwing that money like you just won the lotto. We've been up all damn summer, making that bread and butter. Tell me, did I just stutter? It's the motto. The motto. Put the radio on and play.
If you ready, let's go.
If you love Joburg,
947 loves you.
If I could escape, I would, but first of all, let me say I must apologize for acting, stinking, treating you this way. Cause I've been acting like sour milk all on the floor. It's your oxygen, shut the refrigerator. Maybe that's the reason I've been acting so cold. If I could escape and recreate a place that's my own world, and I could be your favorite girl forever, perfectly together. And tell me, boy, now wouldn't that be sweet? If I could be sweet. I know I've been a real bad girl. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. We can make it better. And tell me, boy, now wouldn't that be sweet? I wanna get away. What was sweet? I wanna get away. You melt me down. I'm at my lowest boiling point. Come help me out. I need to get me out of this joint. Come on, let's bounce. Counting on you to turn me around. Instead of clowning around, let's look for some common ground. So, baby, time's getting a little crazy. I've been getting a little lazy, waiting you to come save me. I can see that you're angry by the way that you treat me. Hopefully you don't leave me. Wanna take you with me. I get escape and recreate a place that's my own world. And I could be your favorite girl forever, perfectly together. And tell me, boy, now wouldn't that be sweet? If I could be sweet. I know I've been a real bad girl. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. We can make it better. And tell me, boy, now wouldn't that be sweet? If I could escape, if I could escape, cause I've been acting like sour milk all on the floor. It's your oxygen, shut the refrigerator. Maybe that's the reason I've been acting so cold. If I could escape and recreate a place that's my own world, and I could be your favorite girl forever, perfectly together. And tell me, boy, now wouldn't that be sweet? If I could be sweet. I know I've been a real bad girl. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. We can make it better. And tell me, boy, now wouldn't that be sweet? I wanna get away. I was
It's going to be a lovely day. 947 loves you.
Going home. Sizofika ekuseni mama. Going home. Sizofika ekuseni mama. Tuleka ya kaena hera bensin. Ini tuleka ya kaena. Ya kaena. Tuleka ya kaena hera bensin. Ini tuleka ya kaena. Going on, going on, going on, going on, going on. Going on, going on, going on, going on. Going home. Sizofika ekuseni mama. Going home. Sizofika ekuseni mama. Tuleka ya kaena hera bensin. Ini tuleka ya kaena. Ya kaena. Tuleka ya kaena hera bensin. Ini tuleka ya kaena. Going on, going on, going on, going on, going on, going on, going on. Going on.